Dietrich, probably the way he played, gives you at least a little bit of flexibility to work Dace back into things, or also make sure that he doesn't take on too much of a load when he is healthy.
Absolutely. Both guys are big-time defensive starters for us,
right.
too. So to be able to have a 2-for-1 on offense and know that with either guy that's in there, we have the ability for the big play is very promising and comforting as a play caller to know that that those guys have a chance, if we can get it blocked up, that they can make something special happen. So that was a huge bright spot for us. Dietrich played running back some when he was little, but here recently he's been a receiver, and they've had some really good running backs here. Landon last year was a really good running back,
right.
so it's easy to see why they would use his skill set at receiver, but so we're hoping that maybe the injury to Dace was kind of a blessing in disguise, and we were able to find some more depth at that position so that when he comes back healthy, he doesn't have to shoulder so much of the load, But I thought our receiving core played well. I thought LaRon Thomas, he had that big catch in overtime on a two-point conversion. That was one of the better catches I've seen in high school football. I think kind of pinned it on his back there. And, we challenged him before that. He said he was ready for that moment. We challenged him. We told him we were coming to him, and he went up and he delivered. He made that play. Delmon had Miller on the other side, had some really big catches. Ejon had some really big catches. Up until that disappointing end on the 2-minute drive in the fourth quarter, we executed the 2-minute drive at a high level and got down to fourth and goal on the 2-yard line, first and goal on the 2-yard line, which is exactly what you want in that situation. But so there was a lot of positives for that. Dietrich was a huge bright spot, and so we have to build on that.
I think, outside of maybe some of those pre-snap penalties, too, the offensive line, I thought, played pretty well. A little bit of pressure on Jameer's on some of those pass plays, but that's going to happen. How did you feel about the way that the offensive line played?
Well, me being an old offensive lineman, we're always going to have critical eyes with those guys. You don't want them to get better. But they came out with tremendous effort. We shuffled some guys around, keep guys fresh, and they battled. We knew that Seminole's defensive line was a strong point. That nose guard, he made a lot of plays in the backfield and caused us some problems, and he's a tremendous football player, and so he's going to cause a lot of people problems. So, but those guys for us up front, they accepted the challenge and they went to battle, and we had some assignment busts that if we had back, maybe we had some bigger plays than what we could, but that's going to happen early on in the season. So those guys will continue to grow, and we'll find some depth and settle in on our big five. So.
One thing I noticed a lot in the pass game, too, is y'all were rolling Jameer out a lot to his right. Is that because Jaquan Evans was there? Is that because he's not the tallest quarterback, or are you just trying to also take advantage of his athleticism?
Well, anytime you got a quarterback like Jameer who doesn't have just the size or the experience, you want to move his launching point, so we don't want him just to constantly be back in the pocket. We want to move him, and so right now he's a little bit more comfortable throwing to his right, but he's really good throwing to his left. We just the way it kind of worked out, we tend on rolling right and kind of changing his launch point and changing his eyes a little bit and try to get away from that big nose guard a little bit too. So, but Jaquan had a great game up front, and so did Warrior Squire, the left tackle. You look, those guys were running their feet post contacts, what we look for. They had a lot of big blocks downfield, and those two were extreme bright spots offensive line-wise.
Obviously, with the offense, and we've touched on it a little bit, one of the things that hurt y'all were those penalties. Pre-snap penalties, had a couple of unsportsmanlike conduct penalties as well. How much have y'all stressed that this week in practice?
Well, we've been stressing it all year long, cleaning that stuff up, and they're coming along. It's some of those pre-snap penalties, it's anticipation. And we talk to, when you go no huddle and you're trying to go fast, sometimes if the quarterback takes too long on his cadence, the offensive lineman get antsy. So a couple of that was that situation there. And then, down there in the red zone, the two there, the guys was just excited and antsy to go make a play. They got a chance to win the game on the line. They just, some of the discipline factor left us. But we've been stressing it all year long because our big philosophy is if we limit those things and we don't hurt ourselves, then we give ourselves a better chance to win. And so we've really been focusing on that this week at practice. Paying attention to it even more, really letting them know how important those little things are.
And kind of sticking along those same lines, and I don't want you to get in trouble or anything like that, but I've had a lot of people bring up the officiating to me in that game. You mentioned on one of the touchdowns that they scored, they had a tight end covered up. Looked like Keno Citizen's fumble. looking back at it on film, it looked like his backside was on the ground and he was down. And then it seemed like, too, I had a lot of people mention to me after the game that they thought Seminole was able to get away with some more stuff in terms of talking and after the play stuff that maybe you guys weren't. What were your feelings on that and how that went down?
Well, what people have to realize, too, is, the state's hurting for officials, too. So
right.
First of all, any guy that is willing to suit up and allow us to play games, I commend them for it. And just like us, those guys, that's their first game, too. That's week one for them. And so to think that they're going to come out and be perfect, just like to think that we're going to come out and be perfect, I think is unreasonable. But anytime you lose a game like that, you can always go back and point to, well, if we'd have just got this call, if we'd have just got that call. And then sometimes it's going to flip for you where you're going to win a game and you're going to say, well, thankfully we didn't get that call, and thankfully we got that call. So I never try to stress too much on officiating. That's not part, we can't put it in their hands. When we have an opportunity to go win the game, we have to go win the game.
Yeah.
And you can't, those guys are trying to make live action plays. They're trying to follow their keys and have eye discipline too. And so sometimes they're going to mess up, or sometimes they're going to make a call that doesn't go your way, and they don't have the luxury of instant replay like college and NFL do. So, no, those guys are out there working hard, and I really appreciate them for what they do. And as a competitor, you wish sometimes those calls would go your way, but I'm never going to, stress on that or harp on that or make that be the reason why, the outcome didn't come our way.
And finally, Coach, before we take a break, week one, again, it was a tough loss, but do you feel like you put some good building blocks in place, not only going into tonight's game, but moving forward as well?
Absolutely, I do. I think the kids realize just how close we are. We've been talking since the beginning about the characteristics of a winning program, and giving yourself the opportunity to win. And what a lot of people don't realize is you can work as hard as you absolutely can and do everything right, and a win is still not guaranteed.
Yeah.
But if you don't, a loss can be guaranteed. And so that's really what we've been trying to preach since day one that we got here is let's do everything we can to give ourselves a chance, and then when we're in their moment, go take it. And so I think even though we lost the game, it was a heartbreaking loss, and we felt like we had great opportunities to win, I think there's a lot of lessons in here that we can learn from and build on. I think it's going to benefit us in the long run, as much as that pains me to say. But I really do. I think there's a lot of blessings in the skies here.
All right, well, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Coach Madonna and I will talk about tonight's opponent, the Ardmore Tigers. This is the Coach's Corner here on Classic Hits, KGFF.
The Fire Lake Enterprises are a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Shopping for groceries? Fire Lake Discount Foods in Shawnee, Tecumseh, or McLeod has everything you need. Fill up the car or truck at the corner store or the Grand Travel Plaza. And when the weather is great, there is no better place to be than Fire Lake Golf Course. Your Fire Lake Enterprises backing the pack. The Fire Lake Enterprises are a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Shopping for groceries? Fire Lake Discount Foods in Shawnee, Tecumseh, or McLeod has everything you need. Fill up the car or truck at the corner store or the Grand Travel Plaza. And when the weather is great, there is no better place to be than Fire Lake Golf Course. Your Fire Lake Enterprises backing the pack.
Welcome back to the Coach's Corner here on KGFF. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by Shawnee Wolves head coach Jason Madonna. And, Coach, tonight your Wolves are taking on the Ardmore Tigers. It's the first road test of the season for your Wolves. And so with this being the first road game, what are some of the challenges that come with that, especially on the first road game that maybe fans and even me on the radio don't necessarily see?
Well, one, there's a lot of maturity that comes with taking such a long bus ride. On our way down, they really have to be locked in and focused and think about the game plan, and it's easy to lose focus on such a long. So the distance itself can cause an issue sometimes, and then the lack of just fan travel. You're always going to have. That's why you have a home field advantage. You're always going to have more crowd and more support when you're at home, and so. As much as you would like to say you can just go out there and focus on each play, the crowd does take a factor as far as the adrenaline and the excitement and things like that go. But also there's some positives into it because it's just kind of like you and your crew and you're there. and it's kind of like us versus the world when their crowd's going to be rocking and excited and things like that. So there's some positives in there too, but the challenge for us is just going to be staying focused throughout the entirety of the trip, and if we can handle that, we'll give ourselves a chance.
You're taking on an Ardmore team that's 0-2 on the year, and frankly, I mean, they have struggled. Neither one of their games have been close. Eisenhower, Ada both got big wins. What have you seen from Ardmore, just kind of from an intangible standpoint? Because to me, when I watched that Eisenhower game on tape, it looked like they were just a young, inexperienced team.
Absolutely. You know, they're installing a new offense, or one that's different from what they did in years past, and so and they run the flex bone, the triple option. So there's always going to be some growing pains. You know, we just really hope that it doesn't all click for them tonight. You know what I mean? So hopefully they continue those growing pains. But I think that caused some of the lopsided scores. When you watch the physicality of the two teams, they weren't the lesser team in either of those two matchups. They hurt themselves a bunch without being able to execute on offense. You know, their defense is big and physical. Those two interior nose guards are bigger than anybody we have on our team, and they got one defensive end, 77, who's really large, and then they got a fast guy on the other side. So their two inside linebackers are physical and feel well, and their secondary plays hard and rallies to the ball. So it's going to be a extreme challenge for us tonight to be able to execute and at a high level and be able to score points. And defensively, you know, anytime you play a triple option team, there's always a chance for them to break a big play. You know, one missed assignment or one missed tackle, and it could cause problems. So we're going to have to be extremely disciplined on reading our keys and understanding our fits and our gaps. And if we can do that, you know, with them not being as proficient at it as they would probably like yet, I think, you know, we can have some similar success to the previous two teams, but you know, it's going to come down to executing the game plan on both sides.
You mentioned defending the triple option. It's tough. I mean, it's not something that you see every week. You're going to see another version later on this season against Piedmont. But what are the challenges with defending the triple option besides the fact that three guys could have the ball?
Right. You know, it's really just comes down to fitting where you're supposed to fit anytime you defend a triple option. I mean, that's why teams run it. That's why they have success, is it just takes one kid to be out of place, and then they got to see him if they read it right. And so for us, you know, our game plan, we feel really good about it tonight, about, you know, who's fitting where and what they're doing and how we're going to slow it down and how we're going to force them into our strengths. And so, but you still got to go execute it like anything. You know, still guys got to win their one-on-one matchups, and guys got to be where they're supposed to be at the right time and read their right keys and to give us a chance. And so that's the biggest challenge there, is just the continuous discipline, because they're going to do it over and over and over, and it just takes one slip up, and next thing you know, they've got momentum and they're rolling. So the consistency is huge.
I've heard of some coaches in practice when preparing for a triple option not even using a ball and just teaching, you know, you go here, you go there, and you go there. How did y'all go about practicing against the triple option this week?
Well, you do some of that in some of your individual and some of your group work when you're really working the fits. But we did a bunch of team, and we rotated a bunch of different guys in there at their key positions so that we could get fresh looks, so they would get full speed looks a lot, and really just stress and then watch the film and really just stress like the consistency of hitting our keys and fitting where we're supposed to fit. And so I think we have a solid game plan, and you know, got to go execute it.
Defensively, you mentioned that the Tigers have a few big bodies up front. What else have you seen from them on the defensive side of things?
Well, they fly to the ball, and they're big and physical, so it's hard to move them. Like, you don't see people just, you know, get them out of their gaps, you know. But they have been vulnerable in the first two games on the edge, like some of their secondary guys and some of their ability to get off blocks and tackle. And so a lot of the big plays that they've given up have come from the edge, have come from the outside, you know, and they play two heavy run teams in Lawton Ike and Ada with two different styles. And so for us, you know, we're athletic. We're probably a little bit more athletic than those first two teams that they played, so it'll be interesting to see what adjustments they make facing us. But we feel like that we have the advantage out there on the edge, you know, with our receivers and our backs versus their secondary. So, but if you just go pound for pound, then they have the advantage up front. So we're going to have to try to find ways to neutralize that so we can have some success.
Yeah, you mentioned getting out to the edge. We saw last week Dietrich Beavers, when he gets to the edge, you're probably not going to catch him. So I'm guessing you're going to do what you can to get him, get Ejon, who also has a lot of speed, get them out in space.
Yeah, and that's one of our advantages. We have guys who can run. You look at Dietrich, you look at Ejon, you look at Keno Citizen, you look at Delmon. Like, we have a lot of speedster guys that once they get loose, once they get to the second level and beyond. And then our downfield blocking was really well last week. Our receivers did a great job of fitting up and finding blocks and giving us an opportunity to extend plays and into bigger plays. And so if we continue that and we can get loose, we can get into the second and third level, then I like our chances for big plays. But we're going to have to neutralize that big front. I mean, they can cause us a lot of problems because they fire out the football hard, and they're big and physical, and they fit in their gaps well. And so up front, we're gonna have to really step up to the challenge.
And finally, Coach, what will be just a couple of big keys for your Wolves tonight?
The biggest key for us is going to be able to throw and catch. If we can have consistency throwing and catching the ball and taking advantage of the space that they give us, that's going to be huge for us. If we don't, if we're dropping or misplacing balls, then it could cause us some problems. If we're in long distances, second and third and long, it can really hurt us in the long run because of their physicality up front and their pass rush. And so then they're able just to kind of play back and play cover. So if we can keep them off balance and we can throw and catch with consistency, and up front, if we can keep a body on the body and let our backs get an opportunity to get to second, third level, then I think we'll have some success.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you very much and good luck tonight.
No problem. Thank you.
This has been the Coach's Corner. I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, I'll have the countdown to kickoff as your Shawnee Wolves get set to take on the Ardmore Tigers. This is Shawnee Wolves football on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
KGFF Radio, in cooperation with the Oklahoma Secondary Schools Activities Association and the Shawnee High School Athletic Department, present Shawnee Wolves football.
Shawnee touchdown! Shawnee touchdown! Touchdown! Shawnee!
Wolves football on KGFF is sponsored by Fire Lake Discount Foods, Bank First, Harrison Discount Pharmacy, Citizen Potawatomi Nation, Fire Lake Golf, The Clinic Pharmacy, Watkins Heating and Air Conditioning, Berkshire Hathaway Benchmark Realty, Gordon Cooper Technology Center, Red's Tire and Battery, Finley and Cook, and Arvest Bank. And now Shawnee Wolves football is on the air.
After a heartbreaking loss to start the 2023 season, how will Shawnee respond tonight? That question and more will be answered over the next 3 hours or so as we are here inside Noble Stadium on the campus of Ardmore High School. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Landon Green, and we're on the road for the first time this year, as I just mentioned, inside Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. Landon, after a devastating double overtime loss to Seminole last week, the Wolves' losing streak is now stretched out to 15 games, but tonight they have a great opportunity to bounce back and get a win as they take on an Ardmore team that's rebuilding at 0-2.
Yeah, it's a team that in Shawnee that you're looking back at last week's loss, you're looking at some of the things you did wrong, and if you can change some of those things, if you can fix some of those mental errors that they made down the stretch, I think you're looking at a team that could very well come out with the win tonight, break that 15-game losing streak, and see if they can come out on top. But Ardmore is going to be a tough team to beat. They're hungry, too.
Yeah, they really are, and we'll talk more about Ardmore and Shawnee here in just a little bit. But right now, let's go ahead and take a break. When we come back, Landon and I will talk more about this new Shawnee Wolves staff and their first game day experience with the Wolves last week against Seminole. This is Shawnee Wolves football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
At Fire Lake Discount Foods, the focus is on taking care of their customers and their community. Quality food at everyday low prices, excellent customer care, and supporting the needs of our community through local causes and school organizations. Shop where it not only saves you money, but where it means something. From deli trays for entertaining to a tank of gas, shop Fire Lake Discount Foods on Hardesty Road in Shawnee, a Citizen Potawatomi Nation-owned enterprise.
Farewell complications, later stress, goodbye business hours. Want a new level of banking convenience? Say hello to the Arvest Go mobile banking app from Arvest Bank. With Arvest Go, you can deposit checks, pay bills, log lost or stolen debit cards. You can even pay people directly with just a tap. Arvest Go lets you bank virtually anytime, anywhere. And it's only from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities. Arvest Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by former Shawnee Wolf Landon Green. We're at Noble Stadium here in Ardmore as the 1-0 Wolves get set to take on the 0-2 Ardmore Tigers. This era of Shawnee football under new head coach Jason Madonna got off to a devastating start as the Wolves fell 28-25 in double overtime to the Seminole Chieftains last Friday night. And Landon, that was a heartbreaking loss up here in the booth, just watching how that game unfolded. I can only imagine what those guys were feeling on the field.
Yeah, no, that losing like that is never easy. You know, a friend of mine always told me, you want to get blown out, don't lose like that, because it is the absolute most heartbreaking. And so, yeah, no, I was up here just in complete disbelief. No words were coming out. So, yeah, I'm sure those guys are really feeling it this week, or at least we're feeling it after that game, and we're kind of going into practice probably a little fired up.
Yeah, and, you know, just looking at the guys' reactions on the side of the field after the game, that's one thing I kind of like to look at to see, you know, not to say that some of the guys don't care. That's not what I'm saying at all. Everybody cares whether or not they win or lose. But to see the number of players who were just, you know, on a knee after that and just kind of shaking their head, it tells you how much of a gut punch losing that way was to them, and that it really seemed to hit them very, very hard. They didn't just take it as another loss. It hit them hard because they knew they had a good chance to win.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got a lot on your back. You got a lot on your plate. You're trying to break a 15-game losing streak. You're trying to win your first game. I mean, you went 0 for last year. You're trying to win a game this season, at least just win one, you know, to improve. And so, you know, and we got a lot of guys back from that team last year. So you're talking about a lot of pressure on these guys that they were putting on themselves. And like you said, you don't like to see them lose. You never want to see somebody, you know, just absolutely devastated on a field. But to see how many guys were just sitting there going, hey, even week one, this is a devastating loss for us.
Yeah, I think what made the loss so tough was the fact that Shawnee had chances to win the game, and frankly, they beat themselves, Landon. I mean, don't get me wrong, Seminole played well. They made plays. They had a great play in double overtime to win the game, going on a trick play for the first time all game long, but ultimately, Shawnee, they just made too many mistakes to win.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have those things. You can't have the penalties. You can't have, I mean, even with the, you know, was it a fumble? Was it not a fumble? It wasn't a fumble.
It was not.
You know,
I saw it on film after the game. It was not a fumble.
It wasn't a fumble, but even then, I mean, you just have to – you can't even make it close for the referee.
Yeah.
You got to hold on to that ball through the tackle and through the ground, especially in this because you can't challenge it. You can't review it. And so those little mistakes will add up, and it added up last week for a loss.
And, you know, there are several plays that you can look at, like you were saying, you know, the fumble by Keno Citizen that wasn't a fumble. Of course, there was another fumble later in the game by Xavier Scott where he was just loose with the ball. But, you know, I think kind of a microcosm of the entire game in terms of the Shawnee offense, it was that last drive at the end of regulation. Shawnee runs a near perfect 2-minute drill, and they have a first and goal at the 1 with roughly a minute to a minute and a half remaining in the game. And they're in ideal shape to win that game. The Wolves, then they commit a false start. So you go from first and goal at the 3 to first and goal at the 8. You can live with that. You're still in a good spot to win. But from there, they get stopped for a 2-yard loss, and now second and goal from the 10. Okay, a little bit more of an iffy situation, and then another false start, an illegal man downfield, and a sack, and all of a sudden, a first and goal from the 3. You're now looking at a 46-yard field goal attempt on fourth down to win the game in the closing seconds. And as strong of a leg as Rhett Neese has, and he had the leg to get it there, that's just not a kick that you want to put on a high school kicker, because a 46-yarder in the NFL isn't a given, much less in high school.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, you're definitely you know, kicking yourself a little bit. No pun intended, but
right.
You know, you're definitely kicking yourself a little bit, looking at that, going, hey, even if we don't get into the end zone, you know, Rhett should have a kick of less than 20 yards.
Yeah,
he should have
an extra
easy,
point,
just a little knock in, something that he does in practice 20 times, and you win the game and you're going home. But you're looking at it going, hey, we went from him having basically just the easiest kick in the world that, you know, my 3-year-old could hit to him having to do things that, like you said, NFL kickers can't even do.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, talking with Coach Madonna during the Coach's Corner earlier today, he talked about, as a coach, yeah, there's always going to be things that you look back on. Hindsight's always 20/20, but at the same time, he's like, I don't know if I would have. He goes, I might do things a little bit differently if we're in that situation this time, but also we can't put ourselves in that position to where, we're having those mental mistakes, because those penalties are mental mistakes. He goes, again, and he's talked about this a lot this offseason and this first week. You can have the effort mistakes. You can have a hold. You can have a face mask. Those are things that he can then go back and work with those players on and say, hey, here's how you improve your footwork. Hey, make sure you put your arms here when you're making the tackle instead of here. Mechanical things he can fix, but it's the false starts. It's thinking you're run blocking instead of pass blocking, and then all of a sudden you're downfield 5 yards and you're not supposed to be. It's the unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Those are the ones that are in your head that he can't fix. He can only tell you, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. You got a team that there's just a lot of pressure on them to get a win for the first time in 15 games and almost in a year and a half.
Yeah.
Try to or a season and a half, I should say. Try to get a win under your belt, and it's a lot of pressure. And these guys really, it looked like they felt it last week. We'll see if they can usher that in and get a win this week.
Now, there were some positives. There were some good building blocks that they put in place last week that I think they can build on tonight and going on throughout the season. The big story coming out of last week's game was obviously the play of Dietrich Beavers. The Shawnee Jr., he's actually the backup running back, but he played a great game last week. Shaw, the starter for the Wolves, he's out with an ankle injury right now, and Beavers slid into that starting role and played a fantastic game. 12 carries, 156 yards on the ground, 1 touchdown. That's all on offense. Defensively, 6 tackles, a forced fumble as well. I mean, you really couldn't ask more from him on the throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, on offense, he's a patient runner.
Yeah,
he just lets the play develop in front of him. He doesn't rush anything. He doesn't, and that's something that he's actually improved on from last year. He's a fast guy. He's a small, fast guy. And so last year, he felt like he had to depend on his legs to get outside and try to get outside to the edge, and there wasn't anybody out there to block for him. Now he's using his blockers in front of him, the line, the fullbacks, the tight ends. He's using all of them, the guys getting downfield, to sort of make the gap for him, and then he has the explosive ability to shoot through that hole. And then once he's through, I mean, he's a tough guy to bring down. One, he's tough to bring down the open field because he's so strong.
Yeah.
He's a tough guy to catch because he's so fast.
Right.
And so,
and he's small.
And he's a little guy.
5'6".
He's a little guy. I mean, you're looking at him, you're going, I could take this guy down. But then he pops you, and it's like, I think I just got shot. It's like, it's just one of those things. Yeah, he really is. And so it's one of those things where it's like, he's a strong guy, he's a fast guy, and he does the same on defense where it's like, okay, hey, the play's going to develop in front of me. I need to get off this block, and he's already 2 steps ahead while everybody else is still kind of playing behind.
I think, too, one thing watching him on defense that I really like is that he knows he's 5'6", 140 pounds, so he's not going to go and just try to absolutely light somebody up and just drive through their chest. He can't do that. So what's he going to do? He's going to go down, he's going to hit him in the thigh and try to upend him, and he does.
Yeah.
Because he basically hits you right there in that thigh, and it gives you almost a dead leg, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the pop. It's the wrap, because once he hits you, it's like, that kind of hurts.
He's
already got you wrapped up, and he brings you down. He's a fantastic player, a great two-way player for Shawnee, and somebody that really stepped up last week, and like you said, is a bright spot, and you hope to see more of it throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think, too, when Shaw does come back, while the coaching staff is incredibly high on Dace, and Dace, I assume, will probably slide back into that starting role once he is healthy, it does give them a nice 1-2 punch at running back, which is something that you always like to have.
Yeah, and I think something that we're not really talking about too much because they broke down a little bit last week in certain areas, but that offensive line has really improved since last year.
They did a really good run blocking.
Exactly, they opened up the gaps for Dietrich, and so you're thinking, when Dace comes back, they're still going to be doing the same thing. Maybe he can find some space, and then, like you said, a good 1-2 punch with a good run blocking offensive line.
And I did see some positives in the passing game as well. There were a couple of drops which, need to be cleaned up, but Jameer Owens at quarterback, he played a really good game. He didn't have a touchdown, but he also didn't turn the ball over, and that was a big issue from the quarterback spot last year, was all the turnovers. Jameer, he was just under 50% passing, completed 14 passes, but those 14 completions went for 166 yards, which shows that he's pushing the ball downfield. He's not just dinking and dunking. And, there's the occasional little 5-yard crossing route that he'll throw, or he'll throw it to the running back out of the backfield. But he took several shots down the field to Delmo Miller, who made a few good catches. LaRon Thomas made a great catch, obviously, in double overtime. So the passing game really showed showed me a lot of positives last week as well.
Well, I think one thing that he's doing a really good job of is getting the ball out quickly.
Yeah.
He gets the ball out of his hands quickly, especially in those screen passes where you got to get a little bit of zip on it. You got to get it out of your hands quick so that your guy with your playmaker can make that play.
Yep.
But like you said, he's putting the ball in places too downfield where the defender can't get to it. Only my guy's going to be able to get to it. And he showed it at the end of the fourth quarter where you get down to the 3-yard line. The play to get down there was a great pass play from him and a great catch, obviously, but a great pass where it's just only your guy can get it. And then the double overtime 2-point conversion was another pass like that.
Now, defensively, the Wolves showed a lot of promise as well last week, Landon. They forced 3 turnovers, 4 tackles for loss, a pair of sacks. They also held Seminole to just 14 points. I think a lot of people look and say, well, they gave up 28. Yes, they did, but 2 of those touchdowns came in overtime when Seminole starting from the 10-yard line. In regulation, they held Seminole to just 14 points, which is it should be enough to win every single game. So this defense showed that they can make plays and that at least through 4 quarters, they weren't too worn down, which is something that we couldn't say last year.
Yeah, hey, 2 drives is the difference between winning the game.
Yeah.
2 drives where you kind of get, Seminole figures you out in one quarter. They figure you out in the second half and in another quarter, and then you go to overtime. But, I mean, you're talking about the difference between you winning that game and going home and losing the game is just not wearing down on those 2 drives. I mean, it's a tough game, and it's that close.
Well, and I think too, from a coaching standpoint, just talking with Coach Madonna, he was very happy with what the defense showed, and basically put the onus on himself as the head coach, but obviously the offensive coordinator, saying, hey, when your defense gives you only gives up 14 points, you got to win that game. Yeah. He goes, it's up to the offense, it's up to us to not turn it over, which Shawnee did have 3 turnovers last week, or 2 turnovers last week, a couple of fumbles. So the Wolves need to take better care of the ball. They need to not get in a situation where they're having to attempt 40-yard field goals and things like that. But the Wolves defense did enough to win, and I think they really can look back on that tape and be like, hey, we did a good job. We can also improve a little bit, maybe get 3-4 sacks instead of just 2. But, hey, we're doing a really good job.
Yeah, and that was actually one thing that they did really well. Even though they didn't get the sack, they were in the face of the quarterback.
They got pressure, yeah.
I mean,
they got to bring them down.
Yeah, they got good pressure last week. And so, hopefully they can get back there and create some problems this week, and we'll see. But they did that. If they can improve this week, we'll see what they can do.
Well, let's go ahead and take another break. When we come back, we'll talk about Shawnee's opponent tonight, the Ardmore Tigers. This is Shawnee football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call in your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Score a great deal from Domino's Pizza in Shawnee with their mix and match deals for $6.99 each. Pizza, hot wings, sandwiches, pasta, specialty breads, desserts, and so much more. Kick off the season right and have it delivered right to your home. Don't punt on the coupon finder, drinks, or sauces. Domino's Pizza in Shawnee. Log on to dominospizza.com.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. We did just get word, by the way, that there is going to be a weather delay. We're not sure how long. We're still trying to find out some more information, but there is a weather delay right now. So kickoff will not be at 7:30. It will be a little bit later. When we find out an exact time, we'll make sure to let you know. But again, like I said, right now we're in a weather delay. We're going to continue talking, though, and kind of breaking down this game between Shawnee and Ardmore. We just talked a lot about what Shawnee did last week, Landon. A lot of positives to come from that game last week, although, it was a devastating loss, a double overtime loss. But as Coach Madonna said in the coach's corner, with every loss there's a lesson, and we hope that the Wolves kind of learn some of those lessons and are able to apply those lessons here this week.
Well, I think for them, last week you're talking about a team that, again, 15-game losing streak. They didn't win last year. They're trying to get that win. You're holding on to a 14-6 lead the entire game, basically. And now you have to learn okay, you can't protect that lead. You can't just protect that lead. You got to go out and win the game. You got to go out and learn how to win. It's not about learning how to not lose.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to win. It's that mentality. You got to flip that switch. And so for this team, it's just a matter of, hey, yeah, you're up 14-6, but don't just hold on to 14-6. Make it 21-6. And go out there and don't just, be happy to protect the lead. Don't be happy to go to overtime. Go out there and try to win the game. And it's a team that right now they're trying so hard to, once they get a lead, to protect that lead instead of focusing on, hey, we just got to get the ball in the end zone. Don't worry about the lead. The lead will take care of itself as long as y'all execute the game how you're supposed to. And so once this team learns how to win versus learning how to not lose, I think you're going to see a different mentality. I think last week after the game, where you see the guys on the ground just kind of like, dang, we should have won that game. That's where you're seeing, that's where you're going to see that sort of mentality hopefully switch over time.
Yeah, and one thing that I did talk about with Coach Madonna during the Coach's Corner is, like you were saying, it's learning how to win, and that's what he said. A lot of these guys, like you mentioned, they haven't won a game in their high school career. If you think about it, I mean, the sophomores on this team, they didn't win it all last year. A lot of the juniors playing either didn't play in 2021 when they won their last game, or if they were on the team in 2021, they weren't playing regularly because they were just freshmen that year. So a lot of these guys haven't had an experience of winning a high school football game, and like you were saying, Landon, you just got to learn how to do that. You just have to experience it so you know what it takes to finish off a game.
Yeah, I mean, and like I say, I mean, it's that mentality. My dad always told me, hey, play to win, don't play not to lose.
Right.
And that's how you just got to go out there. You got to take every game that way. And when you get to the second half and you think, okay, we're up 14-6, let's just hold on to that and let's just try to get this win however we can. No. Go out there and beat that team down. Beat them. Once you got their foot on the neck, don't let up. If you're up 14-6. By the end of the third quarter, let's make it 21-6.
Yeah.
By the end of the game, let's be up 28-6. So there's nothing left to even think about, hey, what if this, what if that. There is no what if. You went out there and you won the game.
Landon, let's go ahead and switch gears now and look at the Ardmore Tigers. And actually, real quick, before we do that, we did just find out there is a 30-minute weather delay. So right now, kickoff has been pushed back to 7:30. We're going to keep it right here. We're going to go through our pregame show like we normally do, and then from there, when we run out of stuff to talk about, we'll figure it out, and we might send it back to the guys in the studio, let them talk about some things going on, maybe give you some scores that games kicking off at the 7 o'clock time slot, any score updates, anything like that. But we have a little bit of rain here in Ardmore, and unfortunately, Landon, for the players on the field, I don't think this rain's going to cool it down much. It's still about 100 degrees. It's just going to kind of make it a little bit more humid and a little bit more sticky down outside.
Yeah, slippery is not a great surface to play on.
And then
it's hot. And then it's hot. It's like it's hot and slippery out here. I don't like this. Somebody help me. I'm in danger.
Looking at this Ardmore team, this is a program that historically is always very good. Ardmore reminds me a lot, Landon, of a Guthrie, and that's a school Shawnee is very familiar with. They're always competitive. They always put good teams out there, but every now and then they go through that year where they have to rebuild, and it seems like it just kind of everybody who had been on the team for the past few years graduates, moves, whatever it might be, but they just have to go through a rebuilding year, and that's where they are this year. Cal Swanson, who is their all-state quarterback, he's gone. He graduated. He's playing at the University of Illinois, and with Swanson's graduation, Tigers head coach Josh Newby, he had to install a new offense. He didn't have the players that could run that spread attack that Cal Swanson ran so effectively the past several years. So, Landon, they went from a spread to basically the complete opposite of a spread offense, and they went to a flex bone triple option look, and that's just that is two completely different offenses right there.
Yeah, I mean, you take a team like Piedmont that we saw last year that sort of runs that same philosophy, basically, of running kind of the triple option wishbone style offense. That's a team that's been running that since they were in kindergarten.
Right.
They've been running that same offense since they were in kindergarten. So they probably don't even call a play. They're just like, hey, just hand it off to somebody, and the hole will be there.
Yeah, we're going right side or left side.
Yeah, exactly. And so they're just running it. Learning that offense is tough. I mean, learning how to play against it is tough enough. Learning how to actually play it is even tougher. And you're talking about a team that, is used to, like you said, running the spread to go to a run-heavy offense. That's a tough ask. And so you're talking about a team that comes into this season, they're probably going to find themselves in a lot of tough situations this year, just trying to figure out, okay, how do we run this offense, but also, how do we keep our guys from getting tired? You're talking about, a 5A school that still has guys playing both ways. That's a tiring offense. That's an exhausting offense. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see kind of how they run it and maybe how they develop it. But a tough offense to learn over the summer.
Yeah, and they've struggled adjusting to it, Landon. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They've only scored through their first 2 games. They played in week 0. So through their first 2 games, Ardmore's only scored 7 points. They got shut out by Ada in week 0, 41-0. And then in week 1, last week against Eisenhower, they got beat 59-7. So I mean, it's really been a struggle adjusting to that. And like you said, it's not an offense that they can learn just over the summer because it is so different than what a lot of these guys had been running. But Landon, it's the situation that Ardmore's in, and it's a situation that hopefully Shawnee can take advantage of tonight.
Yeah, I mean, hey, for Ardmore, you have to play to your advantages, and if your advantages isn't spreading the ball out, you don't have a person that can make those passes. Hey, that's just what you got to do. But it's such a dynamic offense. It's one of those things where there's just so much going on that you have to be paying attention to. You got to be an absolute dog up front on the offensive line to play that. If you don't got guys that are just willing to put their knuckles in the dirt and just run over somebody, it's a tough offense to run. If you don't got a running back that's willing to do that same thing, it's tough to run. So, like you said with Shawnee, if they can really control the front, that's going to be really huge for them. If that defensive line can kind of make those offensive linemen kind of push back a little bit. The negative of having a triple option is if anybody, and that means anybody, offensive linemen, quarterbacks, receivers, if they run one out there, if anybody takes a step back, it ruins the offense.
Yeah.
So if you can attack that team, really force them to make a decision and force them into a passing situation, just controlling that offensive front is going to be huge for Shawnee.
Yeah, and, Landon, there's a lot of different ways that teams go about coaching against and practicing against a triple option. You hear coaches talk about how, they don't use a ball to practice, and it's just learn your assignments, and it doesn't matter where the ball is. You have the quarterback, you have the pitch man, you have the tailback, and you just go hit that guy essentially. But how do you go about, though, in a game setting of defending that, because it is tough when you're in that mindset to not read the option. So as a player, Landon, what are you really looking for?
I think it's just trying to get out of your own head. I mean, truly, my senior year, we go out there and we play against Tulsa Memorial.
Yeah.
Tulsa Memorial ran spread option offense. They, moved the ball around a lot, did a lot of option plays, and a lot of read option. And we found ourselves in a situation where we're playing against a track team. I mean, we're playing against a track team, and we ourselves were a good passing team. So, I mean, we were airing it out. I think the game was like 72-58 or something
wild.
like that. Something outrageous.
Wild.
And so, for me, the very first series we go out there, we stopped them, but they got all the way down to like the 30-yard line, and then we ended up stopping them on 4th down. But the very first play, they ran an option play, and for a split second, I hesitated. Mm-hmm. And in that split second, it was enough time for the quarterback to hand the ball off and go around me. And the ball carrier went completely around me. I had no idea what was going on, basically, and I got pulled. I mean, I got immediately, at the time, I think it was Coach Sawyer, pulled me out, and Coach Henshaw gave me a tongue lashing that, like, I can't repeat on air. But, I had to go back out there and reevaluate kind of how I went about it. And then it was like, okay, just get out of your head and do what you were taught to do. Do what you were instinctively taught to do. Okay, you got the quarterback, like you said. You got the running back. You got this guy, and don't deviate from that. And from that point on, I mean, it was pretty easy to kind of gauge that. Now then, Tulsa Memorial was a really good passing offense as well themselves. Right. They ran the ball extremely well, but they passed well too, and they kind of exposed us in the secondary a little bit that game. Obviously, they beat us 72-58.
Right.
But for this team, if they're strictly focusing on the run, like you said, just get out of your own head, do what you're taught to do, and really it's about reps. So in practice, you're really repping it out. I mean, just as many times as you can, hey, you got quarterback, you got running back, and just make sure that you stick to that assignment. Or you got this fullback, you got this fullback if they're in the wings and whatnot. So it's like, you're just really just repping it out in practice and hoping that those guys really just sinks into their brain and they can handle that.
Yeah, one thing though for the Shawnee defense that's going to be huge tonight with this triple option. I mean, it's a run attack. There's no way to put it. They're going. It's not like Memorial, like you were talking about, where they're going to throw it to. I mean, Ardmore. It's going to be a lot like what we see with Piedmont later this season, where they might throw it 5 times the entire game. It's what you see when you're watching college football. It's what you see with Army and Navy. A lot of those kind of the military academies. It's what you see with them. They're just not going to throw the ball very often. It's just the way that it is.
Yeah.
But so the key with that is getting them into third and long. You want to stay, if you're the defense, I guess, in the defense's sense, in front of the chains. That way, you want to keep them in that third and about 6, 7 or longer, because then you can't just expect them to hand it off and run it and pick up 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It's going to force them to try to throw it some. And so far, Ardmore hasn't shown that. Now, I'm sure that's something that they're working on constantly in practice, and I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to maybe even throw a couple of tricks out there tonight. But you really got to make sure that you're backing Ardmore up, keeping them in those third and long situations, because then you can play your defense and you can get a little bit more aggressive and make sure that that you get them in tough situations.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where we talk a lot about the assignments of like defensive linemen. So a defensive tackle doesn't necessarily need to go and try to spin move to get into the backfield to tackle a running back. Really, the defensive tackle's job is to keep, if there's a double team, you got to keep one of those guys off the linebacker.
Yeah.
Let the linebackers flow through and make the tackles. And so this is sort of an interesting fact of like where on defense, you're almost playing similar to offense where you're telling your defensive linemen, hey, block those offensive linemen, attack those offensive linemen, and make it tough on them to get to that second level so the linebackers can then move around. You're going to have athletes in the backfield. No matter what you think of Ardmore, no matter what they've done now, they're going to put their best athletes in the backfield. So
they do have athletes. They do have guys that are quick.
They always do. And so you're going to have to get your athletes on your defensive side into the backfield to get there as quickly as possible before they can make a play. So what you're doing on the offense or on the defensive side is you're telling your defensive lineman, hey, no matter what you do, you're holding up 2 guys. You're blocking 2 guys. You're blocking for the linebackers to flow through, and then everything else is just sort of following the assignments. It's the secondary can't fall asleep because as we saw against Piedmont. I mean, Piedmont ran for the week before. I think Shawnee played them last year. They ran for like 300 rushing yards. First play of the game, they run a fake. A fake option, dump one right over the top, and there's nobody there to catch it. So, it's one of those things where, everybody else has to sort of follow their assignment. The defensive linemen have to sort of become blockers almost, lead blockers, and then those linebackers just sort of find their way, find the hole in the offensive line, rush through, and attack the ball carrier.
Looking at Ardmore's defense now, they use it's a 4-2-5, but they really kind of morph it into sometimes even a 3-3-5. It just kind of, depending on what Shawnee is doing, it can kind of morph a lot. But their base is a 4-2-5. And one thing that they do have, Landon, is a lot of size and strength up front. They can really get a lot of good push with that defensive line. So the key for Shawnee tonight is really controlling that defensive line, because where Ardmore has shown some weakness is out on the edges. That's where Ada and Eisenhower exposed them the last 2 weeks. We saw Shawnee last week have a lot of success on the edge, but getting their running backs, Dietrich Beavers, Keno Citizen, whoever it might be, getting the passing game like with Ejon Thomas and Delmon Miller, getting them the ball, it's all going to be dependent on that offensive line holding up and creating holes or giving Jameer Owens just enough time to be able to get the ball away.
Yeah, and with a team like that, you'll probably start to see some guys come in motion. You might see a couple of quick pitches. That you got kind of like the tap pass that Patrick Mahomes is so good at. But you're talking about guys kind of moving in motion, trying to get out to that edge as quickly as possible. And like you said, just getting the ball to your ball carrier or to your playmakers as quickly as possible and just letting them get out there. But yeah, Shawnee did a great job. Their tight ends are doing a great job blocking. Their tackles are both doing a great job blocking in the run game. So yeah, if they can control that edge, we'll see what they can do. They got some fast guys out there.
One other thing that we need to talk about tonight, Landon, is the experience of playing on the road. Now, of course, with this weather delay, that kind of throws off the timing of everything because, coaches, as you know, coaches and players to an extent too are very much on. They like to stick to their schedule. Yeah. They're type A. They like to have a schedule. They like to know, okay, 30 minutes before the game we do this, 20 minutes before the game we do this, 10 minutes before the game we do this, and then we play. That's not happening tonight with everything kind of being thrown off because of this weather delay that we're in right now. But playing on the road is a different experience than it is playing at homeland. And Coach Madonna in the Coach's Corner talked about, sometimes playing on the road, especially a longer bus ride like this was, about an hour and a half for Shawnee. It's difficult to stay focused on that bus ride. But he also said road games can be good for a team's mentality, especially a young team, because you can really kind of, you can put yourself in that us against the world mentality, and that's something that I think Shawnee's really going to try to do tonight. They're going to try to come out here and spoil this Ardmore home crowd's night.
Yeah, I mean that's the main thing. I mean, like I say, you're on those bus rides a long time.
Yeah. You
got a chance to kind of you're just kind of getting loose on the bus. You're focusing in, but at the same time you're not out gaming yourself. You're not just psyching yourself out at all. There's a lot of especially when I was in school, the coaches that we had, they were able to sort of be like, hey, focus in, but don't be stupid. Don't go crazy with it. And so, we were able to really have a lot of fun on the bus, get loose a little bit. And we actually, I think we played pretty well on the road, if I'm not mistaken, when I was in school. And I know that, especially the year after, they were really good on the road.
Yeah.
So, you're talking about a lot of time just spent together. A lot of time, you spend a lot of time together, but really on the bus is where, it's like, hey, we're here. And everybody talks about the bus ride after your last game. So, you're talking about things that, you're just kind of, memories, good memories, fun memories, and things that you do on the bus. So, yeah.
And Landon, I do think, though, Shawnee's catching this Ardmore team at the right time. I don't think that anybody is looking at this game as a must-win because, frankly, when it comes to postseason play, this game doesn't matter. Postseason play is only determined by what you do in district play, and this is not a district game, so it doesn't matter toward postseason. But I do think a lot of these guys, while it's not a must-win, it's probably for a lot of these guys a need to win. They just need to get that proverbial monkey off their back tonight, Landon, because this is an Ardmore team that you got to think probably going to get better as the season goes on. But right now, the struggles that they've shown, Shawnee has to think we can come in this game and we can get a win. And as you know, Landon, sometimes just getting a win is all a team needs to really kind of start building momentum.
Yeah, just getting a win is so big. It's such a huge lift off your shoulders. And not only that, but you're just looking for any type of momentum. You're going into some people will call it a murder's row.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy these next 3 weeks.
Blanchard, a great team. Bishop McGinnis, always a great team. And then Carl Albert to sort of finish off that whole team, that whole list of teams. You're talking about a real slog of a schedule.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have to go in there, get as much momentum as you can before you head into that. And if you can come out here with a win, you're feeling pretty good going into Blanchard next week. Maybe you can pull out a win there and go into conference play ready to go.
Well, again, we are in a weather delay here inside Noble Stadium in Ardmore. There's been some rain in the area. We can't really hear anything outside our windows here. Inside the press box don't open, so I'm assuming that there's been thunder and lightning. That's why we're in that delay. Right now, kickoff is scheduled for 7:30, so we will keep you up to date when we find out more about that. But let's go ahead and take another break, and when we come back, Landon, we'll have our keys to the game and our players to watch as well. This is Shawnee Wolves football here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Whether buying or selling, you can count on Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty to be your real estate advisor, negotiator, and trusted professional for all your real estate needs. We believe every client deserves a knowledgeable, well-trained agent to represent them. Our goal is to ensure our clients a stress-free experience. Need advice about real estate? Call Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty at 275-8182 or 598-2126. Please visit our website at bhhsbenchmark.com.
Citizen Potawatomi Nation's Cultural Heritage Center, located near Shawnee, Oklahoma, features 11 immersive galleries with digital and interactive exhibits. Visitors learn about the tribe's history from origin stories to modern day and gain an understanding of Citizen Potawatomi oral traditions and lifeways. Admission is always free. Open weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays 10 to 3. Visit the Cultural Heritage Center on the web at PotawatomiHeritage.com and on Facebook.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits. KG.
Welcome back to Ardmore High School. We are inside Noble Stadium and inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth. Sovereign Bank, one of our wonderful sponsors this year here on KGFF. I'm Chris Cox. I'm joined by Landon Green as we get you set for this first Shawnee road game of the 2023 season as the 0-1 Wolves take on the 0-2 Ardmore Tigers. Again, we are in a weather delay here, so kickoff has been moved from 7 p.m. now to 7:30 p.m. So you get an extended countdown to kickoff as Landon and I will keep rambling on about things going on with the Shawnee football here as the Wolves get set to take on the Tigers. We'll keep talking about this game right now, Landon. And Landon, looking at Shawnee, who are you looking for on the Wolves to step up tonight offensively?
I want to see Dietrich Beavers play again, man. I mean, after last week, he's just a guy that he just went out there. He balled out last week. That offensive line did a great job protecting him as he was trying to find his gaps. And, I want to see him have a big game.
Yeah, that was the guy that I was going to talk about, so you kind of stole my thunder there a little bit. But I'll keep it with his teammate in the backfield with him and go with Jameer Owens. I think he had a very good first game. He didn't turn the ball over, and that was a key. He showed that he could put the ball in a good spot for his receivers. I want to see him have a good game tonight. I think he's probably going to have to use his legs a little bit more than he did last week. Last week he only finished with 1 yard, and unfortunately, like it is in college, high school, stat keeping takes away sacks from your rushing yards. But if he didn't have that, he would have had probably, 20, 25 yards on the ground. He ran the ball fairly well. He ended up with a couple of rushing touchdowns. I think he's probably going to run the ball a little bit more because he does have that speed, and if he can get to the edge, that makes it easier because that is where Ardmore has struggled. But I want to see him also in the passing game get the ball out quickly, get the ball out to, Ejon Thomas, Keno Citizen, Delmone Miller, and really put the ball in a good spot and let the playmakers on the outside do their work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. You look at him from last year, obviously really stepped up in a lot of big-time moments. I think last year against Ardmore is where he actually got hurt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he stepped up big time against Ardmore last year. But even in those first two games, you kind of watch him in those games, and you watch him last week. And there's a time where you're out there watching him and you're going, he's a game away. Mm-hmm. He's a game away from really getting his feet underneath him, really focusing in on this offense and getting some things done. And really, you're talking about a guy, it looked like he went out and he's been working with those guys in the summer. It looks like he went and said, hey, text your guys, hey, we're going to go out to the field, we're going to throw the ball around a little bit. And he had a great command of at least his receiving core and was able to kind of go out there and get on the ball. There were a few drops, there were a few missed passes, but you're talking about a guy, if he comes out here tonight and plays really well, he might find himself in a situation where not only just with his legs, but with his arm, he could have an extremely good season, probably one of the best in Shawnee history.
With a lot of players, but specifically quarterbacks, you hear about the game slowing down for them. And I think Jameer, at least from a quarterback position, didn't get a chance to do that last year because of the injury. And then Zyron Campbell came in and kind of took command of that quarterback spot last year. And so Jameer did some other things offensively and still played some quarterback some. But I think you saw with all the work that he put in the offseason. And then that game last week, he got better as it went on. He started completing a higher percentage of his passes as the game went on and made some big passes toward the end of the game. I think you saw it start to slow down, and I think if he can have another solid performance tonight, maybe get that passing completion percentage from, about 45% up to maybe 55% instead of going, if he attempts 30 passes again, instead of going, 14 of 31, maybe he goes 17 of 30, something like that, and you get that passing percentage up a little bit, you really start to see it slow down. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Again, like you said, going into that murderer's row that Shawnee has coming up the next 3 weeks, but it'll show him that, hey, I can do this against 5A programs.
Yeah, well, I mean, really you saw him set his feet toward the end of the game. I mean, it seemed like at the start, a lot of those guys that, especially at this young age, those guys that are athletic enough to get away from people, they want to just run immediately. They want to get out of the pocket as quickly as possible and then make something happen. Sometimes you just got to sit in there and let it kind of shake up a little bit before you get on your feet. And so you see him in the second half, and you can see him really settle into that position right in the pocket. And then as the pocket sort of breaks down, he's able to get out of it then. Instead of getting out of the pocket before the defensive lineman's able to sort of push around him and basically running into a defensive lineman, he's able to sort of let the pocket develop, see what he's got, and if he has to get out, he can get out. And he really settled in there toward the end. And so, like you said, a guy that really improved over the course of the last game. He's improved tremendously since last season. I'm excited to see what he can do tonight.
Who's somebody that you're looking to see step up on the defensive end?
I want to see those linebackers really play tonight. I think this is a team. This is a game plan from Ardmore where you can really see them get loose a little bit tonight. If that defensive line can really attack that front, you're looking at a linebacking core that could rack up a lot of tackles tonight. Yeah. They did extremely well last week. You're talking about Ryan High, Jason Hare, Toby Gray. And just really did a great job, those three, of really moving around the field last week, making tackles when they needed to. And so you're talking about those three, doing well. Maybe even the guys that they bring in for backups. If that defensive line can really control that front, they could have a huge game tonight.
Yeah, for me, I want to look more at the defensive line. It's the triple option, so that means the front seven's going to be huge. I want to see the defensive line, especially DeMario Joyner, have a big night tonight. He was another one of those guys that looked like kind of got better as the game wore on. I want to see him have more of an impact from the word go. At that defensive end position, he's going to be one of the main guys on the read whenever it's coming to his side. So I want to see DeMario Joyner have a big night. I want to see this defensive line really control that line of scrimmage because if they can do that, that will keep Ardmore in those second and long and third and longs and put them in positions where they might have to throw, which is not something that they're comfortable with.
Well, and DeMario is a guy that, even last year, he's able to sort of, even in the read option, even if you make the read and hand it off and try to go around him, he's able to chase that guy down. He's a fast, athletic guy. And so you're talking about, especially if he can set that edge, if he can get out there and sort of make some things shake up and Ardmore has to push it out to the edge, he's a guy that can really make some things happen. And he does a really good job of working his way down the line.
Yeah.
That's one thing that's really hard to teach kids at the high school level is that all of them want to run straight and just sack the quarterback. Well, sometimes you just kind of got to let it develop a little bit. Let everything just sort of melt together and then make your pounce. And so he does a great job of really working his way down the line. So yeah, for him tonight could be very huge as far as tackling goes and like you said, getting that jump from getting that start from Jump Street rather than waiting until the second quarter, the second half to kind of get it going. Try to see that more of that tonight.
We're going to take another break. When we come back, we will have your keys to the game. This is Shawnee Football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Experts say it takes 10,000 hours to master a skill, but you don't have to be a master to get started. At Gordon Cooper, our hands-on training gets you on the right track right now, with dozens of programs to fit your future. It takes hard work to turn a hobby into your hire. So get to it. Your success story is a lot closer than you think. Gordon Cooper, powered by Career Tech.
The Clinic Pharmacy has a rich history and tradition of working hard to improve the quality of your life since 1967. You can have your prescriptions filled and shop for baby apparel, plush toys, warmies, blankets, seasonal decor, plus gift wrapping is free. Friend them on Facebook to see information important to your everyday health and the best times to get your immunizations and boosters. We're not sure what happened with the horse? The Clinic Pharmacy, working hard to improve the quality of your life.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by former Shawnee Wolf Landon Green. We are inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here in Noble Stadium, and that's a good thing right now, Landon, that we are inside because we've had some rain outside, and we are in a weather delay right now. We did just hear that the head official has talked to both teams. The plan right now, assuming that we don't get into any longer of a delay, is that The teams will take the field at 7:30, so they'll take the field here in roughly 15 minutes, and then they will get a 10-minute warm-up before the game starts. So we are roughly 25 minutes away from game time. 7:40 will be the opening kick. Now, I will say, Landon, just from a time perspective, with the fact that we're in Noble Stadium, but the fact that Ardmore likes to run the ball so much, that should help to keep this game going relatively fast.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best thing. I think the last time we were here, we probably didn't get out of here until almost 11:30, almost midnight, because both teams were throwing the ball around, really opening it up, and none of them could complete a pass. So, run the ball as much as you can. Hey, keep that clock running, and hey, if Shawnee can come out of here with the win, I'm going to feel pretty good making that nice drive home tonight.
Yeah, exactly. If Shawnee can come out with a win, that would be huge. And it would obviously be great for the guys, as they currently are mired in that 15-game losing streak going all the way back to Week 7 of the 2021 season. So, Landon, with that, what is it going to take for Shawnee to get the win tonight? Let's look first defensively. What does Shawnee need to do defensively to get the win?
Hey, attack the point of attack the line of scrimmage. Attack the line of scrimmage. Attack the offensive linemen. The defensive linemen need to get up in their chin, push them back, force Ardmore to kind of have to improvise a little bit. The triple option is not a very improvisational offense at all. So if you can really make them sort of make decisions on the fly, force them into tough situations, and then let those linebackers get in the backfield, that's going to be big for them tonight. You got to be tough tonight. It's going to be a tough offense to run against. It's a hot night, especially running against that triple option. It's tough to run against, especially when there's no air. There's no, it feels like the wind isn't blowing sometimes. It can get tiresome. So you're going to have to weather that storm a little bit, attack the point of attack, and let those linebackers get in there and make plays in the backfield.
Yeah, now luckily the wind is blowing tonight.
Thank
Currently
goodness.
we got about a 10-mile-per-hour wind, and it's straight out of the east. But, Landon, I think one thing, too, with the triple option that can be so tough defending is that you can play great assignment football, but the second there is one bust, if the offense reads it correctly, they're going to take it to the house.
Yeah.
And that's always incredibly dangerous. And then also on top of that, it's just, it's a relentless offense. It's not one that, for the most part, is going to hit on a lot of big plays unless there is that bust. But what they're going to do, what a good triple option does, is it just keeps coming at you. They pick up 4 yards. They pick up 3 yards. They pick up 5 yards. And they just keep moving the chains. I remember, again, I go back to, wow, those clouds that are coming right over the stadium. Sorry. But I go back to thinking about the time when OU played Army, what was that, about 5 years ago, I think, in Norman, and Army almost pulled the upset. The game had to go to overtime, and that's because Army just completely controlled the line of scrimmage. They controlled the clock, and there were drives where they were going, 70 yards, 75 yards, and taking 20 plays to do that. Yeah. I mean, that is, especially in this day and age of football, that is incredible to think about, that they're going on a 20-play drive. And I think there was one time when OU ran one play. I think it was the second quarter. They ran like 1 or 2 plays in the second quarter. Army had it literally the entire quarter. And I think that's the thing that a good triple option team does, is that they just control the pace of the game. And that's one thing that Shawnee's defense is going to have to do tonight, is make sure that they're the ones controlling the pace of the game. And by doing that, that's stopping Ardmore, keeping them from picking up those 5, 6, 7-yard gains, and keeping them to just 1 or 2 yards and forcing them into passing situations.
Well, and what's really scary about this Ardmore offense is that they got the athletes. They may take 12 plays to get 60 yards, but then one, like you said, one busted assignment and that guy's going to be gone.
Yeah.
I mean, they got guys that can scoot. That's one thing that Army didn't have. They got guys, they're just going to get their 5 yards and then you're going to tackle them and they're going to get up and do it again. Ardmore's got guys that can really move up and down the field. So you're talking about a group of guys that they're slowly learning this offense. Like you said, Shawnee might catch them at the right time, but toward the end of the year, this is a team that might spoil some seasons with this offense. With the athletes that they have plus the offense that they have, could really find themselves in an interesting situation.
Offensively, what does Shawnee need to do tonight to get the win?
I just think you just got to hold on to the ball. You just got to hold on to the ball. Mental mistakes. I mean, just don't have those mental mistakes. Don't feel like you have to go out there and take on the world. Just do what you were always prepared to do. Do what you've always practiced to do. Most of these guys have been playing this game since they were 4 years old. There's no need for you to do anything else but what you got to do. And so go out there, hold on to the ball. No false starts tonight. And, you can live with one no more than one.
Yeah.
Go out there and just really focus on your game.
Yeah, I think for me, you talked about the mental mistakes. That's obviously a big one, but I think too, it's not taking any more than what's given to you. I think, all these guys have obviously watched film on Ardmore. They've watched it with coaches. They've seen Ada. They've seen Eisenhower hit on huge plays. And while Shawnee very well could have the potential to do that tonight, these guys don't need to be necessarily looking for that. Take the big play, obviously, if it's given to you. But if you are, if you're one of the receivers, I'm just going to use a name for an example. If you're Ejon Thomas and you catch a little 5-yard crossing route and you can turn it upfield and somebody tries to come and make a tackle at the after a 7-yard gain, just let them go down. No need to try to fight anymore and try to, and try to fight for more and potentially have that ball taken away and knocked out. Just take what the defense gives you. Just know that as long as you run the offense that Coach Madonna has designed, you're going to score points. I mean, they scored 25 last week. It took double overtime, but they scored 25 last week. And everywhere Coach Madonna has been, they've scored a lot of points. So I think if they can do that tonight, that will be big for the Wolves. Just take what the defense gives you. Don't try to hit the big play unless it's there. Let's go ahead and take another break. When we come back, Landon, we'll have your injury report and starting lineups. This is Shawnee Wolves football here on 100.9 FM. 1450 AM, Classic Hits, KGFF.
Golf tip number 1 is to relax and have fun. Fire Lake Golf Course is the perfect place to soak up the outdoors with friends and family. Golf is a great way to challenge yourself, no matter your age. There's no better feeling than when you hit a great shot or sink a long putt. Relax, have fun, and keep your eye on the ball at Fire Lake Golf Course. Book a tee time. Call 405-275-4471.
For many years, most people in the midst of arranging a funeral have had only 2 choices, cremation or burial. But there is a third option available, aquamation or flameless cremation. McEllier & Owens Funeral Group offers this environmentally friendly, less costly alternative to traditional cremation or burial. Mike McEllier or Robert Owens would be glad to discuss this water-based, sustainable method of final disposition with you. Call McEllier & Owens today at 405-695-5006 or stop by 5106 North Harrison in Shawnee.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. I'm Chris Cox. I'm alongside Landon Green, and we are in the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here in Ardmore. The national anthem just finished up here inside Noble Stadium, and so let's go ahead and take a look quickly at the injury report, as again, we are about, 20 minutes away from the opening kick because we are in a weather delay. So let's take a look at that injury report. Right now, Landon, there's just really the one injury for the Wolves, at least in terms of the guys who are expected to play big roles for this team, and that's Day Shaw. He injured his ankle last week in practice. He tried to play last week. I think played a down on defense, played one down on offense, and he just really couldn't give it a go. I saw him down on the practice or on the field during warmups, and he's not even in shoulder pads tonight. He's not going. He's in a boot, unfortunately. I know talking with Coach Madonna during the coach's corner, one of the things that he said that they were going to do is really, try to weigh throughout today what the best plan for him is. Do they want to use him, potentially risk further injury, or do they want to save Dace and make sure that he's 100% healthy so when district rolls around in a couple of weeks and you go play Bishop McGinnis, you have a healthy Dace Shaw and you have a true 1-2 punch with him and Dietrich Beaver. So that was what the coaches were weighing, Landon. It looks like they're erring on the side of caution, which obviously can't blame them there. You want first and foremost guys to get healthy, especially at this level of football. It's all about keeping guys healthy, and right now that's what they're doing. They're erring on the side of caution, and it looks like Dayshaw will be out tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough decision because you want him to get his legs underneath him. You want him to figure out kind of where the offense is before you get into that tough schedule, that tough district that they're going into. And so, it's a tough decision to make. You go out there and you unfortunately got to make some tough decisions sometimes, make a tough choice. You're going to sit him tonight. You reevaluate next week when you go into next week and see if he's ready for Blanchard. If he's not, hey, go ahead and sit another week. Go get some ice. Go talk to some of the physical therapists around town. They got those ice boots and everything that you can put on and really get your ankle ready to go, because he's going to be a guy that's really going to be depended on when comes time for district.
Yeah, and I think one thing, too, that made the decision a little bit easier, at least on an offensive end of things, is Dietrich Beavers had such a fantastic game last week. I think Dace's absence was more felt, at least with the way that Dietrich played on the defensive end at that linebacker position, where he is so good. But I think they think that they have enough guys defensively to kind of fill that role, and then obviously the way Dietrich played last week offensively showed that he can do the job as a running back. He had a great game last week, and I think that made the decision a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, and a guy that kind of had a little bit of a tough game, Keno Citizen, a few drops, couldn't really find it in the running game. He's still a guy that you really look forward to seeing get the ball and kind of see what he can do. So him kind of coming in as a backup for Dietrich Beavers as well, I think you're looking at that going, okay, if he can figure it out and get open and kind of open it up a little bit, get a chance to get out in open space, he's a guy that can make some things happen too.
We're about 15 minutes from kick. Again, we've been in a weather delay here in Ardmore. Players are going to come back out onto the field in about 5 minutes at about 7:30, and then they'll have a 10-minute warm-up before we get things underway. Let's go ahead, though, and take a look at the projected starters for you. First off, on the offensive end for the Wolves, at left tackle, a 6'3", 210-pound junior, number 75, Warrior Squire. At left guard, a 6'1", 285-pound senior, number 79, Isaac Hodges. At center, a 5'10", 235-pound senior, number 62, Harvey Villa. At right guard, a 5'10", 250-pound junior, number 60, Rayson Campbell. At right tackle, a 6'6", 290-pound sophomore, number 78, Jaquan Evans. At slot receiver for the Wolves, a 5'10", 160-pound junior, number 1, Ejon Thomas. At wide receiver, a 6'3", 190-pound senior, number 8, LaRon Thomas. At wide receiver, a 5'11", 170-pound sophomore, number 9, Delmone Miller. At running back for the Wolves, a 5'6", 135-pound junior, number 20, Dietrich Beavers. And at fullback for the Wolves, when they run a fullback out there, a 5'10", 160-pound senior, number 25, Quentin Trapp. At quarterback for Shawnee, a 6', 160-pound junior, number 3, Jameer Owens. Here's Landon now with the projected starters for the Shawnee 3-4 defense.
At defensive end, a 6', 175-pound sophomore, number 23, Lance Williams. At defensive tackle, a 6'2", 275-pound freshman, number 75, Logan Skelton. And at the other defensive end, a 6'3", 245-pound junior, number 80, Demario Joyner. At outside linebacker, a 6'2", 215-pound junior, number 11, Toby Gray. At inside linebacker, a 6'1", 190-pound junior, number 10, Ryan High. At the other inside linebacker, a 6'2", 205-pound senior, number 40, Jason Hare. And at outside linebacker, a 5'9", 180-pound junior, number 21, Dawson McDaniel. At corner, a 5'10", 160-pound junior, number 5, Xavier Scott. At the other corner, a 5'6", 135-pound junior, number 20, Dietrich Beavers. At free safety, a 5'10", 165-pound junior, number 1, Ejon Thomas. And at strong safety, a 5'11", 170-pound sophomore, number 9, Delmo Miller.
Handling the kicking duties for Shawnee is number 31, junior Rhett Neese. Handling the punting duties for the Wolves is junior number 23, Lance Williams. Again, like I said, we got about 15 minutes here before kickoff, as the Wolves and the Tigers are getting set to come back out on the field for that final 10-minute warm-up before we get going. As again, we've been in a weather delay. I see the Wolves coming out of their locker room, making the walk from the locker room to the field right now. The Tigers, their locker room right behind the field, so they have a much shorter walk. As we should get going here right around 7:40 will be our opening kickoff. Let's go ahead and take another break. When we come back, we will have some more of this countdown to kickoff as the Shawnee Wolves get set to take on the Ardmore Tigers here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Fred's Tire and Battery is locally owned and proudly serves Shawnee and the surrounding area. With 2 locations, you get fast professional service. Fred's offers alignment, oil changes, and a complete line of batteries, all proudly made in the USA. Plus Firestone, Bridgestone, and Mastercraft tires. The next time you need service on your car or truck, be sure to stop in Fred's Tire and Battery. 2 convenient locations, 16 West Highland and 2533 North Harrison. Your one-stop, on-the-spot auto service headquarters.
Hey, Shawnee fans, Finley & Cook CPAs is proud to be part of the Wolves Pack for over 75 years. From the heart of Shawnee, Oklahoma, we've seen legends rise and unforgettable moments shine on the field and court. As our Wolves tackle, dribble, and score, remember, just like Shawnee's spirit, our commitment to our community and Wolves never wavers. Go, Wolves! Proudly supported by Finley & Cook, serving Shawnee's numbers, nurturing Shawnee's dreams.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. It's the countdown to kickoff. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by former Shawnee Wolf Landon Green. And Landon, the Wolves are out on the field. The referee was talking to head coach Jason Madonna, and now it looks like the Shawnee captain, I believe that is Ryan High, going out to midfield for the coin flip. So it looks like we are going to actually get going here right around 7:40. So in about 10 minutes we'll have kickoff. And Landon, these weather delays, you honestly don't see them very much in high school football or in football in general, because if it's raining, they'll still play. You got to have lightning and thunder in the area, and that's what delayed it here. Even though the rain was never anything crazy here, there was still thunder, lightning, so you're going to delay it. But what's the trick? No, I guess not the trick, but as a player, when you do have a weather delay like this, what are you having to do to manage it? Because again, we talked about everybody likes to stick to their normal schedule on a Friday night before a game. And obviously with the weather delay, it's affecting both teams, but it throws off the schedule.
Yeah, one thing I did was jump rope, just to kind of stay warm. You can. The fun thing about jump rope is it's like the one thing that you bring with you from like your elementary days that just sort of sticks around in exercise and everything else. So you can kind of make a little game out of it if you want to. And even for us, we did a little bit of double dutch when during rain delays. So got to play a little bit before the game, but really it was just about staying loose, trying to make sure that you didn't get stiff, because for us, every rain delay we ever had, we would go out and warm up, we'd get ready for the game, and right before kickoff, thunder would happen, and you'd have to go in.
Yeah.
And your body, your muscles are loose, and then you sit around for 30 minutes or an hour, and all of a sudden you're just real tight. All of a sudden you're having to kind of go back out there and redo it. So it's all about staying loose. It's all about just trying to loosen up your pads, loosen up your helmet a little bit. Just really kind of stretching out and making sure that everything is ready to go whenever you get going.
Yeah, and I think, too, just kind of watching this as the coin flip, the Wolves won the toss. They'd elected to defer, so Shawnee will actually kick to start this game. And I think one thing, too, watching as these teams come out, one thing I like to see is that the Wolves, they're not running their offense and defense and doing that. They're running. They're getting loose that way. They're stretching. They're running their 25-yard sprints or whatever it was that they're running, and now they're starting to get into their offensive and defensive sets for these last 8 minutes or so. So they did a good job coming out and getting those muscles loose again, because like you said, you can do what you can to stay loose in the locker room, but you have to stay in the locker room. And when you have 40 guys in a locker room, it's not a huge space, so there's not a lot of space where you can stretch in front of your locker room, or maybe you can do a little bit of jump rope, but there's just not a lot of room to stay loose.
Yeah, for me it was, when you jump rope, I'd take my cleats off and kind of let my feet stretch out a little bit, and I would jump rope with my shoes off, and that would sort of, get everything sort of up and running. But you see him out here, Shawnee immediately came out and started warming up. Ardmore didn't really warm up at all, so I'm
they got straight into their
they went straight to plays.
sets.
So I wonder, you see guys kind of trying to get loose while they're waiting on get in there for their plays. So that'll be interesting to see. Hopefully nothing goes off for them. But Shawnee came out, got warmed up, so we'll see kind of what they go about. But you see them right now; they're out there kind of game planning what Ardmore's going to do on the defensive side. So we'll see what they can come up with.
Yeah, it looks like they have their scout team offense out there and letting the defense, especially since Shawnee elected to defer, the defense will be out on the field first. So the Wolves choosing to kick to start this game. And honestly, Landon, I like that, and I know that's kind of over the past several years turned into the hot thing to do for everybody, is to defer. That way you, in theory, get that last possession before the half and that first possession in the second half. So that's what the Wolves did. They're going to let their defense come out there and let their defense try to set the tone early in this one.
You got to, especially with an offense like this. This kind of offense is one of those that it's set to punish you. It's made to really make you feel it. By the end of the game, you're kind of feeling that pain that they're trying to pull out there. So if you can go out there and weather that storm, get the stop on that first drive, you're going to be feeling real good about yourself, because you know that there's a bit of a weakness in this offense.
Landon, we're about 6 minutes away from kickoff, and you know what is a little bit better than listening to Shawnee Wolves football on KGFF?
What's that?
It's listening to Wolves football while you're eating Domino's pizza. And right now you can enjoy Domino's new Choose Two special for just $6.99. That includes their new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread. So be sure to order your Domino's today at Domino's.com. We're going to go ahead and take one more break, and then when we come back, we will have the end of the countdown to kickoff and the start of this game. At least we think we're going to have the start of this game here inside Noble Stadium in Ardmore. You're listening to Shawnee Football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
So long, paperwork. See ya, hassles. Goodbye, not knowing. When you're ready for a modern mortgage experience, say hello to the Arvest Home for Me app. With Home for Me, you can get pre-qualified, upload paperwork, and track your loan's progress, all from your phone, and all with the support of a dedicated lender. Home for Me simplifies the mortgage process, and it's only from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities. Arvest Bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Hey there, local sports fans and community champions. Are you ready to show your true colors and support the Shawnee Wolves? Look no further than Sovereign Bank. When you bank with Sovereign, you're not just a customer, you're a teammate in the game of community success. Sovereign is not just cheering from the sidelines, they're in the huddle, backing every play, every victory. Your deposits with Sovereign directly fund dreams for Shawnee students. Switch to Sovereign Bank today and let's score big together. Sovereign Bank, proud sponsor of Shawnee Athletics. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside Noble Stadium and the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here in Ardmore. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by former Shawnee Wolf Landon Green. And Landon, the Wolves and Ardmore out on the field warming up right now. We're about 4 minutes away from the opening kick. We've had a weather delay here in Ardmore, and so kickoff is now set for 7:40 p.m. We do know that the Wolves will get the ball first to start this game, and the Wolves in their white uniforms tonight, Landon, with white jerseys, white pants, and a new look to their helmets, white helmets as well. And Landon, that all white, that's a really clean look that these Wolves have. White with just a little bit of blue trim, and that's a good look.
It looks icy. I mean, it looks good, man. I mean, I'm telling you, I wish we'd have had some white helmets when I was playing.
Yeah.
I mean, just something to kind of compliment us a little bit. But it looks good. They look like they're ready to go. And not only just watching them warm up right now, but that they look good out there. I think everybody likes the all white that Colorado ran out there with this past weekend. So get the ice out a little bit and kind of show off a bit.
Ardmore, they are wearing their classic jerseys as well. And I'm not going to lie, Landon, I like the look of Ardmore's jerseys as well. It's just a basic maroon jersey with block numbers that are white helmets, real. I mean, just another real clean look. Sometimes, especially, and it kind of started with Oregon and then Baylor and everything, you started to get some of these weird kind of uniforms. But you got two just classic looks with jerseys tonight, and it's a really clean-looking matchup.
Well, from our point of view, definitely. I mean, we've called some games. I mean, we've called some games where it's. I think that's number 23.
I think it was Edison 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And they had black jerseys with dark green numbers, and you just couldn't read it. Now I know NFHS, the National Federation of High Schools, kind of the national governing body for high school sports, said, hey, you gotta change this, and if you're gonna do that, you at least have to have some white trim around the numbers so you can at least read them, because I think they got enough complaints from broadcasters like, hey, we don't know what number that is, but these are too easy to read numbers right now.
Hey, it's simple, it's something that you go with that classic. Don't got to be thinking about it too much come game time, and so you just go out there and play ball and just get ready for the game.
Yeah, and Landon, the Wolves coming out on defense to start this game, and we talked about it earlier, but let's kind of touch again on some of those just keys to the game, especially since the Wolves are going to be on defense first. Big key on defense for Shawnee tonight.
Attack the point of attack. Get the defensive linemen have got to get in the absolute chin, just be all over those offensive linemen, force them to make a tough decision on what they got to do in the double team, and let those linebackers flow through, get in the backfield and make plays.
Yeah, and for me defensively, again, the big thing is just making sure that the defensive line is just winning at the line of scrimmage on defense, because if you're doing that, then you're keeping Ardmore in second and third and long, and that's going to force them into those passing situations, which up to this point in the season they have not shown that they are comfortable in. So that's going to be huge. And then offensively tonight for Shawnee, they're starting on defense again, but offensively key for the Wolves, Landon.
Cut down on mental mistakes. You got to hold on to that ball, focus all the way through. That's something that you always work on in practice. Whenever you're running sprints, you run through the line, you hold on to that ball through the tackle. Don't worry about whether it's whether a fumble is a fumble. You shouldn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Don't put the ball on the ground. Yeah. Don't put the ball on the ground, and then from there, no mental mistakes on penalties either. You don't want to get in a situation again where you're on your 3-yard line about to punch it in, and you end up having to kick a 46-yard field goal.
Yeah, so those are the keys to this game as the Wolves again will kick off to start this game. Real quick, Landon, one score from the Shawnee area that I'm looking at right now that's a little bit it's not concerning by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a little bit surprising right now. It's still in the second quarter, but North Rock Creek up on Prague right now, 14-6.
Wow.
I know Prague obviously has come out and had a great start to this season. North Rock Creek, I think, was one of those teams that a lot of people were looking at thinking they might be able to take that next step. They got a couple guys that are really, really talented, and right now they're taking on and beating a really, really good Prague team. So that'll be an interesting one to watch throughout the rest of the night. Of course, there are several in Pot County matchups. Meeker's taking on Holdenville. Tecumseh's at Seminole. North Rock Creek and Prague. So you got some good matchups there and throughout the county here tonight. But we are about to get going here inside Noble Stadium as Shawnee is teeing the ball up at the 40-yard line. The Wolves kicking from left to right to start this game. And Ardmore will be going from right to left to start as we are set to go here. Finally, from Noble Stadium in Ardmore, Oklahoma. Rhett Neese has the ball teed up at the 40. A couple guys back deep to receive for Noble. It looks like that is number 4, Jacorian Halstead back there. And I can't tell the other guy back there for Noble right now, but we will see who gets the opportunity to field this kick from Rhett Neese. Ball is up in the air, and it's a good kick, and it will be taken at it'll be muffed and taken at about the 11-yard line, but we have a whistle here. I'm thinking one of the Shawnee players jumped, and they did, so Shawnee will have to kick off now from the 35. Mental mistake, Landon, one of those things, of course, that's more of a timing mistake right there, but still not something that you want when you don't have a kicker who's going to likely knock it into the end zone. It'll give Ardmore some much better field positioning.
Well, yeah, not only that, but, you kick it down there, the returner muffed it for a second.
Yeah, I wonder if you also heard the whistle.
Yeah, that's true. So, but, another chance here, and like you said, it's one of those things you just got to focus in whenever you come into these things. A timing mistake is still a mental mistake.
So that'll back Shawnee up to the 35-yard line, and now Neese has the ball teed up once again. And that kick is away, and it will be Halstead who gets it this time at the 14-yard line. Halstead going straight up the middle. Halstead is wrapped up and brought down. Jason Hare was the first guy there, and he got up to the 30, maybe 31-yard line. We'll see where they spot it.
Yeah, Hare and High got in there. High really did a great job taking on the double team, really pushed through, and then Hare able to just come in on the other side and bring down the ball carrier. So get a chance here to see this Ardmore offense for the first time. Get to see the triple option get used. You got to be disciplined here. Don't get overzealous. Don't feel like you got to take on more than you can. Follow your assignment and get the stop.
So it will be 1st and 10 for Ardmore at the 30-yard line, and they come out in that flex bone look with number 13, Kadrian Miller, in at quarterback. There's a handoff right up the middle, and Jason Hare there to make the stick immediately. It will be a gain of 2, though, for number 27, Tyson Laster.
Yeah, and right there, just like you said, Ardmore looking for those yards. They're looking to get the 2-3 yards, but a great job there of Shawnee to get around the ball and bring them down.
Yeah, good tackle by Jason Hare. Ardmore taking their time, not rushing to get to the line of scrimmage. They're not huddling up, but they're taking their time, and they all have wristbands on, and they're looking at the play as they get the signal from the sideline. Now they get to the line of scrimmage, and Miller takes the snap, pitches it to the outside. It's Laster again, and Laster is met, and a good gang tackle there by the Wolves as one Wolf lost his helmet. But again, Jason Hare in there on the tackle. So is number 23, Lance Williams.
Yeah, and right there, just a great job just making their way down the edge. One thing that Ardmore's doing right now, they're cutting at the line of scrimmage. So you got to really, if you're a defensive lineman, you got to really focus on seeing that, putting them on the ground, and getting over the top and getting back there and getting around the ball.
One of those first situations where it's 3rd and about medium right now. 3rd down and 6 for Ardmore with the ball at the 34-yard line. Miller under center, Laster in the backfield. Laster tried to go with a hard count, see if they could get Shawnee to jump. A good job by the Wolves to hold their water there. Play clock running down, now down to 6, down to 4, and we're going to have a timeout taken by Ardmore. So a quick timeout taken as the Wolves did a good job not jumping there, and we will see what the Wolves do coming out of this break here on the defensive side of things. So 0-0 the score, 10:48 here to go in the first. This is Wolves football here on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Pinecliff Printers, 1815 North Harrison, Suite 1, helps you make a great impression with all your printing needs. Business cards, brochures, banners, even rubber stamps and invoices. Pinecliff's experience-friendly staff will be happy to assist you. Be sure to pick up your Shawnee Wolves football program at all home games. Proceeds benefit the Shawnee Quarterback Club. Pinecliff Printers, 275-7351. Making a great impression for you and a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Friend them on Facebook.
Experts say it takes 10,000 hours to master a skill, but you don't have to be a master to get started. At Gordon Cooper, our hands-on training gets you on the right track right now, with dozens of programs to fit your future. It takes hard work to turn a hobby into your hire. So get to it. Your success story is a lot closer than you think. Gordon Cooper, powered by Career Tech.
Back to action, and it's a quick pitch, and that is number 2 for Ardmore, running over to the right side, Antonio Taylor, and he is dropped. Ryan High making a big tackle right there to bring up 4th down and 2. Landon, it looked like that Taylor might have had a little bit of an edge to the outside, but a good job by Ryan High to close that down.
Well, we talk about that Seahawk tackle. A lot of open space out there. Like you said, it looked like he was about to get that first down. Ryan High, a great job getting his head around, wrapping up, and bringing him down.
A gain of 3 is not enough as it's 4th down and 3. And back to receive the punt now for the Wolves is number 5, Xavier Scott. There is a end-over-end punt, and it is fair caught. That was actually not number 5. That was number 9, Delmone Miller, who made the fair catch at the 26-yard line, 27-yard line, and that is where the Wolves will take over.
So we'll get to see what this offense can do. Get out there, see if you can again on this side, kind of attack the point of attack of the line of scrimmage. Get in there, move some guys out of the way, and open up space for your runners in the backfield. Give enough time in the passing game for Jameer Owens to drop back and kind of read the defense, see where his offensive guys are, see where his receivers are, and then from there, he has the legs if the pocket does break down to get out of there.
So 1st and 10 for the Wolves. Ball at the 27-yard line. And here it goes. That's number 4 for the Wolves, Keno Citizen, and he makes a couple moves. And Keno with a nice run to start this one as he gets 11 up to the 38-yard line. A nice run right there.
Yeah, and just what we talked about, Ardmore having trouble on the edge. Before the game, we talked about Ardmore having trouble really controlling that. And so right there, they bring a guy in motion, bring Keno Citizen in motion. They get it to him, get it out on the edge, and they're able to get the first down.
So 1st and 10 at the 38-yard line for the Wolves. Shawnee back up to the line of scrimmage in a hurry. There's a low snap. Owens jumps on it, and Owens will quickly throw it away. And now we have a whistle. LaRon Thomas was in the area, but they threw a flag, and they might because he just threw this one away well over the head of Thomas. I wonder if they're going to get an intentional grounding, or maybe we'll have a hold. But we'll see what the call is here. That was a low snap. That snap never got off the ground and just rolled to him. Landon, as a former center, that has to be that has to not feel great.
Well, it really it's tough because the field is slick.
Yeah,
you're playing on turf, so it's a little tough right now for him. But I'm looking at this, and you're talking about intent on this intentional grounding, and he had intent to get it out, but there's a guy in the area. I don't know why we're even talking about this.
Oh, it looks like they're marking something off. Maybe I can't tell. They don't have a ball. They have 2 flags down, unless the only thing that I can think of is that maybe there is a hold, but the officials are talking about it, and they're still talking about it. The head referee went over to Ardmore head coach Josh Newby to ask him a question about something, but we're not getting anything from the officials yet. And now he's going to go back over and talk to Coach Newby. And I think Coach Newby is now telling him to back up. So they're going to get a chop block. That was the call right there. And so that will back Shawnee up 10 yards for that chop block. So it wasn't an intentional grounding. Actually, it's a 15-yard penalty. But it will back him up quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like you said, that snap, you got to get it up. You got to really focus in because right there you get in a situation where you're kind of having to protect your quarterback. You get that chop block.
So it will be first down again, but it'll back them up quite a bit. Now we have another flag, and this will be a false start. And Landon, these penalties now that we've talked about that you don't want are already kind of cropping up here in this on this first drive, especially that false start right there.
Hey, holds happen, chop blocks happen. You can't compound penalties. You can't get it in a situation where, hey, yeah, you get a hold here, but then on your very next play you get a false start. So you got to focus on those mental mistakes, be disciplined.
So another 5-yard backup here for the Wolves. They're now at the 18-yard line. There's a handoff. There's Dietrich Beavers. He breaks a couple tackles. Beavers trying to bounce it to the outside. Beavers gets a block, and Beavers will get it to the outside. A little stutter step, and Dietrich Beavers with a strong run. And all of a sudden, Landon, you have first down and 30, and now you're going to have second down and about 6 with a great run by Dietrich Beavers.
Well, and right there we got to see a little bit of what makes him so dynamic. He gets out, he gets in a little bit of a phone booth there. He's able to cut it outside, and then once he's out there, just really kind of takes a guy for a ride, and he's able to get in second and medium.
Up to the 42-yard line. Second down, 6 now. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. There's a handoff. Beavers going up the middle, and Beavers, he's just going to keep pushing, and Beavers will finally be stood up at the 45-yard line, but it makes it third down and 3.
Yeah, and that's one good thing about him that you like to see from your bigger running backs is that whenever they get hit, they fall forward. He always seems to fall forward. There's never a point in time where he kind of just falls backward. Anytime he gets hit at the line of scrimmage, he's able to still get a couple of yards.
They actually gave him 4 up to the 46-yard line. Here's Owens with a quick pass. That pass is caught. That's Delmone Miller with the catch, and then he's dropped at the 49-yard line, but that will be just enough for a first down.
Yeah, and right there, Delmone looking for a little bit of space. He starts to kind of take those steps back. You're seeing more receivers do that where they take a step back just to kind of see what they have in front of them. Right there, a great job of really knowing where he is on the field. Make sure you keep that first down, and then just kind of go down, get the first down, and keep the chains moving.
DeMarco Quiros with the tackle for Ardmore. 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left, a low snap, but Owens able to handle it, and he keeps it. Now Owens will cut it up the middle, and Jameer will pick up about 4 on that first down rush. Yeah. So the Wolves, after those penalties landed, doing a good job kind of moving the line of scrimmage and keeping things going their direction.
Well, and that's something that we haven't seen in a long time is, penalties sort of derailing drives, and Shawnee unable to answer it. Right there, they've been able to answer it, and they're moving pretty well right now.
Wolves right back to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Here's Owens. He's going to roll out to the right. Owens looking to dump it off, and that pass is incomplete as Owens tried to hit Dietrich Beavers. The pass was deflected, and then big old number 8, Javen Singleton, just absolutely laid out Beavers, but we're going to have a hold here on the Wolves.
Yeah, and that's what's tough about rolling out with the quarterback running that boot play. It's tough sometimes for those offensive linemen to keep up, and that's where you get those holds.
So that will back Shawnee up 10 yards. From the 46, it'll back them up to their side of the field to the 44. And it will be second down now and 15 for Shawnee. They were looking at a 3rd and 5, but now looking at a 3rd and 15. 2 receivers each side. Dietrich Beavers to the right of Jameer Owens. Owens in the shotgun, and he gets the snap. Owens is going to look to throw. Owens trying to set up a screen. They dump it off now to number 1. That's Ejon Thomas. Thomas trying to find somewhere to go, and he is just swallowed up. He does gain about 2, but now it'll be 3rd and long for the Wolves.
Yeah, and right there, I think there was a little bit of space there. He cut it right up the middle, and just wasn't anything there at the hole he found, and he gets wrapped up just a little ways from the line of scrimmage.
So 3rd and 13 now for Shawnee, ball at the 46-yard line. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Owens gets the snap, and we have a false start as Keno Citizen got going just a bit early. He was trying to time that snap count, and he just went off about a quarter second too quick.
He did shoot off, though. I mean, he was
going.
But yeah, that'll be a little bit too quick. So you just really got to focus in. For him, it's not about he's kind of watching the quarterback. You just got to watch that ball. Don't wait for the clap. There's a little bit of a dissonance out there with the sound. So focus on that ball. Watch when it gets snapped, and that's when you take off.
3 receivers again to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Owens gets the snap. Owens looking to throw. Owens is going to lob this one up in the air, and that is going to be incomplete, intended for Delmon Miller. That was a really nice throw. He put it in a position for Miller to make the play. I think Miller just kind of lost it with the defender right in his face. It was good defense for Ardmore right there, but a good ball thrown by Jameer Owens.
Yeah, and right there, that drive, you're talking about a team that was just trying to figure out what they needed to do, trying to put something together. Couldn't really get it going on that drive, but you saw some good things, and you're hoping that if your defense can get a stop, you can execute a little bit better and maybe even put some points on the board.
Out to punt for the Wolves is Lance Williams. Williams gets the snap, punts it away, and that's a good-looking punt right there by Williams. It will be taken on the run by Ardmore's number 4, Jacorian Hallstead, and he's wrapped up and thrown down immediately. A good job in punt coverage right there by the Wolves. Dawson McDaniel, Xavier Scott in punt coverage.
Yeah, Dawson McDaniel, a great job getting down there, really wrapping up. That's something that's really tough. You're running in the opposite direction of the ball carrier. He's able to sort of break down, get his hands around him, and then just didn't let him go, brought him down. So a great job there in punt coverage. We'll see if this defense can go out there and get another stop, though.
Ardmore will take over at the 32-yard line after that return of about, 3 yards from that punt. A solid punt by Lance Williams. 7:18 to go here in the opening frame. We are scoreless as the offense for Ardmore now runs out onto the field. Shawnee coming out with, typically run a 3-4, but it looks like they're going to go almost with 5 linemen with those 2 outside linebackers of their right on the line of scrimmage, right next to the ends. And again, Landon, that's just because of the triple option. You know, you don't have receivers out wide. You're not being spread out. You don't really have to worry about a tight end or a running back. But right here, the Wolves trying to really spread things out. And now Ardmore having a hard time getting set up. The official gave him a while before they started the clock, and now the play clock is going, and it's already down to 10. Ardmore at the line of scrimmage, though, in that flexbone formation. They don't have a tailback in the backfield, but they will bring a guy in motion. It'll be the quarterback who keeps it, and he is stuck immediately. That was Kadrian Miller, and immediately Jason Hare read that perfectly.
Yeah, and one thing you like to see, again, Ardmore offensive linemen in the backfield. That defensive line is doing a great job of pushing that offensive line back and giving Ardmore some fits up there up front.
Miller with just a gain of 1 makes it 2nd down and 9. 6:50 to go here in this opening frame. Now they do have a fullback in the backfield with Miller. Miller will keep it, and he'll run, and he'll pitch it. And that pitch goes to number 27, and he's bottled up immediately. Tyson Laster again knocked out of bounds, and again it's Jason Hare there along with number 9, Delmon Miller.
Yeah, and right now, Shawnee, again, that defensive line, they're going to have to control that offensive line, for the Shawnee defensive line, I should say. And they're doing a great job of really controlling those guys, not letting them get out to the edge, and those linebackers are just flying around the field. They're doing a great job so far tonight.
And it puts Ardmore in a 3rd down and 8. Again, though, this is one thing where you don't want to have a mental mistake, have one of those penalties that gives them 5 extra yards. So Shawnee needs to do a good job of kind of holding their water here, being aware that Ardmore's probably going to try to go with a hard count first. And now here's Miller. Miller is going to look to throw. Miller's going to roll out. Miller with some room to run. Miller will be spun down, and he's going to be short of the line to gain, but he's only 1 yard shy, and there is a flag in the backfield. We're going to have a hold. Interesting decision coming up here for Coach Madonna. I think you back him up, though.
Yeah, I think you go ahead and take the yards here. Especially after a run like that. That was a great run.
That put them in a position to where they could potentially want to go for it. But, yeah, so they will back up here. And it will be 3rd down and long now for the Tigers. After that holding penalty, backs him up all the way to the 24-yard line. So 3rd down and long upcoming. Ardmore comes out, breaks the huddle. No fullback in the backfield. They will bring a guy in motion, and there's a handoff to Laster, and Laster trying to find the edge. Laster wrapped up. No, he's missed, and Laster's into the open field, and he is gone. That will be a touchdown for the Ardmore Tigers as he broke one to the edge, and he had to break 1 tackle, and he did. So an Ardmore Tiger touchdown, but we have a flag on the play. There is a flag back at the 49-yard line. We'll see what this call is. And this one might be a huge call here for the Wolves.
Well, and we talked about it before the game, before they make the call here.
It is a hold on Ardmore, so a huge break for the Wolves right there, Landon, as they get the holding penalty, and that backs up Ardmore 10 yards, and that will be just absolutely massive, as that was going to be a touchdown for Ardmore.
Yeah, and we talked about it before the game. Ardmore's got the athletes to break away. If you do have a busted assignment, they're going to make you pay. Right there, he made them pay. Fortunately for Shawnee, that big guy out there, Jackson Hurt, number 7 for Ardmore, just had a little bit too much jersey, and they're going to call it back. A tough play there because it happened right on the sideline. You can't really see from up here what happened. The coaching staff from Ardmore was kind of beside themselves, but that'll erase 6 off the board and give Shawnee another chance to get a stop.
Yeah, that will be a holding penalty on Hurt, and that will make it 3rd down and long once again as that backs Ardmore up to the 29. The holding happened at the 39-yard line, so it makes it 3rd down now and 13. It still was a gain of 5, and there's a false start for the Wolves, or an offsides for the Wolves, as number 40, Jason Hare, who's played so great here early in this one, just jumped offside, and so 3rd and 13 now goes to 3rd and 8, Landon.
I think after a big play like that gets called back, you're a little antsy. You want to get back there as quickly as possible, and right there, Ardmore took advantage of it and made him jump.
Yeah, and Hare, it didn't look like Ardmore was trying to go with a hard count. I think Hare just tried to read the snap count and ended up just taking a step into the neutral zone a little early. Because in high school, you don't have to force somebody to move. All you got to do is just get into the neutral zone, and that's a penalty.
Yeah. So we'll see what Ardmore can do with this. They've gotten close to a first down a few times tonight. Obviously, broke off a big run, but as far as like what we can put on the legal staff, they've gotten close.
Yeah.
Shawnee's able to get the stop. So we'll see if they can get a stop here.
3rd down, 8 for Ardmore. In that flex bone formation, no tailback in the backfield, but they do bring a guy in motion. And Shawnee jumped again, and that time it was the hard count that got Shawnee to jump, and that was the freshman Logan Skelton. He's a big body, he's a strong body, Landon, but right there making one of those freshman mistakes and just jumping and falling for that hard count.
Well, I think one thing that we talked about so much about the assignments that you have to follow on defense. I think one thing that you have to teach in practice is that, hey, they're going to be moving a lot, especially on that hard count. They're going to hard count, and that's going to be a signal for somebody to go in motion. So don't go off the movement of the person in front of you. Go off the movement of the ball.
And it won't be a casual motion. It will be a very sudden motion. 3rd and 3 now for the Tigers. Everybody at the line of scrimmage for the Wolves. And the ball's on the ground, and it will be a loss on the play as Kadrian Miller could not handle the snap for the Tigers. And then the Wolves unable to pounce on the ball, but pounced on Miller as Toby Gray and Delmone Miller combined for the tackle for loss.
Yeah, and right there in all of the confusion, Toby Gray, a great job of just coming off that edge there on the opposite edge, the weak side, getting in there, and then Delmone Miller did a great job getting in there. Once the quarterback decided he was going to cut back, there was nowhere to go. Great job there getting the stop for the Wolves. A couple penalties help them out. A couple penalties help out Ardmore, but they do get the stop.
Miller back to receive the punt for the Wolves. There is the punt, a good punt by the Ardmore kicker. And it will be Miller at the 39-yard line. Miller with a chance to return this one. Miller ducks under a tackler and is down at the 41-yard line as big number 77, Derek Mealy, jumped on top of Miller.
Yeah, and that's one there you got to keep your head up. You got to. that was a little scary, but a great job there. Good return. Get you back inside the 40 on your side. So we'll see what this offense can do. Again, glimpses of greatness from the offense on the last series for them. We'll see if they can put something together here.
Just got to avoid those penalties. That's what stopped that drive.
Got to avoid the penalties, and like I say, just keep in front of the chain. Stay on schedule. Put that ball in the end zone.
And you got good field position here at the 41-yard line. 4:31 remaining in this opening frame. Tied at 0-0 right now. Shawnee comes out with 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Beavers in the backfield, and Trapp as the fullback for the Wolves. There's the snap, and it will be a handoff to Beavers. Beavers trying to bounce it around. Now Beavers stutter steps, and he's able to kind of roll his way forward. A good job by Dietrich Beavers to pick up about 3 out of that up to the 44-yard line.
Yeah, shoots into a hole. The hole closed up. He's able to just kind of wait a little bit, get a little patient, and then once something opens up, he shoots right through there, and he's able to not a big gain, but enough to feel good on 2nd down.
Yeah, it makes it 2nd down and 7. Definitely not a bad thing to start with. And there is Beavers again. Beavers know it's going to be Owens who keeps it, and Owens, he just lowers his shoulder, and a good run right there by Jameer Owens to get up to the 48-yard line and really kind of push the defender backwards there and pick up a few solid yards right there after the big defensive line for Ardmore got into the backfield in a hurry.
Yeah, it looked like there might have been a little bit of a struggle with that handoff. It looked like he wanted to hand it off, but he keeps it, does a great job lowering his shoulder, and yeah, he makes third down interesting.
Yeah, 3rd and 3 for the Wolves. 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left again. Here is Owens. Owens going to look to throw a quick pass. That pass is caught. That's a nice catch going to the ground. Delmo Miller, he has shown some really good hands here early in this season, making some tough catches, and that's not an easy catch going to the ground like that.
Yeah, coming off the cut, the ball's already in the air. He has to make an adjustment live right there, and he's able to get down and bring it in.
First down for the Wolves in Ardmore territory at the 47-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. 2 backs in the backfield with Owens. Owens gets the snap. He'll run it out, and he's just going to keep it all the way himself. Owens trying to get to the edge. Owens gets a block from Beavers. Owens does cut it upfield, and Owens is run out of bounds by big number 77, Derek Mealy. A nice gain for Jameer Owens as he gets up to the 39-yard line is where they will mark him out of bounds, maybe the 40-yard line.
Yeah, and that's a great lead block from Dietrich Beavers, I should say. He did a great job getting out there, and one thing that's tough, a lot of guys want to get out there, put their hands on them, they might get a hold. He just kind of set a pick out there, and was able able to create some space out there. 2
receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. 3:01 to go here in this first quarter. Owens gets the snap. Owens is going to look to throw. Owens a quick pass. That pass is incomplete. Off the mark there, trying to get it to LaRon Thomas. I don't know if he was expecting LaRon to kind of cut it out or what, but that was not on the same page there with Thomas.
Yeah, it looked like he expected a comeback. Thomas just kind of cut right there and just kind of stayed where he was. But, yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication on that throw.
Jameer 3 of 5 so far on the night. 2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. 3rd down, 3 to go. There's the snap. Handoff goes to Beavers. Beavers spins. Beavers gets a first down, and Dietrich Beavers up the middle with a nice spin move. Gets the first. Tackle made by number 4, Jacorian Halstead.
I mean, you talk about somebody making the most out of their opportunities. I mean, Beavers just a great job right there. A guy in his face as soon as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Nice spin move and keeps those chains moving.
Yeah, he and Dace Shaw, when Dace comes back, that's going to be a very good 1-2 punch at the running back position. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. There's another handoff. No, it will be Owens who keeps it again. Owens trying to find a seam. He does. And Owens spun down, but again, able to fall forward. And that's one thing that these Shawnee runners are doing well tonight. They're falling forward even when they're wrapped up near the line of scrimmage.
Well, and what you're doing, you got your tight end. I think that's number 25, Quentin Trapp out there, kind of the fullback tight end. Leave him with the one-on-one out there on the edge. You makes it to where Jameer Owens can kind of just read wherever his back is and wherever he needs to go, and he's doing a great job creating gaps.
2nd and 6, and that should be a false start, or excuse me, an offsides for Ardmore as number 78 for the Tigers, Xavier Jones, jumped into the neutral zone. So that'll be 5 free yards for the Wolves.
And that's one of those things, you start to kind of get ahead of the schedule. You start to move the ball a little bit. You start to kind of impose your will on this defense, and then you can start doing those hard counts and getting guys to jump because they're thinking, okay, I'm a little scared. I need to get up there and get in their chin a little bit, and you're able to get those good penalties that kind of go your way.
2nd and 1 for the Wolves. 2 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right side. 2 backs in the backfield with Owens. Owens gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Beavers. Beavers trying to get to the edge. Beavers lowers the shoulder, and Beavers drop for a loss, and we have a flag as well. This might be a hold on the Wolves, as I think they might get number 66, Kendall Gillum, with the hold. We'll see what the call is, though, and see what Ardmore decides to do.
Yeah, and he's been close out there. The referees talked to him a few times about it, and they finally got him with one there.
It stands right now as a loss of 2, and it will be a hold on Shawnee. And it looks like, I thought the official motion for 3rd down, but it will be 2nd down after that hold.
It did look like he motioned for 3rd down, but yeah, you got to repeat the down here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to. You could have, Ardmore could have declined, and it could have been 3rd down. 3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right for the Wolves. Here's Owens. Owens looking to throw. Owens with time. He's trying to hit Beavers on the fade route, and Dietrich Beavers with the catch. and goes out of bounds at the 7-yard line, but a great play right there. Beavers on that wheel route out of the backfield was wide open, and unfortunately the wind just kind of pulled that ball a little bit out of bounds, pulling Beavers out of bounds, but Shawnee in great position right now.
Well, and we talked about Jameer Owens getting his legs underneath him right there. He makes his read, and that wheel route just slowly developed, and he's able to get it over the top.
There's a handoff to Beavers. Beavers goes up the middle. Beavers lowers the shoulder. Still fighting, and he's into the end zone for a Shawnee touchdown. Dietrich Beavers with the score, and the Wolves, with no flags on the play, go up 6-0 with the extra point pending.
And right there, again, Dietrich Beavers, I'm going to keep doing that all night now. Now that I've done it once, it's going to happen a million times. Dietrich Beavers, a great job. He gets up there, he gets to that second level, and then once he's there, you find out as a linebacker, even though you're a big guy, this guy's got a lot of power to him. He runs through a couple of tackles. He's able to carry a couple of guys into the end zone with him. A great job there and a great drive for the Shawnee offense.
Yeah, a strong 7-yard run right there by Beavers for the touchdown after that 28-yard completion. Extra point by Rhett Neese up, and it is good. And so with that, the Wolves jump up 7-0 here. 1:40 to go in the first quarter, and Landon, that was a great drive right there by the Wolves.
Yeah, and I think so far tonight, obviously it's early in the game. We're still in the first quarter. But so far tonight, Shawnee's putting together a complete game. A great job on defense of getting those stops. Great job on offense. Your first drive is kind of derailed by some of the penalties that you have, but so far you've been able to move the ball. If you don't have those penalties, you're probably talking your 2 scores up. Yeah. But, a great job so far on offense, and even on special teams. You saw right there a great kick from Rhett Neese on the PAT. They've been doing pretty well, in the kickoff that we saw. They did have the offsides penalty, but they did a pretty good job, covering that kick, the second kickoff. And then in the punting game and the punt receiving game, they're doing a great job too. So far tonight, Shawnee are doing a great job of controlling all 3 phases of the game.
Yeah, they really are, as the Wolves right now lead 7-0 with 1:40 remaining here in this first quarter of play. They, like you were saying, Landon, on that second drive there offensively, they really cleaned up the penalties. They took advantage of some penalties by Ardmore, and they made the Tigers pay, and they punched it in for 7. And now it's up to the defense to, again, back up that score and keep playing the good football that they play. And, of course, the defense only had the 1 bust so far. It didn't hurt them, though, because there was a hold that potentially led to that bust. And so that helped the Wolves out, and now they got to go out there and keep playing the good stout defense that they've already been playing. Neese with the ball teed up at the 40-yard line. Halstead back to receive, along with, I think, number 2, Antonio Taylor, back there as well. Neese waiting to get the okay from the official. And now he'll remark off his steps. Not sure what that little delay was for, but it looks like we are good to go now. As Neese gets the okay from the referee, and now he will approach the ball and boot it away. And there is the kick by Neese, and it's a good high kick. It will be Taylor taking it at the 2. Taylor going up the middle. Taylor trying to find a hole, and Taylor squirts through, and Taylor with a nice return. He has some good speed, eventually brought down by number 34, Kiefer Landis.
Yeah, just kind of let it go, let it develop, and then really just shot through the gap. Great job there from Ardmore, but a great job to keep up with them for the Shawnee kick team. See what this defense can do. See if they can go out there, get another stop. Your offense is rolling tonight. You're doing a good job of picking them up. They're doing a great job of playing complementary football. We'll see if it can continue here.
1st and 10 for Ardmore at the 38-yard line. That's where this drive will start after that nice return. 1:34 remaining here in this first quarter of play. 2 receivers to the right side. Flexbone formation, though, for the Tigers, as they do have the 1 back in the backfield behind Kadrian Miller, who's under center at quarterback. Miller gets the snap. He'll turn around, hand it off to the big back. That's number 8, and that's Javen Singleton. And Singleton able to pick up about 6 yards after a nice run before he was eventually tripped up, I believe, by Ryan High.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing about this offense is that you get those quick handoffs sometimes. It's just tough to see who has the ball, and it's so quick of a handoff that Singleton able to find the gap, and then once he shoots through it, he's a big guy, tough to bring down, and he's able to get a good gain there on first down.
Gain of 6 makes it 2nd down and 4. Miller under center. Miller gets the snap. He's just going to run it himself. Miller is going to be brought down. No, he breaks through a tackle and was able to pick up 2 yards. It looked like Ardmore might have gotten away with a hold, but a gain of 2 on the play for Miller, brought down by Toby Gray.
And a great job there, Shawnee getting to the backfield. Now you just got to stop him back there. I know Miller's a little slippery, but, you're able to get that. 3rd and short. We'll see if Shawnee can get off the field.
Yeah, Miller just a freshman and not a big guy at 5'10", 165. But 3rd down, 2 coming up for the Wolves. You got to wonder, too, if this is chew-down territory for Noble. This will presumably be the final play of the first quarter, regardless of what happens. Here is Miller. Miller under center, gets the snap, turns around, hands it off to Singleton. Singleton goes forward, gets the first down, and Singleton gets across midfield to the 49-yard line, taken down by Jason Hare, Ryan High, and as well.
Yeah, tough guy to bring down, able to give him the ball, get the first down as they close out the first quarter.
That will do it for the first quarter of play. At the end of one, the Wolves leading the Ardmore Tigers by a score of 7-0. When we come back, we'll have the second quarter right here on KGFF.
Golf tip number 1 is to relax and have fun. Fire Lake Golf Course is the perfect place to soak up the outdoors with friends and family. Golf is a great way to challenge yourself, no matter your age. There's no better feeling than when you hit a great shot or sink a long putt. Relax, have fun, and keep your eye on the ball at Fire Lake Golf Course. Book a tee time. Call 405-275-4471.
The Clinic Pharmacy has a rich history and tradition of working hard to improve the quality of your life since 1967. You can have your prescriptions filled and shop for baby apparel, plush toys, warmies, blankets, seasonal decor, plus gift wrapping is free. Friend them on Facebook to see information important to your everyday health and the best times to get your immunizations and boosters. We're not sure what happened with the horse? The Clinic Pharmacy, working hard to improve the quality of your life.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. Chris Cox alongside Landon Green. We are inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here as we get set to start this second quarter of play. Landon, the Wolves up 7-0 over the Ardmore Tigers, but Ardmore with the ball trying to put together a little drive of their own. They have the ball right at midfield as we start this second quarter of play.
Yeah, we saw how tough it is for Shawnee to stop the big guy in the back, Singleton. So we'll see if they can kind of weather that and see if they can get the stop.
Looks like Kylan Haskins is actually back there at fullback now, and I think that's one thing, too, that Ardmore and triple option teams do so well. The fullback, they can rotate in and out different guys who just kind of keep hitting you with fresh legs. Miller under center. He's going to keep it. He'll hand it off and turn around to Laster. Laster breaks a couple tackles, and Laster tries to get into the open field, breaks it back, and he's finally run out of bounds by Ryan High. But that was a nice little misdirection play right there by Ardmore to get Laster free, and Laster got a good gain.
Yeah, and that's just what this offense is. It's one of those things where, you run it, and then you're able to get that misdirection play, able to scoot one out the back. Right there, they snuck it out, and Shawnee just was not there.
Down to the Shawnee 34-yard line on this first play of the second quarter. 1st and 10 upcoming now for the Tigers. Ardmore coming out in that flex bone formation with one receiver to each side. And it's number 6, Haskins, in the backfield behind Miller. Miller gets it. Miller's going to try to keep it. Miller's trying to stretch it out to the edge. Miller is wrapped up and thrown down. Toby Gray with a nice tackle, dropping Miller for a loss of 2, and a good job, too, by Gray when he grabbed the back of the jersey to not get inside the shoulder pads.
Yeah, just one of those guys where, that's an athletic focus play right there. Like you said, able to kind of drive through the tackle, and then once he gets back there, able to keep his hands where he needs to go and able to bring him down. That's one play that I would probably scratch if I'm the Ardmore offensive coordinator. I'm probably not going to go back and let Miller get outside too much tonight because Toby Gray threw him down hard.
He did. Same formation here for the Tigers. And that ball is on the ground, and that ball's still on the ground. I think Ardmore recovered. I don't know what happened there, if the center just never got it to the quarterback or what, but Shawnee's saying that they have the ball. Still haven't had an official spot from the refs, but now it looks like the official does give it to Ardmore as, well, Shawnee player came up with the ball. I think Shawnee's trying to figure out how that happened, but it looked like they're saying no, he wrestled it away after Ardmore regained possession on the ground.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. That ball's on the ground. Anything can happen on those piles. And so, usually you see with the guy with the ball come away with it. They'll give it to that team. But
unless
like
you see a clear possession.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Ardmore guy had it, so they're going to give it to Ardmore and let him have another chance at it.
3rd down, 14 for the Tigers. So Ardmore behind the chains, right where Shawnee wants them. As Miller gets the snap under center, and he's going to look to throw. It's a quick pass. That pass is caught by number 20, and a good tackle as that ball came out again. And no, they're actually going to waive the pass incomplete. They're going to say number 20 for Ardmore. Peyton Smith never actually had possession, and so now it will be 4th down.
Yeah, and a good quick pass there.
It was, and it was in a good spot, but a good job by, it wasn't Dietrich Beavers. I think it might have been Delmone Miller who made a good, no, it was Beavers who made a good play to kind of trip him up and knock the ball away.
Yeah, just a quick play. You got to work on your instincts. He's able to get over there and able to knock the ball down.
4th down, Ardmore going for it here. And there goes Miller. Miller trying to run for the first down. He gets the first down, and he's finally run out of bounds. But not what you want there, landing on 4th down and 14. You don't want to see a guy bust one for 30.
Yeah, right there. Just a QB draw. You kind of get drawn into the fact that they're going to have to pass the ball, get pulled offside. And we talked about the misdirection on the run game. A little misdirection there in the passing game as well. Get Shawnee off balance and then able to just get one-on-one there with Miller.
So Miller with the rush and gets it all the way down inside the Shawnee 20 down to the 18-yard line. First and 10 for the Tigers. There's the handoff to number 6, and that is a good run up the middle by Haskins. And Haskins gets a first down to it looks like the 7-yard line.
Yeah, and right here, this is where the triple option kind of wears you down as a defense. Ardmore right now kind of moving guys in and out as they need to. We talked about the fresh legs at the fullback position. Right there, able to hand it off. A lot of space there. They're able to get it inside the goal line.
First and goal for Ardmore at the 7. And there's a handoff to Haskins again. Haskins tripped up and down to the 2 as he was brought down by Ryan High. Ardmore's offensive line really kind of starting to push the line of scrimmage and at least on this drive, push Shawnee back. And the Wolves now trying to defend their own goal line as Ardmore with a 2nd down and goal, this time at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, they've done a good job of creating gaps. The gaps have been there. Shawnee's just done a great job of getting to the ball.
There's a handoff to Haskins. Haskins goes straight up the middle, and Haskins into the end zone for the Ardmore touchdown. So this time the Tigers do punch it in, and it does count as they now pull themselves within a point here of the Wolves with 8:55 to go here in the second quarter of play. 7-6 the score. Extra point, of course, pending for the Tigers. Number 88, Chris Tellez is their kicker. Looks like number 4, Jacorian Halstead, will be the holder for Ardmore. There's the snap. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So with the extra point, although we do have a flag.
I'll call offsides on Shawnee.
And if they call it on Shawnee, obviously they'll decline the penalty. Or at least you assume that they would decline the penalty. As they do call an offsides. Still waiting for the official word from the referee, though.
Well, I don't think this is one that you can carry over into the kickoff.
I don't think so either. And so they're actually going to, you know what, they're going to decline the penalty. And I think Ardmore might line up to go for it. I'm really confused what the call is. We still don't have, I don't know why the kicker would be back out there.
Well, I'm going to have to do some digging into the rule book because they're running the kick back out there. I figure if you decline it, you just take the point.
Yeah.
But now
you'd have to accept it to move it forward. And why would you move it forward if you're not going to go for 2?
Yeah.
Officials still talking about things here. They haven't actually signaled anything yet, Landon. I think you were right. It did look like Shawnee might have been offside, but there's no signal yet.
Well, I saw the line judge. He did signal offside.
Unless they're saying that the play was blown dead and they have to kick it again.
That could be it. You know, it could be a neutral zone infraction before the play, dead ball. You got to redo it.
No, they're going to actually let the extra point stand and decline it. So they'll say that he jumped as the snap was going. So it will be the penalty will be declined, and it will be.
I think Ardmore might.
Oh, no, Ardmore is going to run their offense out there.
They're going to run their offense out there and go for it.
Yeah, never mind. I was wrong. I saw head coach Josh Newby motioned for his kicker to come back over, but they're going to say that they're going to actually go for 2 here as the ball gets moved up from the 3 to about the 1.5. Although there's not a half-yard line, it gets moved up in between the 1 and the 2-yard line.
Well, this isn't a timeout, so I don't know why they're taking their time here.
Because it's a point after touchdown. It's a dead clock, is my guess. They get a little bit of time to set things up. So Ardmore does come out there, and they are going to line up to go for 2 as Kadrian Miller gets under center with number 6, Kylan Haskins, back as the fullback. There's the snap. Haskins takes it, Miller takes it, and he is stopped. So the Wolves come up with a big play right there. Toby Gray, Delmone Miller, Ryan High combining for the stop. The Wolves coming away as Ardmore tries to take the 2-point conversion after the offsides penalty, and the Wolves come up with a big stand right there.
Yeah, and that's happened a couple times tonight. Ardmore having a tough time with the handoff, and Shawnee just able to take advantage of it. A great stop there keeps this game from being tied up. So, you're talking about something that we've seen, especially, with Shawnee in the past few years. 1 point being sort of the difference in winning the game and losing the game, and that could be something that could bode well for Shawnee later in this game.
Yeah, Wolves with that stop lead 7-6, 8:55 remaining here in this second quarter of play. Ardmore set to kick the ball away. Shawnee set to return. First opportunity tonight for the Wolves to return a kick. They'll have an opportunity as well out of halftime as they will get the ball to start the second half.
This is one right here. You're talking about an Ardmore team that, they really don't have anything to lose at this point. You're 0-2. You're kind of trying to just find any way to win. You got to watch them here on the onside.
And Ardmore has been known to kind of run to do some of that kind of stuff. I think Josh Newby kind of came up working a lot with special teams, and he might try something here. You're right. As Tellez will tee the ball up. And when you have a guy like Chris Tellez, and same with Shawnee with Rhett Neese, they're dedicated kickers. That's the only thing that they do, barring some crazy sort of emergency. So they have plenty of time to work on those things in practice, work on their onside kicks, work on their squibs, their pooch kicks, everything that they need to work on. So Tellez with it teed up. Beavers, Miller back deep to receive for the Wolves. Tellez waiting for the okay, gets the okay. And Tellez will slowly approach it, and now we'll boot it away. And it will be Miller at the 19. Miller taking it over to the right side, trying to see if he can find a seam. Miller cuts it up the middle, and Miller with a nice return. Miller breaking a tackle, and Miller, I think, ran into his own blocker, but a good return by Delmone Miller all the way up to the 48-yard line, as Shawnee will have some great field position.
Yeah, and he was just patient on that, just kind of let the play develop in front of him, found the gap, got through, and then, like you said, just ran right into the back of his own guy. I think there was a gap there, and as his guy probably saw that to make the block, just ran right into the back of him, and he goes down. But a great return there, and this Shawnee offense has a chance to put another one on the board here in the second with great field position.
1st and 10 for Shawnee, ball at their own 48-yard line, but in great field position to start this drive. 2 receivers to the right side, to the left side for Shawnee. 1 receiver, a tight end to the right side. Beavers, I believe, is in the backfield with Jameer Owens. Owens gets the snap. Owens, he'll toss it out to Beavers. Beavers trying to get to the edge. Beavers finds a seam. Beavers up the sideline, breaks the tackle, and Dietrich still on his feet and finally forced out of bounds. It took about 3 Ardmore players to force him out of bounds, but a great run by Dietrich Beavers gets well into Ardmore territory down to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, and again, he's just a guy that he's fast enough to get away from people once he gets out in the open space. He's too strong to bring down in the open field, and then once you get around him, and even if he's not moving anywhere, he's slippery. He's a small guy, and so just a dynamic back in Dietrich Beavers.
And getting somebody with his speed out to the edge is just always dangerous. There's Owens, hands off. No, Owens keeps it on the option. Owens goes forward. Owens wrapped up, brought down as number 77 made the tackle, Derek Mealy, and then a little pushing and shoving after the play as the Shawnee lineman kind of took exception to the way Miller tackled Jameer Owens.
Yeah, and right there, Owens trying to read the back of his guy, couldn't really see where to go. Gets a solid gain there, but just couldn't really get much going there.
Yeah, got a couple. Got it down to the 28-yard line. Not bad. Not necessarily what you always want on first down, but we'll see what Shawnee can do here on second. There is a handoff to Beavers. Beavers trying to find somewhere to go, and I think Dietrich didn't even quite get back to the line of scrimmage as he was wrapped up pretty instantaneously. Number 18 and number 78, and on the tackle for Ardmore, that's Jackson Weaver and Xavier Jones.
Yeah, and one thing you like from the offensive line, you like to see them get up to that second level, but one thing you got to focus on, hold on to those double teams. Don't let anybody go whenever you get that double team going, because if you do, you get a point where Dietrich Beavers doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver.
3rd down, 9. There's Owens looking to throw. Jameer with time. Jameer going across the middle, and he just sailed that one. Delmone Miller was running that post route. Actually, that was LaRon Thomas running the post route, and he got inside his defender, and Owens, that ball just sailed on him.
Yeah, I think that's one he's going to want back if he leads them a little bit more. He kind of threw it out there just to kind of get it out down the field, and LaRon Thomas had to kind of adjust to it and kind of curve back in there. So that's one that I think if he leads them a little way, LaRon Thomas actually runs underneath that, but because he had to change his trajectory, just couldn't find the ball.
Jameer now 4 of 7, 38 yards. 4th down, 9 upcoming for the Wolves. They'll keep the offense on the field with 2 receivers to each side. Ardmore showing blitz. There's the snap. Owens looking to throw. And we have a whistle as the center was a little late on that snap. And so that'll back Shawnee up 5 yards. And they will have now 4th down and longer.
It's been close all night. I mean, it just seems like there's a little bit of a timing issue between the quarterback, between the center, and everybody else. It's happened once tonight. It did with the low snap, but then it's happened a couple times where it's right there on the verge. You know, you're kind of like, okay, a lot of people are moving right now, and the ball doesn't seem to be snapping right away. So
Shawnee will take a timeout. We'll take it as well. 7:09 to go here in the second quarter. Wolves up by 1. 7-6 the score. This is Shawnee football here on KGFF.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call on your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Aquamation, Oklahoma's first and only advanced green technology in water-based pet cremation. It's the mission of Pause to Remember, to provide caring, loving, and compassionate services to our families experiencing the loss of a beloved pet. When it's time to cross that rainbow bridge, Pause to Remember can provide the services you need. Call them at 405-695-006 or stop in at 5106 North Harrison. Pause to Remember, a service of McEllier and Owens of Shawnee.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Out of the timeout on 4th down and 14, it looks like the Wolves will be punting the ball away, trying to pin Ardmore back deep, Landon. A little surprised by this, but I guess they're trying to make Ardmore go as far as they absolutely can. There's a bad snap, and that punt did get away, and it will roll, and it will slow down. Shawnee trying to save it, and it just goes into the end zone. Lance Williams did a good job just to get that punt away. Unfortunately, it ended up getting into the end zone as the Shawnee Gunners couldn't get down there quite in time, and it will be 1st and 10 now for Ardmore at the 20-yard line.
Last time you were out there, this Ardmore offense just kind of wore the defense from Shawnee down. See if they can go out there, get a stop, and do what they did on those first couple of drives against this Ardmore offense.
7-6 the score as Ardmore gets set for this drive. 1st and 10 for the Tigers from the 20-yard line. 7:05 to go here in this second quarter of play. We got off to a late start here in this one because of a weather delay, as there was a little shower that came through during pregame, and unfortunately it didn't bring a lot of rain, but it did bring a little bit of thunder and lightning, just enough to where officials had to, by rule, delay the game. And so that's why we are just now in the second quarter of play. But Ardmore coming back out onto the field with the Wolves leading 7-6. Tigers running that flex bone offense, and they kind of found a little bit of a rhythm with it last drive, and they're going to keep that same fullback out there, Kylan Haskins, who popped a couple big runs for the Tigers last drive. And that should be a false start. It looked like Ardmore jumped. Haskins gets it, and Haskins maybe spins forward for a couple yards, but it really looked like that right tackle or tight end for Ardmore got going early.
Yeah, it looked like he was about 5 yards before the quarterback ever even turned around to hand the ball off. So, but a great job there from Shawnee to get in there and get the stop before he got too much yards.
That happened a lot in the game film that I was able to watch, Ardmore against Eisenhower. Those linemen just got going a little too early, and it kept getting called back. But right there, they're able to kind of get away with that one. Shawnee not going into the neutral zone, as I think Logan Skelton almost jumped again. But Shawnee not going into the neutral zone, and now Miller back under center. He's going to run. He's going to sprint it out, try to find somewhere to go with it. And Miller is going to get outside, and Miller is hit out of bounds as number 34, Kiefer Landis, made a big hit, and Miller was able to get a few yards, though, as he got out to the 27-yard line.
Yeah, and that's a close play there. I mean, right there on the sideline, it looked like Landis actually got blocked into the play, but a great job there to come up out of there, and now you're going to get 3rd and about 4 here. We'll see what Shawnee can do.
A gain of 5 on the play makes it 3rd and 3 from the 27-yard line. Wolves needing to see if they can get a stop here. Clock stops with Miller going out of bounds. 6:16 remaining here in this second quarter of play. Miller under center. Miller will turn around, hand the ball off to Laster. Laster on that little misdirection, brought down as Dietrich Beavers makes the tackle, but it will be a first down for the Tigers as they get the ball to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, and this is something, if you can get a stop here, this is something you got to go into the locker room and really rep out in the locker room, show on a whiteboard, maybe go outside, even line your guys up and just show them again, hey, this is where you got to be. This is the guy that you have to have, because right now, Shawnee just kind of eating on the head fakes, and Ardmore were able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and they're not running like a true triple option. They're giving some misdirection in there too, and that's really kind of throwing off the Wolves' looks. There's Miller. Miller will turn around, hand off to their big fullback, number 6, Haskins, and Haskins bowls right up the middle and gets another first down before he's brought down.
Yeah, and right now this defensive line just not really doing a great job of getting their hands engaged with that offensive line, and it looks like Ardmore's going to get the first down there. But, you know, they're not doing a great job of engaging that offensive line, pushing them back. Those linebackers are having a tough time figuring out where the ball is.
Yeah, right now Ardmore's having their most success when they're able to just go straight up the middle, as the offensive line for the Tigers really pushing that defensive line for Shawnee around. Miller under center. Miller gets the snap. He'll go straight forward, and Miller will just push the pile and pick up about 5 yards into Shawnee territory at the 49-yard line.
Yeah, and right now Shawnee just kind of on their heels. It's going to be a tough sled for them. They're going to have to figure it out. This is the game Ardmore wants to play. Clock running. They're going to be able to basically run this thing down unless Shawnee uses their timeouts. They're going to be able to run this thing down pretty far.
Yeah.
And they're just going to keep running that ball. And like you said, 20 yards or 20 plays for the Army offense. They're doing it here for Ardmore.
There's a handoff to Haskins again, and Haskins again gets another first down as he gets about 7 yards and pushes the ball further into Shawnee territory.
Yeah, right now Shawnee just having a tough time figuring out where exactly that ball is going. And Ardmore just doing everything they can to keep this Shawnee team guessing.
Ball all the way down to the 43-yard line after that gain of 6. 1st and 10 at the Shawnee 43. Miller under center for Ardmore. Turn around, hand it off to Haskins, and again, Haskins straight up the middle, gets about 4 yards. That offensive line for Ardmore is just getting a ton of push right now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to attack the point, see if you can get in there, move some guys around, get those linebackers in there. Maybe even you're gonna have to sit there and try to hold them up, try to punch that ball out, because right now Ardmore just doing everything they want.
Second down upcoming. 2nd and 6 for the Tigers. Miller looks up. Ardmore gets reset here as they get the signal from the sideline. Turn around, hand the ball off to Haskins, and Haskins this time is wrapped up. A good job by Shawnee right there as Ryan High able to make the tackle along with Delmo and Miller.
Yeah, and right there, Ryan High able to get them dead to rights just because that defensive line doing a great job holding up that offensive line. The gap opens up, but Ryan High is right there to meet him.
Makes it 3rd down and 5 now at the 36-yard line. You got to think this is probably chew-down territory here for Ardmore, barring a big loss on the play. Haskins staying in there at fullback. Miller goes under center. Miller gets the snap. He'll turn around, hand it off to Haskins again, and Haskins wrapped up and dropped in the backfield. A good job. Actually, they're going to say he got right back to the line of scrimmage, but a good job there by the Wolves. That was number 76 for Shawnee, I think, who got in there and made the play. Or 75, actually, Warrior Squire, who made the play.
Yeah, Warrior Squire, a great job. Again, we talked about pushing that offensive line back. He gets a great push off there, able to slow him down, wrap him up, and then let the rest of the Wolves come in there and clean it up. A great job there from Warrior Squire.
But they're going to have to do it one more time as Ardmore now 4th and 5. They're going to line up and go for it.
Got to watch the hard count here.
Play clock down to 8 already for Ardmore. And now Ardmore calls a timeout. We have a flag on the play as well, but I think Ardmore got the timeout in time, so we will take it as well. 2:14 to go here in the second. Shawnee up 7-6 here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Fred's Tire and Battery is locally owned and proudly serves Shawnee and the surrounding area. With 2 locations, you get fast professional service. Fred's offers alignment, oil changes, and a complete line of batteries, all proudly made in the USA. Plus Firestone, Bridgestone, and Mastercraft tires. The next time you need service on your car or truck, be sure to stop in Fred's Tire and Battery. 2 convenient locations, 16 West Highland and 2533 North Harrison. Your one-stop, on-the-spot auto service headquarters.
It's still hot outside, so are the bargains inside at every Fire Lake Foods location. Whole select boneless New York strips are $5.99 per pound. Family pack boneless pork sirloin chops are $1.99 per pound. Family pack select boneless New York strips are $7.99 per pound. Pork spare ribs are $1.79 per pound. And family pack fryer chicken drumsticks are 89 cents per pound. Relief from the heat is on the way. Relief for your food dollar is here at every Fire Lake Foods location, Shawnee, Tecumseh, and McLeod.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits KGFF.
4th down and 5 to go for Ardmore. Shawnee trying to come up with a big stop here on the Tigers. Ardmore at the Shawnee 36-yard line trying to keep their drive alive. Tigers go under center, and it will be Kadrian Miller at quarterback. Haskins is the tailback. There is a handoff. No, it's going to be a pitch to the outside. Shawnee's trying to get there, and they make the stop. Delmone Miller with the big tackle. Antonio Taylor tried to stretch it out, and he couldn't as he was stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Delmone Miller coming up with a big stop for the Wolves, and now landing with 2:09 and 2 timeouts to go. The Wolves have an opportunity to maybe get some points here before halftime.
Yeah, I think you got to push it here. You're going into your 2-minute offense, quick plays, quick calls, and we'll see what this offense can do. See if they can get it down there. Get that score before halftime. It's going to be huge, especially since you're getting the ball coming out of it.
They ran the 2-minute drill really well at the end of regulation against Seminole. We'll see what they can do here before the end of half, but if they can do what they did against Seminole and actually punch the ball into the end zone or even get a field goal, that would be huge going into halftime. 2 receivers each side for Shawnee, 1 back in the backfield. You can still run the ball if you want to if you're Shawnee. There's Owens, though. He's going to look to throw right now. Owens with time. He's going to air this one out, and that pass, trying to get it to Delmone Miller, is incomplete. Owens ended up on the turf. No whistle. And that ball, right now, it's just kind of sailing a little bit on Jameer Owens. I don't know if he's trying to make up for the wind or what, Landon, but right now it's just kind of sailing on him.
Yeah, I think right there, I think he gets 1 more second in the pocket just to kind of set his feet a little bit. He had a guy beating down on him in Singleton, big guy at that. If he has another second, maybe he hits that pass. But, yeah, like you said, maybe he's trying to make up for that wind, and he's just selling it right now.
Yeah, he's trying to drive it, but right now unable to complete anything. There's a quick pass. That pass is incomplete. Trying to get it to Keno Citizen, and that pass over the head of Citizen. And that'll bring up 3rd down, and Landon, that's not what you want if you're the Wolves, because right now you've taken, about 10 seconds, or not even 10 seconds, 8 seconds off the clock, and you're looking at 3rd down.
Yeah, and now at this point, you're looking at it like, maybe we make Ardmore take that last time out maybe. But we'll see what the Wolves come up with here. A tough couple of plays there.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Beavers in the backfield. There's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught. Nope, dropped by LaRon Thomas. So LaRon Thomas with the drop. And that will bring up 4th down. And Landon, that drive lasted all of 11 seconds for Shawnee.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Shawnee, you've had a tough time, especially in the second quarter, stopping that Ardmore offense. You definitely don't want to give them the ball. Now, then, one thing that bodes well for you, if you can get a good punt here, you can put Ardmore in way minus territory, so it's going to be tough for them. Not a good passing team, so they're going to have to kind of rely on their pass in the 2-minute game. But right now, Shawnee, that offensive drive, not a good one.
Good snap. Punt away is a good punt by Williams. It will bounce, and it will roll, and Shawnee will pick it up and down it at the 37. And we have a flag on the play as well, as I think they're going to get Kiefer Landis for some sort of a penalty, and Landis is complaining, saying he was having his face mask held, and that's not going to be what Shawnee coaches want to see.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, you get a good punt, put them in minus territory. Now it looks like there's going to be a penalty. This will put Ardmore, I think, on their side of the 50, on the good side of the 50. So, not what you want to see. A bad offensive drive followed by basically a special teams play that's going to net you not very many yards on the punt, and this will put Ardmore in great position here.
Yeah, it will be a personal foul penalty on Kiefer Landis. He was you could tell he was talking with the official, saying that he was having his face mask pulled, but the official was not having that. So it will be Ardmore football, and it will be on their side of the 50, where they want to be. And Shawnee will now have to defend a short field with only 1:50 to go, and Ardmore with one timeout. Even running the ball, Landon, there's still a lot of time because the clock does stop when you get a first down.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. I mean, you're talking about, if you can get a good punt right there, you're talking about put them in the other side of the field on their own territory. You get a chance to, kind of see if they want to run the pass game, maybe, cause a turnover there. Now they're in plus territory, 1:50. You still got a timeout left. You got some time you got time to run your offense. It's going to be tough here for the Wolves, but they can get a stop. They can get a couple of stops in the backfield. It'll make it tough on this Ardmore team.
Miller under center. Number 6, Haskins in at fullback. Miller gets the snap. He'll turn around, hand it off to Haskins. Haskins goes up the middle, breaks a couple tackles, and Haskins is into the open field, and Haskins will get all the way down to the 7-yard line, brought down by Dietrich Beavers and Zyron Campbell, and that's exactly what Shawnee cannot have happen, Landon.
Yeah, right there. Just, we talked about this Ardmore team, what they can do when they have busted assignments on the Shawnee defense. And this Ardmore offense able to make Shawnee pay. They get a little bit closer. And, this is tough. This is exactly what you did not want to happen at the end of the half if you're Shawnee.
First and goal for Ardmore. Now they can run some clock here. The ball at the 7-yard line. Turn around, hand it off to Haskins. Haskins trying to get to the edge. Haskins wrapped up and brought down. A strong tackle there by Lance Williams, but Haskins inside the 5 down to the 2.
Looks like we're going to have a timeout from Shawnee here.
A little surprised that Shawnee's choosing to stop the clock, but it could be, Landon, just them trying to get everybody regrouped. We'll keep it right here with 1:11 to go. Landon, the Wolves, they got the ball with an opportunity to run their 2-minute offense, and then 3 incomplete passes, and one of those mental mistakes on the punt. It was a good punt. It was a solid punt. I mean, Ardmore would have had not great field position, but decent field position at the 37-yard line. But you have a penalty by Kiefer Landis, a personal foul penalty for reacting to something that the Ardmore player did, and he was the one that got caught. And that leads to Ardmore being in great field positioning, and then a big run, and now Ardmore in great position to score here with 1:11 before half.
I think that's something if you're Shawnee. I mean, you're looking at it from a 2-minute perspective, but 2 minutes is a long time in football. I mean, you don't have to go straight to the pass.
Right.
You've been doing really good on the ground this game. I'd say, hand it off a couple of times, maybe, make this interesting, run a little bit of time off the clock, and if you absolutely have to, go to the pass, but I just don't understand 3 passes in a row, 3 incompletions in a row. You don't run any time off the clock, and then now you're in a position where you get a penalty on the punt, a great play on that first play from the drive for Ardmore, and now Ardmore's got a chance to punch one in here right before the half. It's just
especially when when you get the ball to start the second half, the last thing you want to do is give Ardmore an extra possession.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you have the ball to end the half and to start the half.
And I think that's probably why he called the timeout. Maybe if Ardmore scores here, you get a chance to have the ball and maybe get points on the board before you get out of here.
A minute 11 to go here in this second quarter of play. Miller under center for the Tigers. Miller turns around, hands it off to Haskins. And Haskins barrels his way forward, and he's going to be stopped shy. And Shawnee's trying to say they have the ball. And they do! Shawnee has the ball as the Wolves got the fumble. Logan Skelton, I don't know if he punched it away, but he came up with it, and the Wolves come up with a huge stand and get the ball. My goodness. Wow, what a turn of events right there, Landon.
I mean, we were just looking at the play. It looked like a good goal line stand for the Shawnee defense, and then I guess that ball just kind of popped out. Guys were kind of hand fighting down there, and Logan Skelton comes up with it. That's like you said, a huge turn of events and a great thing there for the Wolves. Now you got the ball on the 1 yard line. And this Ardmore defense has been a little bit stiffer than what you thought was going to come in. So you got to get out of your own end zone. But Shawnee, they're able to at least protect the lead for now.
If I'm Shawnee, I might think about, and it looks like they have that personnel out there, going with that kind of big personnel with those two fullbacks and let Jameer Owens just kind of try to jam it up the middle and pick up a few yards to get it out of the shadow of your own end zone. There's the snap, and there is Owens. Owens going up the middle. Owens tripped up, did not get a lot, but he was able to get it up to the 3. At least that's a little bit of breathing room, and now Shawnee can run some clock too. I would stick with that same formation, Landon. Just go straight back up the middle. You're not trying to score here. You're just trying to run the clock out.
Yeah, get that jumbo formation. Get out of your own end zone, and like you said, let that clock run down. You're not in a position to really score here. So, yeah, just let that clock run down and, take your time.
And they are letting it run down. Jameer just waiting. And now he does get the snap. It's a low snap. He gets it. He's able to get it out of the shadow of his own end zone, and Jameer gets it up to the 6 yard line. And now Shawnee can just take this into halftime if they want to do that. We'll see what they do here as Shawnee in no hurry to line up right here. And no, they're going to walk off the field. Jameer Owens is going to run over to the sideline. Ardmore is going to run over to the sideline, and that will do it for the half. Landon, the Wolves at the half holding a 1-point lead, 7-6 over Ardmore. They had a lead going into halftime last week, Landon, unable to hold on. We'll see if they can change that here in this game and hold on to this lead. The Wolves, of course, will get the ball to start the second half, but Landon, again, some positives for the Wolves this half, but also some of those mental mistakes, and that's what's kept this game close.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, on the offensive side, if you're able to execute a little bit better, you're probably looking at a 3-score game. But now you're in a dogfight now with an Ardmore team that's hungry for a win. They're looking for that first win, and so they're going to go out there, going to give you everything they've got. They've done a great job on offense of moving the ball. A couple of things though work in the Wolves' favor, and they find themselves on top. So it'll be interesting to see what the Wolves can come up with. See what they can figure out in the locker room. See if they can kind of cover up some of those flaws that they found in the offense or on the defensive side, and then on the offensive side, see if they can find a way to execute just a little bit better and find themselves in a position where they can score even more.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those numbers for you really quick. First off, for Ardmore, as a team, 30 carries, 161 yards. That's all their yardage. No yards through the air. They did have 3 penalties in that first half for 25 yards. They fumbled it 3 times and lost the 1 right there on the goal line. Individually for the Tigers, Kylan Haskins, leading rusher, 12 carries, 90 yards, a touchdown, and of course that big fumble at the end of the half. Tyson Laster, 4 carries, 29 yards. Kadri Miller, 9 carries, 28 yards. He's fumbled a couple of snaps as well. Javen Singleton, 2 carries, 10 yards. Antonio Taylor, 2 carries for just 3 yards. Kadri Miller, 0 of 1 passing. That's it for Ardmore in terms of the passing game. Defensively, Derek Mealy, by my count, is the leading tackler with 6 tackles for the Tigers. Looking at the Shawnee numbers now as a team, not the balance that you necessarily want to see, but again, you're up by 1, so you can't really complain too much right now with the Wolves with 103 yards on the ground, 38 yards so far through the air. The Wolves, 11 penalties, 81 yards in that first half lane, and that's something right there that definitely needs to be cleaned up, as those are numbers that I know Coach Madonna does not like to see. Individually for Shawnee, Dietrich Beavers, 7 carries, 57 yards and a touchdown. Jameer Owens, 8 carries, 35 yards. Keno Citizen, the 1 carry for 11 yards. Jameer Owens, 4 of 10 passing for 38 yards. Dietrich Beavers, the leading receiver, had the one catch for 28 yards. Delmon Miller, 2 catches for 8 yards. And Ejon Thomas, a catch for 2. Defensively for Shawnee, Ryan High, by my count, is the leading tackler right now with 11 tackles. And I think he was the one who also punched the ball out at the end of the half as well. So the Wolves right now leading the Ardmore Tigers by a score of 7-6, Landon. And they find themselves in a good spot right now, but a spot where they were in last week. Now they just have to go out and finish.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things. Again, you find yourself in the same situation we talked about last week. They played not to lose. This week they got to play to win. See if they can come out of here with a W.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a break, and then we will send it back to the guys in the studio. This is Shawnee football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
The Clinic Pharmacy has a rich history and tradition of working hard to improve the quality of your life since 1967. The Clinic Pharmacy does more than just fill your prescriptions. They're your #1 resource for compounding, immunizations, and medical supplies. They can help you with synchronizing your medications for easy pickup or delivery. Download the Clinic Pharmacy app or log on to tcpshawnee.com. The Clinic Pharmacy, working hard to improve the quality of your life.
Whether buying or selling, you can count on Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty to be your real estate advisor, negotiator, and trusted professional for all your real estate needs. We believe every client deserves a knowledgeable, well-trained agent to represent them. Our goal is to ensure our clients a stress-free experience. Need advice about real estate? Call Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty at 275-8182 or 598-2126. Please visit our website at bhhsbenchmark.com.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
There's a handoff to Beavers. Beavers goes up the middle. Beavers lowers the shoulder. Still fighting, and he's into the end zone for a Shawnee touchdown. Hands it off to Haskins, and Haskins barrels his way forward, and he's going to be stopped shy. And Shawnee's trying to say they have the ball, and they do! Shawnee has the ball. Logan Skelton came up with it, and the Wolves come up with a huge stand.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Shawnee Wolves halftime report here on Classic Hits KGFF. I'm Trey Davis, along with James Nicholson and Shawnee on the road tonight in Ardmore. Half-hour game delay due to weather. Finally got on the gridiron and lead at the half, 7-6 over the Ardmore Tigers. Hey, James.
Hey, what's going on, Trey?
Not a bad game so far.
It's a good
Shawnee
game.
has made a couple of critical stops against Ardmore when it mattered. Okay, first time, let's say, Ardmore stopped themselves with that holding penalty after that their first touchdown. My way of thinking on it is, if they hadn't done the hold, they probably wouldn't have scored the touchdown.
That's right.
So it was only right that the penalty was called and the ball brought back.
Yep.
Shawnee did capitalize then. They took it in for 7 points. Ardmore picked up another touchdown, but the Wolves were with a critical stop right there at the end of the first half.
Yes.
Okay.
They did good.
Thank you. Appreciate your input. The Wolves are 0-1 after, as we all know, a crushing, completely dissatisfying loss at the hands of the Seminole Chieftains here at home last week to start the season. And so they entered tonight 0-1 and are looking to improve to 1-1. The Tigers right now are winless after 2 outings, James. They also played in week 0. And they are 0-2 in the year. They lost handily to 8-out, 41-0 last week.
They did. They sure did.
Yeah. This is the Shawnee Wolves halftime report. We'll be back with scores from around the area and across the state, and we'll do that right after this.
Pinecliff Printers, 1815 North Harrison, Suite 1, helps you make a great impression with all your printing needs. Business cards, brochures, banners, even rubber stamps and invoices. Pinecliff's experience-friendly staff will be happy to assist you. Be sure to pick up your Shawnee Wolves football program at all home games. Proceeds benefit the Shawnee Quarterback Club.
Pinecliff Printers, 275-7351. Making a great impression for you and a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Friend them on Facebook.
Goodbye, banking with limits. Hello, banking as it should be.
Up with it, and the Wolves come up with a huge stand.
Welcome back to the Shawnee Wolves halftime report here on Classic Hits KGFF. I'm Trey Davis along with James Nicholson, and his better half, Tammy, has been busy getting scores for us from around the area and across the state. James, let's start with the area scores. What have you got?
Hey, that sounds pretty good. Let's talk about Tecumseh Savages, which are 0-1 thus far, and the Seminole Chieftains, which is 1-1. Halftime right now shows the Tecumseh Savages leading Seminole 15-8.
Yeah, Tecumseh lost last week to Perkins 28-0. That had to sting. Seminole had a double overtime victory over the Wolves, and so I don't know. Maybe they're in a victory haze.
Maybe.
Lulled to sleep. Tecumseh, though, of course, on top at that.
And the Seminole game was a real close game, too, I might add.
Yeah.
Let's move on. We have the McLeod Redskins and Bethel Wildcats. Apparently, they were not playing tonight.
Right. I think one of those. I think. Tammy, did you tell me that they're next week? They have a bye week. I know Meeker had a bye week this week.
Yes, they did. Well, moving on to North Rock Creek and Prague tonight. North Rock Creek leads Prague 20-14 at the half.
Both these teams are 2-0 coming into tonight's game, so somebody is going to have their first loss of the season. North Rock Creek coming out strong this year, defeating Little Axe 21-0. Prague is usually strong, and they defeated Meeker last week 28-14.
And Meeker tonight in Holdenville, the game apparently is not being played.
I think that game is on the 15th. Yeah.
It's on the 15th. Yeah, that's what they got, I guess. Chandler tonight. Chandler is really, really in big trouble at the moment. They're trailing Bristow tonight 0-14 in the half.
Yep, Chandler won the first game of the season last week, defeating Stroud 26-6 to go up 1-0 on the year. Bristow is 0-1. They lost to Cushing last week, 34-21.
And let's move over now to Blanchard and Piedmont tonight. Blanchard is trailing Piedmont by a score of 0-14 at the half. A tied score for Bishop McGinnis and Bishop Kelly tonight. They are tied 7-7 all, and in fact, I've been reading this. They've just pretty much neither one of them have scored through the whole half.
Oh, since the
other
first
than
quarter.
The 7, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Bishop McGinnis comes in 2-0 on the year. Bishop McKelly, 2 losses to start this season.
Carl Albert right now leads Muskogee 21-7 at the half.
Yep, Carl Albert out of Midwest City beat Midwest City last week 40-13. Their crosstown rival, the big win. And they are 2-0 on the year. The Roughers, I'm curious about this because I think we've only had 2 weeks of football, but I'm showing here that the Roughers are 2-1 on the year after defeating Putnam City 57-0 last week.
It's a bye week for the John Marshall Bears. So we move on now to a score from Eisenhower and Altus. Now, we only got the first quarter score. Apparently, no one's reported later on for the other scores.
Yep.
Eisenhower trails Altus tonight 6-7.
Yep, Lawton Ike beat Ardmore 59-7 in week 0 of this 2023 season.
Southeast Spartans and Classen tonight. Though that was last night. They played last night. And Southeast was defeated by Classen 69-6.
Big win for Classen. They are now 2-0 on the year.
And Guthrie continues on as they are really, really taking it to the Duncan Demons tonight. Halftime score 44-0.
Yeah, they beat Woodward last week 69-0 to improve to 2-0 on the year, while Duncan fell to 1-0 after losing to Lawton 32-26. So Guthrie just steamrolling their way.
They are.
Victory after victory so far this year.
They are.
We are listening to the Shawnee Wolves halftime report. We're at the half. Shawnee leads Ardmore 7-6. We'll take a break and be back with more after this.
Score a great deal from Domino's Pizza in Shawnee with their mix and match deals for $6.99 each. Pizza, hot wings, sandwiches, pasta, specialty breads, desserts, and so much more. Kick off the season right and have it delivered right to your home. Don't punt on the coupon finder, drinks, or sauces. Domino's Pizza in Shawnee. Log on to dominospizza.com.
For many years, most people in the midst of arranging a funeral have had only two choices, cremation or burial. But there is a third option available, aquamation or flameless cremation. McEllier and Owens Funeral Group offers this environmentally friendly, less costly alternative to traditional cremation or burial. Mike McEllier or Robert Owens would be glad to discuss this water-based, sustainable method of final disposition with you. Call McEllier and Owens today at 405-695-5006 or stop by 5106 North Harrison in Shawnee.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to the Shawnee Wolves Halftime Report here on Classic Hits KGFF. I'm Trey Davis along with James Nicholson, and we're going to take a look at some of the scores from around the state. Moving first over to Class 6A, Division 1. In the fourth quarter, Mustang is leading Deer Creek 19-17. In the third quarter, it's Edmond North over Edmond Memorial 28-14. Also in the third quarter, the Millers of Yukon are defeating Stillwater 34-20. In the third quarter, it's Norman over Moore 28-21. At the half, Owasso leads Broken Arrow 38-7. Jinx over Tulsa Union 28-7 at the half. Also at the half, it's Southmore leading Putnam North 28-12. And Santa Fe over Norman North 21-14. That's Edmond Santa Fe. 21, Norman North 14 at the half. Second quarter score, it is Grant, U.S. Grant of Oklahoma City, leading the Capitol Hill Red Wolves by a score of 12-7. And in Class 6A, Division 2, in the fourth quarter, it is Mustang over Deer Creek by 2, 19-17. See if we've got some that we haven't already passed along to you, and no, we don't. So let me move over to Class 5A and see if we can give you some more scores in that area that maybe we haven't passed along. In the fourth quarter, Alma is leading Pryor 28-0. Sperry over Glenpool 41-24. In the third quarter, Edison leads Tulsa Memorial 27-0. Also in the third quarter, Piedmont over Blanchard 14-7. In the third quarter, Claremore 55, Oologah 27. In the third quarter now, Carl Albert leads Muskogee 36-7. Halftime score, Bethany over Woodward 26-14. In the second quarter, Hilldale over Tulsa Hale 24-6. Also in the second quarter, Ada over McAllister 24-20, much closer than Ada's game last week against Ardmore. In the second quarter, it's Mount St. Mary over Northwest Classen 27-13. Also in the first quarter, Tuttle Tigers over the Noble Bears 28-0. Well, James?
Yes.
It is Friday night, and that can mean several things, but here, well, it means basically two things.
Tasty, tasty pizza. I look forward to this all week long.
Yeah, along with, of course, high school football.
Oh, yeah.
But really, probably no better way to enjoy high school football or a movie or whatever else you're doing than with Domino's Pizza, where right now you can get stuffed cheesy bread. Really choose any two or more, including the new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread, for just $6.99 each. All one-topping pizzas are $7.99, or dips and twist combos are $7.99, or 8-piece wings are $7.99. And right now you can get the perfect combo deal for just $19.99. And you can do that by going by 1600 North Kickapoo in Shawnee, where they have dine-in or take-out or delivery. Give them a call at 405-878-0880, 405-878-0880, or go to Domino's.com and place your perfect order for Domino's Pizza.
And boy, they're perfect. They are great. They're tasty and they're mouth-watering.
Yeah, they really are. And tonight, of course, we had our usual.
Oh, yeah, the kitchen sink and the hamburger and pineapple.
Which I've added sausage to.
Oh, and sausage too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, that's really good. You know, a lot of people don't think that pineapple belongs on pizza, I disagree. I used to think that myself.
Yeah. Well, baked pineapple is really good.
Yes. It's really good.
Yeah, it brings out the juices.
Sure
Not
does.
that they're not juicy enough. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah,
It
they're
just makes it something.
They're good.
Something a little special.
Delicious.
So, how are we on time there, James? Time to go back?
Well, we can take a break here real quick and then return to the guys here.
So Chris and Landon will have all the second half action for you, and we'll do that right after we do this. This has been the Shawnee Wolves halftime report on Classic Hits KGFF Shawnee, leading up to half over the Ardmore Tigers, 7-6. We'll see you after the game.
Hey, Shawnee fans, Finley & Cook CPAs is proud to be part of the Wolves Pack for over 75 years. From the heart of Shawnee, Oklahoma, we've seen legends rise and unforgettable moments shine on the field and court. As our Wolves tackle, dribble, and score, remember, just like Shawnee's spirit, our commitment to our community and Wolves never wavers. Go, Wolves! Proudly supported by Finley & Cook, serving Shawnee's numbers, nurturing Shawnee's dreams.
Hey there, local sports fans and community champions. Are you ready to show your true colors and support the Shawnee Wolves? Look no further than Sovereign Bank. When you bank with Sovereign, you're not just a customer, you're a teammate in the game of community success. Sovereign is not just cheering from the sidelines, they're in the huddle, backing every play, every victory. Your deposits with Sovereign directly fund dreams for Shawnee students. Switch to Sovereign Bank today and let's score big together. Sovereign Bank, proud sponsor of Shawnee Athletics. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits KGFF.
Welcome back to Noble Stadium here in Ardmore. I'm Chris Cox alongside Landon Green. We are in the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here inside Noble Stadium. And Landon, it was a good first half for the Wolves. They lead 7-6 over the Ardmore Tigers, but it was also a first half that kind of had a few things that the Wolves coaching staff needs to clean up with their guys in the locker room.
Yeah, I think this is a half where you're going into halftime going, okay, we talked about, just bringing your defense outside and kind of just running back through this option offense that the Ardmore defense, or the Ardmore offense rather, gives during their time. So we'll see what the Shawnee defense can do on the offensive side. Like you said, fixing those mental mistakes, holding on and not, getting the silly penalties, not getting anything like that, and see if they can keep moving that ball forward. And a couple of times, you're talking about a couple of drives here for Shawnee that should have ended in points, and they're just unable to get it. But right now, they do find themselves in the driver's seat, but not by much.
Like you said, they do find themselves in the driver's seat, up by 1, 7-6. They'll start this second half getting the ball off the kickoff, which we did see Delmone Miller with a nice kick return earlier in the game. And Landon, right now, I think the word that the Wolves have to think about in this half is finish. They're up by 1. Last week they were up by 8, and now you just got to finish. I mean, you're up 7-6. It's 1. It's obviously an incredibly close game, and if it wasn't for that missed 2-point conversion, we'd be tied, or the Wolves would be down. But right now they're up by 1, and they know that, hey, as long as we just outscore them or tie in this half, we'll win this game. So it's time to finish.
Yeah, I think right now, especially this drive, I think this is a chance for you to go out there, pop Ardmore in the nose one time, and see if they answer. And a lot of teams, it's tough for them to kind of come back from that, especially young teams like this Ardmore team. So if Shawnee can go out there, put some points on the board, kind of get under Ardmore's skin early in this half, you could see them hold on to this lead and come out of here with the win.
Yeah, and with this Wolves offense, like I said, they're going to get the ball to start this second half. I do want to see them run the ball to start this second half. Jameer Owens, as good as he was passing the ball last week, he's just been off this week. He hasn't put the ball in a bad spot. There hasn't been any tip passes or anything like that. But it's windy here in Ardmore. It's about 10, 15 mile per hour winds, and it's a crosswind. So he's not throwing with the wind or against the wind. It's just going across his body. And I think it's just kind of messed with him a little bit. I think he's trying to kind of force it a little bit, and the ball's sailing. So I want to see the Shawnee offense get back to running the ball, get back with Dietrich Beavers. Even that power run game that Jameer Owens has, either off the option or with those two fullbacks back there and blocking for him. I want to see Shawnee really get back to that lead run game and get back to trying to bully Ardmore along the line of scrimmage.
Well, and you can kind of take a play from Ardmore's playbook and go out there and kind of run this clock down a little bit in the third quarter. You know, really control the clock, keep the ball on the ground, keep the ball moving forward, stay ahead of the chains, and kind of see what you got going. But we'll see what they can come up with here on this first drive, see if Jameer Owens can kind of figure it out. You know, like you said, he hasn't really been able to get the ball on target, but he's been able to do a lot with his legs tonight, able to get out on the edge. Great blocking out on the edge by the running backs in the backfield. Dietrich Beavers had a great block on a play where Jameer Owens had a great run. And so we'll see what this offense can do, see if they can, you know, continue to contain that edge and make some things happen. And then on the defensive side, you're going to have to weather that storm a little bit. This is an Ardmore team that even though they're new to this offense, that does not mean that they don't know how to run it. And so far tonight, we've seen some big runs from Ardmore. They're doing a great job of keeping Shawnee guessing. And then once they're able to bust it open. We'll see if they can go out there and stop this Ardmore offense that's pretty much done pretty much all they want to do in that first half.
Yeah, offensively, the Tigers the Wolves are averaging 6.4 yards a carry, a little more than 6.4 yards a carry. So they're doing a good job getting push and moving the ball with those runs. Of course, they've had a couple big runs, which have helped boost that average. But again, they've done a good job, and I want to see them get back to that physical run game. It kind of seemed like they went away from that a little bit. Now, I get at the end of the half they were trying to run their 2-minute offense, and you can talk about, you know, if they had time or not to run the ball some. Or not. I know that's something that I know Coach Madonna will probably kind of go back and look at. Is again, he's head coach and play caller for this Wolves team, so he's still learning the head coaching duties and everything that it's going to take for him to do both of those jobs. So you know, I think the Wolves need to get back to that run game here on this first drive. If they can do that, get back to kind of playing a little bit of that bully ball that they were playing in the first and early part of the second quarter, I think that'll go a long way in helping the Wolves pull out this victory.
Well, and the offense goes where your offensive line goes. You got to play to the strengths of your offensive line, and one thing that the Wolves haven't had in the past that they have now is that their offensive line is a great running offensive line. They do a great job of getting their pads square, getting down lower than the other guy, and just knocking them off the ball. So, if you can get out there and move the ball around, take control of the clock, take control of the chains, absolutely move it around. If you need to, hey, get Jameer Owens a couple of quick passes just to kind of get some pass completions under his belt, see if you can get some things going. But if the run is there, and if Ardmore can't stop it, keep doing it.
Yeah, and I think, too, obviously, of course, in the second half, those mental mistakes, those pre-snap penalties, those post-play penalties, which there was only one of in that first half, but those have to be eliminated. 11 penalties, 81 yards for the Wolves. That's too many penalties, Landon. And, that's a number you can live with if you're a coach at the end of the game, but in one half of play, that's not what you want. You don't want 11 penalties for 81 yards in a half.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough here. We'll see what they can kind of come up with. Ardmore taking a short little thing. Now, obviously, he didn't need it last time. He took his time getting up to the ball, the kicker did, and got a pretty good kick behind it, but not taking a lot of lead off here.
And it will be Delmo and Miller. Dietrich Beavers back to receive the kick for the Wolves. Both of them standing right around the 15-yard line. It is Tellez. He'll boot it away, and it's a good, wow, that is a really nice kick. It'll drive Miller all the way back, and it goes out of bounds. Wow, it was going to be a touchback, I thought, but Miller, with a good read, he was going to just let it go into the end zone for a touchback, and then it goes out of bounds at the 1-yard line, and that is a big break there for the Wolves.
And luckily for the Wolves, and unfortunately for Ardmore, Miller just kind of misplayed it in the air. I think he was trying to get under it, and then not the wind, because the wind's blowing the opposite direction. A great kick, by the way, from the Ardmore kicker. But, it kind of carried on him, and I don't think he just kind of misplayed it. And like you said, was going to let it roll into the end zone. It goes out of bounds, so now ball be placed at the 35. We'll see what the Wolves can do with great field position here to start in the second half.
Yeah, so 1st and 10 for Shawnee. Ball at the 35-yard line after that illegal kick penalty. Wolves coming out with 2 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right side, and they have 2 backs in the backfield, both Dietrich Beavers and Keno Citizen back there for the Wolves as they split Jameer Owens to each side. Owens gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Dietrich Beavers. Beavers trying to bounce to the outside. Beavers breaks a tackle. He has a block, and we have a flag on the play, And this good run by Dietrich Beavers is going to be all for naught as he's wrestled out of bounds in Ardmore territory, but I think this one's going to be coming back.
Yeah, and that's a tough one right there. Dietrich Beavers again able to get to the outside, make a couple guys miss. And the penalty will go against Shawnee here.
Beavers was able to get it all the way down to the Ardmore 48, but again, this will back Shawnee up with the hold, and that hold happened actually behind the line of scrimmage at the 34-yard line. So it will be a holding penalty as we finally get the official call from the refs. And that'll back Shawnee up 10 yards from the 34, back them up to the 24-yard line.
Yeah, and an unfortunate play there. You don't have to hold them. There's
yeah.
A guy isn't. One guy had to get Dietrich Beavers, and he was able to push it out there. So unfortunately, that'll come back. See if Shawnee has an answer.
1st and 21 for the Wolves. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens going across the middle, trying to hit LaRon Thomas, and Thomas can't make the grab. That was a good pass right there by Jameer Owens. And it looked like Thomas just kind of let up a little bit on the route.
Yeah, and that's one of those, earlier in the game, you saw a similar route from Thomas where he kind of cuts up to the middle of the field, runs a little bit of a post route, and Jameer Owens just kind of led him in the wrong direction right there. Like you said, a great pass, put it in, and it might have been a little long, but yeah, it did look like Thomas kind of pulled up a little bit, maybe not expecting the ball to come his way.
Yeah, he was still able to get his hand on it, but just couldn't come down with it. Second down now, 21 to go. 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Owens gets the snap. Owens is going to look to throw. Owens facing a blitz, and he'll sail that one out of bounds as he just got absolutely planted. Number 8, Javen Singleton back there and just put Owens on his backside.
Yeah, and right there just couldn't get his feet underneath him. I mean, Singleton got the beat on him, had him dead to rights, but luckily he's able to get it away.
3rd down now at the 24-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers now to each side. 1 back in the backfield. There's the snap. Owens looking to throw, trying to set up a screen. And that pass is off the mark. And that will be incomplete, and that'll bring on the punt team for Shawnee. Not a great start, Landon. You had a big run by Dietrich Beavers on 1st down. That was called back for a penalty, and from there, Shawnee 3 straight incompletions, and they'll have to punt the ball away, and Ardmore will probably get some pretty decent field position here after this punt.
Yeah, I just couldn't get anything going there, and it just seemed like, on one pass, you get a perfect pass from Jameer Owens. Second time, he has to get the ball away quickly. Can't get it time to set his feet. And then that third one just threw the ball away. Tough drive there.
Here's Williams with the punt. A nice punt by Lance Williams. It will bounce, but it takes an Ardmore bounce, and Shawnee needs to jump on it, and they do, but it's in Ardmore territory at the 49-yard line. So the Tigers are right at midfield, I should say. So the Tigers will get good field positioning at the 50.
Yeah, and right there just didn't roll their way. So we'll see what Shawnee can do here. The defense can do. This Ardmore team, they're rolling right now. They're feeling pretty good. They got a little bit of momentum. It busted a little bit there at the end of the first half when they fumbled on the 1-yard line, but they're able to come out of that first half, get a stop, or come out of the halftime, get a stop. And then this offense has great field position to start with, and an offense that's been running all up and down this Shawnee team since the second quarter started.
Yeah, the Tigers started to find a good push with their offensive line. Kylan Haskins at fullback started to find some holes and run really well for the Tigers, and he's back there right now. And there's a handoff to Haskins. Haskins goes left side and picks up a few yards, gets down to about the 45-yard line.
Yeah, and again, just that quick handoff as it looks like we got an Ardmore Tiger down at the 45.
We do have an injured Tiger down on the play. He was away from the ball. I can't tell who that is right now. And, with the weather right now, it looks like they're stretching him out, too. It very well, it looks like it might be just some cramping. I mean, you get this on a hot, humid night like it is tonight. You're bound to get some cramping, and it looks like they might have that right here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing. I mean, back when, the leggings and all that were sort of coming out, the tights that you wear with the socks, we had a rule, if it was more than 80 degrees outside, you couldn't wear them. You couldn't wear those things. And so, you see guys out right now. It doesn't look like he has any, or it doesn't look like some of these guys have any, but, they wear those long socks like he is, and sometimes those guys just kind of catch cramps in their calves.
Yeah, you don't have uniform rules like you have in college and the pros, where you have to wear socks that go above your knees and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You can wear no-shows if you want, and he's walking off a little bit gingerly right now, but it looked like he was just being stretched out. I think that's can't tell if that's number 5 or 6. I think that's number 5, Jayshawn Payne.
Bring him to the side, give him some potassium pills, give him some salt tablets.
Yeah.
He'll be good as new.
There you go. Second down, 5 at the 45 in Shawnee territory for the Tigers. Haskins back there at fullback. Miller under center. Miller gets the snap, turns around, hands off to Haskins again, and Haskins again goes off the left side, and he's able to get a gain of 4 down to the 41-yard line.
Yeah, and right here, Shawnee just having having that defensive line needs to get a push there at the point of attack. They're gonna have to get a push there, push some guys back. Those linebackers got to have a chance right now. Just can't seem to get under there.
Third down, 1 to go. Ardmore taking their time. They get up to the line of scrimmage with 12 on the play clock. Miller under center. Turn around, hand it off to Haskins again, and Haskins gets the first down. Able to gain about 3 as he was planted by, I think that was Warrior Squire on the tackle.
Yeah, those quick handoffs just tough to get a hold of right now. Just doing a great job of just kind of running guys around, creating chaos in the backfield. Shawnee can't seem to figure out who has the ball, and then by the time they figure it out, the ball's already a couple yards down the field.
First down for the Tigers at the 38-yard line. Haskins again at fullback for the Tigers, and Miller under center. Miller will take the snap, hand off to Haskins again, and Haskins tripped up, and he's able to get just a couple of yards. I think that was Jason Hare who tripped him up. So a decent stop right there for the Wolves, but Haskins still able to get 2. He's just going off that left tackle, and he's getting a lot of push right there. Of course, they have some big guys, especially on that left side with number 77, Derek Mealy, 6'1", 240, and number 75, Chase Stewart, 6'1", 310. Miller again under center. Shawnee jumped, and that'll be 5 yards, and it will give Ardmore a shorter second down opportunity now. Not what you want to see right there, Landon. One of those pre-snap mistakes and just one of those mental errors.
Yeah, like I say, right there, it's just one of those things where, this Ardmore offense runs an offense that is just, it's tough to play against as a defense. And so, you got tired guys out there, they're kind of running through the motions, and sometimes you get those offsides penalties.
Second down, 3 to go. There's a play, and that is Laster, and Laster broke a tackle in the backfield. He was finally wrestled down, but it took him a while to get wrestled down. Ryan High made the tackle. One of the Shawnee players had a chance to get him in the backfield and just couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, right there, you're able to wrap him up, and sometimes things just kind of roll against you, and he's able to push forward for a first down. Looks like there's a little bit of, I can't see, is that Ryan? Yeah, Ryan High talking to the back judge, asking for a little bit of help. It looks like he's saying he got chop blocked.
1st and 10. Ball at the 27-yard line for Ardmore. There goes Miller right up the middle, and Miller is stood up, and Miller is driven backwards. Ryan High making the play, along with number 1, Ejon Thomas, in there to drive Miller backwards and stop him for a gain of just 2.
Yeah, and right there, I think I see what Ryan High's talking about there. The offensive line from Ardmore is coming in a little low. They're obviously trying to chop the defensive line, but they're still kind of wedging in, coming in low. And one thing about high school football, and especially at least in Oklahoma, as an offensive lineman, you can't chop the linebackers.
Under center is Miller. Miller turns around, hands off to Haskins, and Haskins is tripped up down at the 20-yard line as Delmone Miller, I think, made the tackle. And now Ryan High talking again to the back judge because he was driven about 10 yards backwards and put on his backside after the play.
Yeah, and right now
he's getting frustrated.
Yeah, he's out there. He's getting frustrated. There's a couple of things happening out there. He's got to keep it in touch. Don't do too much to get a flag.
Third down, 3 to go. Ball at the 20-yard line in Shawnee territory for Ardmore. Tigers just taking time off the clock. Down under 7.5 to go here in this third quarter of play. Miller gets the snap, turns around, hands off to Haskins. Haskins again drives up the middle. And we're going to have a false start penalty, so that'll actually push Ardmore backwards. I think that was on the wide receiver getting the false start penalty. Which, when you're a run team like that, if you're a wide receiver, why are you even trying to move?
Yeah, no, that guy probably be coming over to the sideline to talk to me. But, if I'm the coach. But, this is that's tough. That's tough right there. If you're the wide receiver, you're going to run the ball and you get you're not going to get the ball. You get the false start.
Third down, 8 to go, ball at the 25-yard line. You do have to think, though, that this is 2-down territory, or 4-down territory, I should say, for Ardmore, as we've seen Tellez kick off, but we haven't seen him attempt a field goal, and now we have a timeout taken by Ardmore. So with 7:16 to go here in the third, we'll take it as well. Shawnee still up by 1, 7-6 the score here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Aquamation, Oklahoma's first and only advanced green technology in water-based pet cremation. It's the mission of Pause to Remember, to provide caring, loving, and compassionate services to our families experiencing the loss of a beloved pet. When it's time to cross that rainbow bridge, Pause to Remember can provide the services you need. Call them at 405-695-006 or stop in at 5106 North Harrison. Pause to Remember, a service of McEllier and Owens of Shawnee.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call on your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits KGFF.
Third down, 8 to go here for Ardmore as the Wolves are trying to come up with a stop. Ardmore out of the timeout, comes out in that flexbone formation with Kadrian Miller under center. And he will look to pass, and that pass is going to be caught right at the 20-yard line, 21-yard line. He will be short of the line to gain, and that will bring up fourth down and make fourth down interesting here for the Tigers. I'm guessing they're going to go for it, though.
Yeah, right now, if you're the Wolves, don't jump here, but also be cognizant. That quick handoff is tough to keep up with. See if they can get a stop.
Fourth down and 4. They got to stop down at the goal line to end the first half, or toward the end of the first half. Let's see if they can come up with another big fourth down stop here. Ardmore 1 of 2 on the night on fourth down. Singleton is in at fullback. Singleton, a big guy, 6'1", 210. And here is Miller looking to throw. Miller's going to roll out. Miller with some room to run. Miller, it's going to be close. It's all going to depend on the spot. It's going to depend on the spot. If they... Wow. This is going to be... We're right next to the Shawnee coaches. And one of the Shawnee coaches is saying he's short. The officials, though, are coming together to try to talk this one out. And they're going to bring out the chains now. He had to get all the way down to the 17-yard line. It's going to depend on the spot. We can't see where they actually place the ball, Landon, because of the Ardmore training staff. They're just blocking our view from where we are right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be close.
It looked like that was a busted play, too. It looked like Kadrian Miller wanted to throw, but it was just a busted play. Now, if they have it spotted, it looks like they have it spotted right at the 17, and that could mean a first down upcoming for Ardmore. It looks like that he might have just enough for the line to gain.
The Chains sure are taking their time.
They are. I think they're waiting for the Shawnee players to get out of the way so they could kind of take more of a straight walk. We're still waiting as the chains have to come all the way across the field. Landon, that's one thing I've never understood, why they don't have 2 sets of chains.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. That's something got to ask the National Federation.
As now they stretch out the chain, and it is It's going to be short, and that is a stop for the Wolves. So Shawnee comes up with a stop as the Wolves get the 4th down stop, and they will now take over. A good 4th down play for the Wolves right there to get the stop.
Yeah, great job there. Like you said, Miller, we've seen him out in the open field. What he's able to do out there, make a couple of guys miss. A great job there from Shawnee just to hold steady, get out there, and just make the tackle where they needed to. Football's a game of inches, and they needed every last bit of them there.
Yeah, that was a few inches right there. So 1st and 10 for the Wolves. They'll take over at the 17-yard line, and that is where it is spotted for the Wolves right now, right at the 17. As they will try to see if they can put something together here offensively now with 6:35 remaining in this third quarter of play. We're right next to the Shawnee coaches that are in the booth, the ones that aren't on the field, and they were saying from that stop immediately it was short. One of their coaches was standing on the table, so he got a better view of it than I did. But he was confident, and he was right. So give Coach Tyler Harrison credit. He knew it was short all along. Wolves out there, and it's Zyron Campbell in at quarterback for Shawnee for the first time this season. He's going to hand off to Dietrich Beavers. Beavers trying to get to the edge, cuts back. Beavers makes a guy miss, and Beavers across the 30 to the 31-yard line. A nice run right there by Dietrich Beavers, and Landon, that was a huge run. That was just something that Shawnee needed just to execute the offense once again.
Well, and they've had a tough time, or at least Ardmore, they've had a tough time getting out to the edge. Shawnee was able to exploit that a little bit in the first half. And then, now they're able to get back out there and do it again.
Campbell stays in at quarterback with 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Beavers in the backfield. There's another handoff to Beavers. Beavers again trying to bounce it outside. Now cuts it back up the middle. And Dietrich does a good job landing right there. He was met in the backfield, but he was able to slip a tackle and at least get 2 yards out of it.
Yeah, right there. Just, like you said, just having to figure out where he's got to go. Sees that there's not much there, so he just runs, sees what he's got, takes what he's got.
2nd down, 8 to go, ball at the 33-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Kind of go with a heavy formation here to the Wolves. Ardmore jumped, and that will give Shawnee 5 yards. And again, the coaches next to us, they were excited. Immediately you heard a got him, and they knew exactly what they were doing there with that hard count.
Yeah, and again, that's just one of those things. You run the ball a few times, you get Ardmore kind of second-guessing what they're doing. And then from there, you're able to get the hard count and get them to run offside.
And with a new quarterback, it's a new cadence for the defense. I mean, the offense has to worry about it, but they practice with Zyron every day. It's a new cadence for the defense to learn. Here's Campbell, and he's going to look to throw now. Campbell's going to air this one out. He's going deep for Miller. Miller goes up and can't make the grab. That was a good play by Miller. He went up and went over the back of the defender, almost came down with it. But number 27 for Ardmore, Tyson Laster, was right there to knock it away.
Yeah, you'd almost want him to lead him just a little bit, but like you said, it gave his guy a chance to make a play on it, and Ardmore just did a good job of breaking it up.
And I think at 3rd down and 3, the way the Wolves have run it here on this drive, they feel confident that even if they didn't get it, they'd have a good chance here on 3rd down, assuming they go back to the run. And they do, as there's a handoff to Beavers. Beavers trying to stretch it outside. Beavers needs to turn it up the field. Beavers cuts it back. Beavers fighting forward, and he's going to be just short. He's going to be short by about a yard or a yard and a half, and now a decision coming up for the Wolves. Landon, I know you want to play field position, but I also kind of think maybe you want to, and it looks like they're going to come out with that big package, maybe you want to try to force the issue and see if they can get a big 1st down conversion.
Yeah, I mean, this big package worked really well for him last week. We'll see if it can work out for him here.
And here is Owens. Owens trying to go forward. Owens lunges forward, and Owens is stopped. As the Wolves tried to force the issue, they were aggressive. I like the aggressive call, Landon, but give Ardmore a lot of credit. Number 20, Peyton Smith, and number 5, Jay-Sean Payne. They got back there. They made the stop.
Yeah, they held steady there, and just not enough room to maneuver for Jameer Owens, as he's a yard short.
Also, on those kind of runs, Landon, those kind of plays, I kind of wonder, because it looked like they were trying to go off tackle. Maybe you just go straight up the middle there. Maybe you with that bigger package. And I get you're trying to get the guys moving. You're trying to create a seam. You're trying to create a lane for Owens to run. But sometimes when you only need 2 yards, the best way to do it is just to push your way up the middle and see if you can get some push on the line.
Yeah, the least amount of time you spend in the backfield, especially in a situation where you know that both teams are just going to be getting as low as possible at the line of scrimmage, the better. So if you can just, like you said, go up the middle, try to find a gap, and just push forward right there, just not enough time. Spent too much time in the backfield, he gets dropped down.
Miller under center for Ardmore as they take over at the 40. There's a handoff to number 8, and he's able to spin forward before he's finally wrestled down by number 51, Jamar Favors.
Yeah, and right now, just, again, this Ardmore offense doing a great job. It looks like Singleton kind of gets up a little limpy, pointing at his hamstring a little bit. But, this Shawnee defense just having a tough time keeping up with that quick handoff to the fullback from Ardmore.
Singleton still out there at tailback. Miller gets the snap, hands off to Singleton, and Singleton goes forward to the 30-yard line. That should be enough for a first down as he was brought down by number 5. That's Xavier Scott.
Yeah, and Singleton's going to come out of the game. He's limping. He's really hurt.
He is. He's not feeling great. And that'll be a first down for Ardmore at the 30-yard line. Number 6, though, for the Tigers, Kylan Haskins in there. Clock down to 3:50 here in this third quarter of play. 7-6 still the score in favor of the Wolves. Haskins at fullback. There's a handoff to Haskins, and Haskins goes up the middle, and he's wrapped up and brought down as Jamar Favors and Ryan High combine to make the tackle. Favors' helmet comes off, so he'll have to leave the game for one play. Get that chin strap tightened up just a little bit more.
Yeah, and sometimes, like I say, you get it in this hot weather, you get a little sweaty. Chin strap starts to work its way up your face, and you take the hit just right. Those helmets tend to come off sometimes.
Second down, 8 to go after that gain of 2 down to the 28-yard line. And there's a handoff to number 2 for Ardmore. That's Antonio Taylor, and he's able to spin his way forward. Gets down to the 24-yard line, and that'll bring up third down and medium here for the Tigers.
Yeah, and right there, another one of those misdirection plays. Shawnee doesn't bite on it. The linebackers stay home. They're able to get the stop. A solid gain there from Ardmore, but at least the Shawnee linebackers stayed put.
3rd and 4. Again, probably 4-down territory. There's a handoff, and there goes number 6 for the Tigers again. That's Haskins, and he's up across the 20-yard line down to the 18, and that'll be a first down.
Yeah, and again, right there, just like I say, they're just imposing their will on the Shawnee defense. Shawnee defensive line, they're looking gassed out there. Can't get enough guys in to give those guys a break. And right now, Ardmore doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah, the Tigers taking their time too, letting the clock run, shortening the game. As they get up to the line of scrimmage, but play clock already down to 4. Ardmore does get the handoff in time, and it's Laster. Laster trying to weave through, and that play just had nowhere to go as Laster was wrapped up. Ejon Thomas on the tackle, as again, that play just had to kind of be run so quickly. I think it was just kind of off for Ardmore, but it worked out for Shawnee's advantage as the Wolves stop him for a gain of just 2 down to, or just 1 down to the 17-yard line. Game clock, though, down to 1:30 here in this third quarter of play. Miller under center, turns around, hands off to Haskins. Haskins going across the tackle. Haskins breaks the tackle, breaks the second tackle, and is finally forced out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Number 23, Lance Williams, forcing Haskins out of bounds at the 5.
Yeah, and right now, Ryan High trying to direct his defense on what to do, trying to get them hyped up.
5'9", 195. Haskins strong, a low center of gravity. Not a burner by any stretch of the imagination, but just tough to bring down. Ball actually placed at the 6. There goes Haskins again, and Haskins falls forward, and he is down at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, and right now, Ardmore just seeing what worked for them, and they just keep going back to it. Shawnee right now just trying to figure something out here. It's not working out for them.
7-6 the score, and we have A whistle here to stop play as a timeout is taken by Shawnee. 56 seconds remaining here in this fourth quarter. Landon, let's keep it right here. The Wolves' offense here in this third quarter, they just haven't been able to find anything. The defense has come up with some stops, but Ardmore's had a short field to work. And with this triple option offense, they're just kind of starting to wear down the Shawnee defense. Again, the Shawnee defense is doing its job. They've held Ardmore to just 6 points right now. Now, it looks like Ardmore is poised to punch it in again, but the Shawnee offense has just stalled. It seems like they hit a couple big plays, and then it's a penalty or it's a couple incompletions, and all of a sudden it just stalls out.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's crazy to see this team. In the first half, they come out, they feel like they're ready to go, and then through the second quarter, through the first part of the third quarter, even last week, they just don't seem to be awake after that. The first quarter they come out hungry. After that, it's just kind of like, hey, let's just hold on to this lead as much as we can and pray that nobody else scores.
Yeah.
Right now, that offense kind of running by that philosophy, and this defense doing everything they can. But with an offense like that, like Ardmore runs, you're going to have to give your defense some breaks, and they're just not getting it.
First and goal from Ardmore. Ball at the 1 yard line. Ardmore about to punch it in. Second and goal for Ardmore with the ball at the 1. Haskins, the fullback, Miller under center, and now we have a flag in the backfield as Shawnee had too many men lined up. But that shouldn't matter for a defense. But I guess it does, and it'll move Ardmore forward a half a yard. I didn't think Landon, I thought they had to be in the huddle, but as long as they're in formation, if the guy gets off before the ball is snapped, it shouldn't be a penalty.
Yeah, and I think they went ahead and called it.
Yeah, it's still a substitution penalty for Shawnee, so it'll move that ball from the 1 to inside the 1. Can't really get much closer away. But now Ardmore, with just that much closer, getting set to punch it in again. Last time they were down here, though, Landon, they did fumble, so we will see what happens. And there goes Haskins, and we have a flag. That might be on Ardmore, and that might back him up. No, it's going to be a offside penalty on Shawnee. But again, Landon, at this point, it doesn't matter. I mean, these defensive linemen are just trying to get a good jump. It doesn't matter at this point. You can't really move half the distance any closer. It just kind of keeps it at second down.
Exactly.
So second and still less than a yard for Ardmore with 55 seconds remaining here in this second quarter of play, this third quarter of play. And there goes Miller. Miller goes right up the middle, and Miller spins his way in, and Miller, we still don't have a signal yet, and did we get a signal?
I don't think they ever called a touchdown.
The PA announcer announced it as a touchdown, but we haven't had a signal yet, and now they're spotting it at the 3. So it is a touchdown for Ardmore as Kylan Haskins was able to run it in for the score. Or excuse me, not Kylan Haskins. Number 13, Hadrian Miller was able to run it in for the score. And now the Tigers will go for 2 here from the 3 yard line, try to extend their lead out to 7. Right now a 5-point lead. Of course, the Wolves got a stop on the last 2-point attempt by Ardmore. And that's a false start on Ardmore. They jumped. That right tackle jumped. And that should back them up 5 yards. And now that will make this decision interesting here for the Tigers. Do they want to run the kicker out there and try to make it a 6-point game? Or right now is it, you don't really have anything to lose, so you might as well go for it again?
Well, they got a solid kicker, so, if you want to do it, go ahead.
Yeah, we think they have a solid kicker. We've only seen them kick 1 extra point, and they ended up calling that one back, and now they will run them out there. This seems like the right move, Landon, to run the kicker out there and at least just take the extra point, because now Shawnee will have to not only score a touchdown, but score a touchdown and convert on the extra point to retake the lead. But that missed point after touchdown in the first half by Ardmore could come back and loom large. Kick is up, and that kick is good. So the kick by Chris Tellez is good, and it makes it 13-7 now in favor of Ardmore. And Landon, getting shades of last week, the Wolves off to a good start offensively in the game, and then the offense just starts to stall. The defense doing all that they can and just kind of getting worn down. I mean, you've only given up 13 points at this point in the game, Landon. The defense is doing its job, but when Ardmore is starting drives in their own territory, there's not a lot that they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of right now, if the offense can't, if the offense can't get it in, the defense is going to have to start making adjustments and seeing what they can do. But I mean, they're gassed out there. I mean, they're doing everything they can. They're just doing everything they can. The offense just isn't picking them up. They're not getting any break out there, especially for the guys that play two ways. I mean, you're going out there, you're running constantly. And right now, just can't seem to figure it out.
The last 3 drives for Ardmore have started at the Shawnee 48, the 50-yard line, and the Shawnee 40. So, I mean, that's essentially 3 straight drives starting in plus territory. I know the 50s, it's neither plus nor minus territory because it's midfield, but, I mean, it's great field position.
Yeah.
And they've scored touchdowns now only on one of those. Shawnee's defense has done a good job, but still, you start off with that short of a field, you're bound to score at some point. Tellez with it teed up, 35 seconds remaining here in this third quarter, and it will be Miller who will take it at about the 14-yard line. Miller trying to see if he can find a seam, bounces away from one guy. Miller trying to get to the outside, cuts it back, and Miller wrestled down at the 27-yard line, and that's where Shawnee will take over with 24 seconds remaining here in this third quarter.
Well, you're going to have to go down here and take advantage. You're going to have to go get a score. Looks like one of the Ardmore guys are down. You're going to have to go get a score here. I mean, the way that Ardmore's been controlling the clock on the run, you're going to have to go punch one in and force them to go down and try to get a score quick.
I really want to see Shawnee just kind of force the run. You don't have to go away from anything right now, but I want to see them really try to force the run. It seems like when Shawnee's thrown the ball, even when they've had completions, it's been fine, but when they get an incompletion, it just seems to kind of stall out the drive. And Dietrich Beavers, he's 10 carries, 73 yards. That's 7.3 yards a carry. He averaged 13 yards a carry last week. Let him keep going with it. Let him keep carrying and seeing if he can get get big chunk plays on the ground.
Yeah. I mean, he's a guy that can make it happen. So we'll see what they do here, see if they can come out there. And like I say, you're going to have to, on this drive, it's going to have to be this. Because if you give it back to them on the other side of the fourth quarter and give the ball back to that Ardmore offense, they're just going to do everything they can to try to run that clock down as far as it can and make it difficult on you.
1st and 10 for the Wolves, ball at the 27-yard line. 24 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Zyron Campbell back in at quarterback for Shawnee. He and Jameer Owens, both incredibly athletic quarterbacks, very good runners. Zyron, I think, has a little more top-end speed, a little more shiftiness, whereas Jameer's more of kind of the straight-line power kind of running quarterback. Beavers at tailback. There's a pitch to Beavers. Beavers trying to get to the edge. Beavers cuts it back up, breaks a tackle, spins away from another tackle, and a nice run right there by Dietrich Beavers up across the 30 to the 33-yard line, and that will probably do it for the third quarter here. But a nice run by Dietrich Beavers there to end the third.
Yeah, just got it out to the edge, and, he's able to get a good game.
Shawnee not able to run another play, and that will do it for the third quarter. At the end of 3, Shawnee down by 6, 13-7 the score. This is Shawnee football here on KGFF.
The Clinic Pharmacy has a rich history and tradition of working hard to improve the quality of your life since 1967. You can have your prescriptions filled and shop for baby apparel, plush toys, warmies, blankets, seasonal decor, plus gift wrapping is free. Friend them on Facebook to see information important to your everyday health and the best times to get your immunizations and boosters. We're not sure what happened with the horse? The Clinic Pharmacy, working hard to improve the quality of your life.
You may have a passion for helping people, love the fun atmosphere of a casino, or maybe you're a numbers person. Citizen Potawatomi Nation has job openings to fit your interests and skill sets, offering competitive pay, excellent benefits, and endless opportunities for growth. Join the Citizen Potawatomi Nation team. You'll enjoy gaining skills and a supportive work environment. Apply today at potawatomi.org/job. That's potawatomi.org/job.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside Noble Stadium. We're in the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here at Noble Stadium in Ardmore. Chris Cox alongside Landon Green as we start this fourth quarter of play. Wolves down right now by 6. 13-7 is the score. Wolves with the ball second down and 4. Ball at the 33-yard line in their own territory. Zyron Campbell in at quarterback for Shawnee. He's been the quarterback this half for the Wolves. 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Here is Campbell going to look to throw. Campbell trying to hit Delmone Miller. Miller open. Miller goes up, and Miller cannot make the grab. And the official fell down. There needs to be a flag. Miller was tackled. And the Shawnee coaches are incensed that there is no flag. And, oh, my goodness, Landon, I have no idea how that's not a penalty. Wow.
I don't know. I mean, I think if he doesn't go down, if the referee doesn't go down, maybe a flag out there.
He's still looking at the play.
I mean, I don't know what he saw that we didn't see.
Yeah, that should have been a penalty. I mean, my goodness. Now, Campbell also needs to get that ball out a little bit sooner and hit Miller in stride, but that should be a penalty. Third down. Here is Campbell looking to throw. Zyron going across the middle, and that is incomplete. Intended for Delmone Miller and Landon. Like I said, an incomplete pass. And this time it was an incomplete pass to Delmone Miller, but it just kind of leads to the drive stalling out. And now you're looking at fourth down.
Yeah.
And Miller was open, and Campbell just needs to put a better ball on Miller right there. Miller had to really kind of stretch out and kind of dive to try to make that catch across the middle. But, yeah, that should have been a penalty, and that's one that the Shawnee coaching staff is going to be upset about, and rightfully so.
And I think not only that, but I think the play was actually designed to go out to the edge. But Campbell just saw a guy open, got it to him, and just unfortunately it falls to the ground. Now you're going to give the ball back to this Ardmore offense. They're going to do everything they can to keep that clock moving.
Williams gets the snap, and now we have a flag. And I think this will back Shawnee up 5 yards. Penalties have just absolutely killed the Wolves, Landon. Shawnee 14 penalties now for 101 yards. Man, just can't have those kind of penalties.
Yeah, I mean, your opportunities, especially with a team like Ardmore, are going to be slim, and you just can't give them any breaks. And right now, Shawnee just kind of shooting themselves in the foot on that end.
Fourth down and 9. Good snap. There's the punt by Williams. That's a good punt right there by Williams, and it will bounce, and it will take an Ardmore roll. It'll be picked up on the bounce, though, by number 4, Jacorian Halstead, and Halstead dropped pretty quickly. Keno Citizen making a nice tackle, but Ardmore with decent field positioning at the 38-yard line.
Yeah, when that ball's coming off the ground, that roll, some of those punt returners can really turn something up. Keno Citizen, a great job sticking his head in there and bringing the ball carrier down. We'll see what this defense can do. You're going to have to get a stop here. You're going to have to keep them. Can't let them get in front of the chains. You're going to have to get the stop. You got to limit their first downs here on this drive.
Yeah, with what we've seen from Shawnee's offense really since the first quarter, they're going to have to get a stop. They're going to have to do something here to get Ardmore off the field and keep them out of the end zone, because I just don't know. Also with this option offense, if Shawnee's going to have enough time for 2 possessions to try to score if they need to. There's a handoff, and it goes to number 6, and he gets into the open field, breaks a couple tackles, still down to the sideline, and finally forced out of bounds by Ryan High, but another big run by Kylan Haskins.
Yeah, and right there, just a couple of guys. You get a chance to bring him down, try to bring him down by his legs. He's a strong guy. He's tough to bring down, and he's able to break a tackle, something that you definitely didn't need there, and Shawnee let Ardmore run free.
Down to the Shawnee 33-yard line, so a big run right there by Kylan Haskins. And Haskins in triple digits now, 162 yards on the ground for Haskins. He's the leading rusher for the Tigers. There's another handoff. Nope, that play's going to be blown dead. That'll back Ardmore up 5 yards. If you're Shawnee now, you're okay with those kind of penalties.
Well, not only that, but it gives your defense a chance to take a little bit of a breather before they get to actually take a chance on this series.
So that'll back Ardmore up 5. Back to the 38-yard line, although the way Ardmore's been running the ball, it seems like 1st and 15 is still definitely plausible for the Tigers here in this one.
Going to have to get back there. Defensive line's going to have to start getting a push.
And there's a handoff, and that is going nowhere as Taylor is wrapped up, and Taylor is able to get a couple out of it. That's where they'll stop forward progress, but still not back to the original line of scrimmage as he was stopped at the 36-yard line.
Yeah, and right there, just, stayed home on that one, able to bring them down. Tried to go with a little bit of misdirection. They've been going to Haskins a lot on this drive and a lot tonight.
Yeah.
But right there, able to, they fake the handoff to him, come back the other way, and they're able to get the stop.
2nd down, 13 upcoming here for Ardmore. As Miller goes under center, they kind of split a few guys out. Miller, and we have that play is going to be blown dead as there's going to be a false start. The Shawnee coach is next to us. You might be able to hear him kind of pounding the table saying that's a false start, and the officials got it. And that flag just came out a little bit late, but they got the false start. And that'll back Ardmore up 5 yards.
Well, and again, it's one of those offenses where, you got to have good timing with your center, your quarterback, and everybody else. And right there, center just a little late on the snap. Receivers get moving. Ardmore goes backward. Help Shawnee out a little bit.
Back to the 41-yard line. 2nd down, 18. Haskins, or actually that's number 8, Singleton back in at the fullback position. And there's Miller looking to throw. Miller has it knocked away, almost intercepted as Ejon Miller just couldn't quite get up there enough. Ejon Thomas read that perfectly, and unfortunately just about an inch too short.
Yeah, I think he saw the ball a little late in the air.
Surprised him. I think, he was going out to cover, and it just kind of surprised him.
Yeah. Oh, man, he was in perfect position, though. Just tried to get his hands up, and it'll fall incomplete. 3rd down here for Ardmore, so Shawnee can get off the field. 3rd and long. Shawnee can get a stop here. Ardmore's going to be in a weird position here as far as punting.
Yeah, Shawnee has to try to get off the field. They're going to hand the ball off, and there goes, and we have another whistle here before the snap, and that'll back up Ardmore. So a big drive for the Tigers, and they are now the ones committing the mental mistakes, and Shawnee taking full advantage of it as Ardmore backed up now to the 46-yard line. 3rd down and 23, Landon. And again, like you were saying, the Wolves have to get off the field here. You got to think that if you can keep Ardmore probably, outside the 35-yard line, especially if you can keep them outside the 40-yard line, they're going to punt the ball away.
Yeah, you just got to keep them back. They're going to be playing field position. They're going to try to keep that clock running as long as they can. So, yeah, they're going to try to punt that ball away, see what Shawnee can do.
Singleton, the tailback. Here's Miller looking to throw. Miller now scrambling around. Miller trying to make something happen. Miller still going back around. And Miller, he's going to be dropped for a sack. Well into Shawnee territory. And that's going to bring up a punt now for Ardmore. And, man, that is not what the Tigers wanted. But a great play right there for the Wolves. I think that was Ryan High who got the sack for Shawnee.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. You get a freshman quarterback back there, put him in a tough position. Shawnee did a great job in secondary. That's one of those secondary sacks we talk about. Great job covering downfield. Miller gets out of the pocket, nowhere to go. And then from there, he keeps running backward. Shawnee gets a sack. We'll see what happens here on the punt. But Shawnee in a good position here.
Yeah, Miller sacked for a loss of 10 on that play. And now Ardmore back to punt it away. There is the punt. It will bounce, and it will take an Ardmore roll. Delmone Miller will let it roll, and it will come to a stop at the 18-yard line, and that's where Shawnee will take over. So the Wolves with 1st down and 10, or excuse me, the 22-yard line. I said the 18, but it's the 22-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 22. 9.5 to go. Shawnee down right now, 13-7 in Landon. The offense has to find something, and it looks like Jameer Owens going to be back out there at quarterback for Shawnee.
Yeah, they got to put something together here. Like I say, the way that Ardmore runs their offense, your chances are slim to none that you're going to get the ball back after this drive. So you're going to have to put the ball back, put the ball in the end zone, give yourself a chance to win tonight, and then give your defense a chance to get the stop and win you the game.
And you still have time. 9.5 minutes is a ton of time, Landon, so you can do whatever you want right now offensively. You just got to make sure you keep the ball moving forward. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. There's the snap. Owens looking to throw. Owens trying to get this out, and that will be incomplete. They were trying to get Beavers out, I think, on one of those wheel routes again, and the free rusher there from Ardmore was just able to get it in the face of Jameer Owens enough to force him to throw that away.
Yeah, and right there, Beavers, I think if you have a little bit more of a delay, he probably sees that and comes back, and you run a little bit of a screenplay there, but unfortunately that ball is going to fly out of bounds.
3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left again. Owens gets the snap. He'll hand off to Beavers. Beavers trying to bounce it around. Beavers going up the middle, spins away from one guy, and Dietrich up to the 30-yard line before he's dropped. Nice run right there by Dietrich Beavers.
Yeah, and that's what you've been having all game. You know, they've gotten away from it sometimes, but Shawnee's been doing a great job of having that run play there. Just haven't really gone back to it too much.
Makes it 3rd down and 2. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Owens going under center, gets the snap, and he's just going to run forward himself, and Jameer is going to be stopped, and it looks like they will spot it right at the line to gain. That should be enough for a first down, and they will motion for a first down as Jameer gets up to the 32-yard line. An interesting look right there, Landon. I think that was the first time all year long that the Wolves got under center.
Yeah, and right there, I mean, the ball was snapped and nobody moved. I mean, it was
kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but hey, you get the first down, keep the chains moving, give yourself some more chances.
3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left again. Beavers to the left of Owens. Owens gets the snap. He will keep it on the option and cuts it up the middle, and Jameer Owens gets into the open field, and he gets absolutely flattened. Oh, a big hit by number 4, Jacorian Halstead, but we have a flag in the backfield. As that was a 10-yard run, that will be, I believe, erased because of a hold, and yep. Another penalty on the offense, backs him up 10 yards. I think that's on number 75, Warrior Squire, as he's just kind of shaking his head as he goes back there.
Yeah, and that's one of those, you get the good play, you get the hold. We'll see how Shawnee answers here, but that can be a backbreaker.
Yeah. Still first down, though, so first down, 20 to go, ball at the 22-yard line. 8:05 remaining. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens a quick pass. That pass caught by Keno Citizen. Spins away from one tackler. Keno trying to get up the middle. Breaks another tackle, and Keno has some room to work down the sidelines. And Keno Citizen, a nice move, able to get out of bounds, but a nice play by Keno Citizen to get about 12 yards there and make it second down and about 8.
Yeah, looks like we've got an Ardmore player down on the ground right now. But, yeah, great play by Keno Citizen.
As they're going to spot him out of bounds at the 34-yard line. So good work right there by Citizen. And it is an Ardmore player down near the Shawnee sideline. Looks like they're looking at his legs. We'll see if they stretch him out again, Landon. 7:44 to go here in the fourth quarter. Wolves right now down by 6, 13-7. Second down and 8 to go. They can still run, obviously have time to run their entire offense, but Landon right now, they just have to make sure that they cut out the mental mistakes. If they can do that, they're able to move the ball. We've seen them run the ball well. That was a nice little pass play right there, and with Keno Citizen getting a good run after catch, but it's those mental mistakes that are putting them in a 1st and 20.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, as an offensive lineman, holding happens on every play,
Right.
is the saying. But, in this situation, you're trying to get the ball down the field. You're in crunch time situation where everything has to be perfect. The referees are looking for just about everything. And so you got to keep your hands inside. You got to really focus on, okay, if the guy starts to pull away from me, I got to let him go. If you're an offensive lineman and you're thinking about the snap count, you can't jump. You gotta be ready for everything. And right now, like you said, Shawnee has had a tough time with that tonight. But now's not the time to bring anything like that back up.
2nd and 8 upcoming now for the Wolves as the injured Ardmore player runs off the field. That's number 4, Jacorian Halstead. 7:44 remaining here in the fourth quarter of play. 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Beavers in the backfield with Owens. And there's should be a jump on on Ardmore, and it is. It will give Shawnee 5 yards as the defensive tackle jumped for the Tigers.
Yeah, this will make you feel good because now, you're in second and long. You're kind of figuring out, okay, should we run the ball? Should we pass the ball? Now you're second and short here. You get a chance to run the ball here or, see what you got.
You have your whole playbook open right now. Owens gets the snap. He is going to throw. Owens will now kind of scramble around. He's going to try to throw this one deep to Dietrich Beavers, and Beavers is knocked down. There should be a flag. Where's the flag?
They threw it. It's at the 40.
There's the flag. Yeah, it's at the 45-yard line.
The back judge finally got it out.
I couldn't see the flag. And they do throw the flag as Beavers was knocked down to the ground. And thank you, Landon, for showing me that flag because I was getting very concerned that the Shawnee coaches were going to come through the press box right now.
Well, the back judge took a little while to get it out, and flashbacks of last time there was a pass interference that wasn't called, and luckily the side judge did make the call there, so that'll help the Wolves out. But man, that was a close one. That was one of those. It's like if you don't throw the flag on that one, like you said, I thought the Shawnee coaches might run down the stairs and give the referees an earful.
So that pass interference penalty will move Shawnee into Ardmore territory. Here's Owens again looking to throw, and a dangerous pass, and it is broken up, and now we have a flag here. I think we're going to get a roughing the passer penalty, but a good defensive play by Keno Citizen. He was the receiver, but had to play defense right there.
Yeah, and they've been getting some hits on Jameer Owens all night, and I think this is going to hurt Ardmore. It is a roughing the passer.
So a roughing the passer penalty will give Shawnee 15 more yards. And again, now you're getting the mental mistakes here on Ardmore, which is very good if you're the Shawnee Wolves, because finally those penalties are not hurting you.
Absolutely. Now you got to take advantage. You've moved the ball down the field. You've got it just outside of the 30. Now you got to put this in the end zone.
And now, again, you can go back to the run if you want to go back to the run. You have.
Oh, they need to go back to the run.
Yeah, that's true. There you go. They have their whole playbook in front of them. And here's Owens. Nope, they're going to pass. They're going to air this one out, trying to go to LaRon Thomas. And Thomas cannot make the catch. It goes through his hands. He read that perfectly, and he just let it drop through his hands. That's his third drop tonight, Landon.
Yeah, put it right in the breadbasket and just couldn't bring it in. That's tough there. A little bit of a little bit of aggression there from LaRon Thomas. The corner, had position. He kind of fights for the position. He gets it. I just cannot bring it in. That's tough.
3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Beavers in the backfield. There's the snap. Owens is going to run. Owens trying to follow his blocks. Owens tripped up, and Owens dropped for a loss. It's number 6, Kylan Haskins, getting back there, dropping Owens for a loss. Showing he can do a little bit of everything.
Hey, Jameer Owens has great legs on him. I don't know about that one. I'm probably going to try to give it to Dietrich Beavers and see what he can get.
Yeah, Beavers has had a big game. 12 carries, 87 yards. Not quite as big as last week, but still he's been very, very good. Third down upcoming for Shawnee. 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Owens going with the hard count. And now the Wolves will back away. 7 on the play clock. Down to 5. Owens gets the snap. It's a low snap, but he's able to pick it up. He has time. He goes over the middle. And that is incomplete, intended for Keno Citizen. And Keno and Jameer Owen, Ejon Thomas were both right there, and now landed with 4th down. And the ball at the 32-yard line. I think you're going to go for it because, you're down right now. You need to.
Oh, you absolutely got to go for it. Because you've had a tough time stopping Ardmore, keeping them from the long drives. You're going to have to go out there, try to get this first down here, see what they can do.
3 receivers to the right side, 1 receiver to the left. Owens gets the snap, and he does look to throw. Owens fires this one up, goes to Delmone Miller, makes the catch, and Delmone Miller down to the 2-yard line. What a play. Jameer Owens finding the guy who's quickly becoming his favorite receiver, Delmone Miller. A gain of 30 on the play, down to the 2.
What a play there. Just put it over the top. They're going to go with this jumbo package here to see if they can punch it in.
Just got to make sure you don't jump. They don't. Owens with it. Owens forcing his way forward, and he's wrapped up. And he's going to be stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Number 77, Derek Mealy, with the play. And there was a late hit there, but no whistle.
Yeah, Jameer Owens just got thrown to the ground. He got up from the tackle. Some dude just threw him. I mean, I don't know how you don't get the flag on that play.
The Shawnee coaches next to us and on the sideline are very upset by that, and that would have given Shawnee another first down from the 1. They're going to stick with that same big package. Ardmore trying to run guys on there, and we have a timeout taken. Well, we should have a timeout taken here by Ardmore. They were trying to run on, but now the officials are actually letting them make the substitution.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, there shouldn't have been any reason for the clock to stop right there. Owens gets the snap, and again goes to the right side, lunges forward, and Jameer is down to the 1. So down to the 1.
Hey, you got your
inside
jumbo
the 1.
You got your jumbo package out there. I say get Jameer under center
and just push him forward. Yeah. Owens gets the snap, goes straight forward. Owens lunging, working, backing his way in, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown. Jameer Owens keeping his feet moving, pushing forward, and getting in for the score. Shawnee back on top now. Wow. That was a huge, huge play right there as the Wolves go back on top. Actually, not on top yet. They tie it up. 13-13 the score, and now Rhett Neese can put them on top with this extra point.
Yeah, and right there, just a solid drive. They're able to get a long drive going, able to put one in the end zone. Rhett Neese just got to knock this one in.
A low snap, but it's put down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. So with that, the Wolves take the lead by 1, 14-13 the score. 5:11 to go here in the fourth quarter of play. And Landon, that was a much-needed drive for the Wolves that gave the defense a little bit of rest, but now it's up to the defense to come out and stop this triple option that has been doing a lot of damage here since the pretty much the second quarter.
Yeah, now it's time for the adjustments. You got to get out there. You got to talk to your players. You got to tell them, hey, this is what's going to go down. This is how we got to do it. And you're just going to have to go out there. If you put Ardmore in bad positions, they don't have the passing game to make up for it. So you're going to have to put them in third and long situations, second and long situations, and force them. They run an offense that wants to drain that clock. Now they got to go a little bit quicker, force them into some tough situations, and especially when you put the pressure on them as far as as quick as they have to go.
Yes, we will see what the Wolves can do. Of course, they're going to have to kick the ball away first. That's the first thing. They have to make sure that they don't give away a good return. Now, we've seen Shawnee so far this season, and again, it's a really small sample size with this only being their second game of the season. But we've seen them be pretty good in punt coverage and in kick coverage so far this season. They've just got to do that again here in this one. Rhett Neese needs to get away a good kick. He doesn't really have the leg to drive it into the end zone, but if you can keep Ardmore maybe out inside the 30-yard line, that would probably be a pretty good spot for the Wolves. You just can't let them get outside the 30, and you especially can't let them get close to the 40.
And he does get pretty good hang time on it, so he gives his guys enough time to get down there. But like you said, just stay in your lanes, try to get down there, and bring the ball carrier down.
Neese with it teed up at the 40. Taylor back there along with, I think that might be Kadrian Miller. I'm not sure. There's the kick. It's a good high kick. Taking it about the 5-yard line by Ardmore. Goes up the middle, and there's a big return by the Ardmore player, and he's ripped down, and it will be a face mask as well. My goodness, not what you want if you're the Wolves. That was actually number 27, Tyson Laster. And Landon, we talked about can't give away a big return. There it is.
Yep, right there. Just can't have that. You gotta watch yourself, and then face masks happen, but
and that was a good kick too.
Yeah. So we'll see what Shawnee can do. It's going to be tough. Ardmore again starting on their side of the field. See if Shawnee can keep him out of the end zone.
So with that face mask penalty, Ardmore will start in Shawnee territory as the official marks it off down to the 44-yard line. Ardmore with great field position in the Shawnee territory. Wolves defense needs to come up with a stop here.
Yeah, I mean, Ardmore's offense has pretty much done all they want to do this entire game. Wolves get a couple of stops that go their way, able to give their offense a chance. Their offense punches it in. Now this defense got to come and pick it up.
Laster, the deep back. Miller under center. Miller will turn around, hand it off to Laster. Laster trying to find an edge, and Laster is going to push his way forward, get a few yards out of it, but driven out of bounds. Ryan High, another tackle there for the Wolves. He's had a huge game for Shawnee. Of course, playing a triple option team, you expect your linebackers to make a ton of tackles, and he has.
Yeah, I mean, the linebacking core has done a great job of moving around on the field, doing a great job getting tackles where they need to, really flying around. It's just a matter of the rest of the team sort of picking up where they're putting down.
Laster again, the deep back. Miller under center. Miller gets the snap. He'll turn around, hand it off to Laster, and Laster is going to be wrapped up. A great play by the Shawnee defensive line right there as Jason Hare made the tackle along with number 80, DeMario Joyner.
That's what you got to do. You got to attack the point of attack. I mean, you got to get in there and really get in there. You get your defensive linemen. You got to get engaged. You got to push people back. Let those linebackers flow through there right there. They executed it well.
Loss of 1 makes it 3rd down and 6. Of course, Ardmore in 4-down territory. Game clock under 4 to go. 3:55 and counting. There's a toss to Laster. Laster trying to get to the edge. Laster breaks the tackle, gets the first down, and is inside the 30, down to the 29-yard line. Brought down by number 23 for the Wolves, Lance Williams.
Yeah, I think right now, Ardmore, they had one game plan for most of the second half. Now they've kind of gone to their deep back. Laster really doing a great job on this drive of extending it. And right now, Ardmore doing whatever they want to.
Laster still that deep back. Miller trying to see if he can get Shawnee to jump. The Wolves don't. 3:20 on the game clock. Ardmore trying to kind of milk the clock now. They're going to turn around, hand it off to Laster. Laster breaks the tackle, goes forward, and we have a flag on the play. The ball's out, too. And Ardmore jumped on it, but the ball was out, and we'll see what this call is here.
Again, Singleton in the backfield just cannot move very well right now.
He's struggling. Right now, the ball placed at the 21-yard line.
I think the penalties actually might be on him.
And it will be a holding penalty on Ardmore, so that'll back the Tigers up 10 yards.
Yeah, I think Singleton somebody's got to come get him. He's not doing too hot out there. But I think the hold was on him. I think his leg might have tightened up on him, and he held in the backfield. And that'll help out Shawnee.
Ball will be placed at the 41-yard line. That, after the run, is essentially a loss of 20 for Ardmore. But it makes it 1st down and 22 because of where the hold happened. Actually, not at the 41-yard line, at the 39-yard line. So 1st and 20 for the Tigers. The ball at the 39-yard line. There's a toss out to Taylor. Taylor trying to get to the edge, and Taylor tripped up. A good tackle. Delmone Miller stopping Taylor for a gain of just 1. A nice tackle there by Miller.
Yeah, and right there, just getting out to the edge before anybody can get out there. Ardmore having a tough time getting there, blocking out there. Delmone Miller, a great play out in the space.
2nd down, 19. Ball at the 38-yard line for Ardmore. Wolves trying to come up with a couple more stops here. They need 3 more stops with the game clock down to 2:34. Haskins back in, and they're going to hand the ball off on that little misdirection play, but a good tackle, Ryan High, as he was able to wrestle Taylor down after a gain of just 2.
Yeah, and Ryan High
puts them in that bad situation that they don't want to be in.
Ryan High just a great job of getting his hands on there and holding on.
Timeout taken by Ardmore. We'll take it as well. This is Wolves football here on KGFF.
Shop Fire Lake Foods, where loyalty pays off. With Fire Lake's perks and paybacks, every time you shop, you can earn points that you can redeem for groceries and gasoline at the Fire Lake Corner Store. It's our way of saying thank you for your loyalty, and we think you deserve nothing but the very best. So why wait? Sign up for perks and paybacks today at FireLakeFoods.com and start enjoying the rewards of loyalty. Fire Lake Discount Foods, where loyalty pays off.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call in your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Third down, 17 to go with 2:17 to go here in the fourth quarter. Wolves trying to hold on for victory. Ardmore with it, obviously in four-down territory. So no matter what they do here, they're going to go for it again here on fourth down. Shawnee needs 2 stops. Miller under center for the Tigers. He's going to look to throw. Miller's going to go across the middle. That's tipped, and it's intercepted. Dietrich Beavers, and Beavers into the open field. He's going to take this one all the way. Beavers at the 15, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Shawnee! The Wolves with a huge score and now have an opportunity to put this game on ice. Oh, my.
Holy cow. Holy cow. What a play. Dietrich Beavers off the tip. I mean, just an excellent job there. Ardmore forced the pass. You know, the defense does a great job putting him in a tough situation. Ardmore forced the pass there, and Dietrich Beavers able to come away with a pick 6.
Man.
That's huge.
That guy, through these first 2 games, he's obviously been the team MVP early in the season, but with what he did in week 1, obviously a good game so far running the ball here in week 2 with 87 yards and a touchdown and now a pick 6. I mean, he's doing it all for the Wolves, and now Shawnee can go out there and with this extra point make it an 8-point game. Now, I mean, just kind of thinking things through, if you're the Wolves, you maybe go for 2 and try to make it a 9-point game, but, you know, that's just me. This extra point, though, forces Ardmore to score a touchdown and go for 2. So, huge extra point upcoming here for Rhett Neese, though they're waiting for everybody to get out there. As the final Shawnee offensive lineman comes out there, I thought I saw some lightning flash in the distance. They're not stopping anything, though, so that's okay. Hold was a little off, but Williams able to get it down. Rhett Neese knocks it through, and it's an 8-point Shawnee lead.
Yeah, I mean, just a great defensive drive, obviously capped off by the big pick 6, but you're talking about this Shawnee team doing a great job putting themselves in a great position there on 3rd and long, forcing Ardmore to do something that they are entirely uncomfortable with, and you end up coming away with a huge pick 6 there, put your team in a great position there. Now, if you can get a stop, you know, you're gonna put yourself right there.
That was a 70-yard return for Dietrich Beavers. He got that interception right around the 30-yard line and took it to the house.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things. You know, most people, you know, obviously you're still in a situation where, you know, you're still up by 1. You know, the game's not out of reach just yet. But I mean, you catch it, and most people would tell you to try to go down. We'll try to run this clock out, but a lot of open space in front of him.
And as fast as he is.
Yeah, I mean, and once he got out of there, you saw one guy kind of wrap him up a little bit, try to bring him down. And, again, that strongness that he has, he's able to pull away. And, the rest of the way, you just saw a little bit of that track speed he's got.
Now, again, right here, so Shawnee obviously in a great position now up by 8, 21-13, 2:03 to go. Ardmore down to 1 timeout. Everything definitely still is in Shawnee's favor, but they still have to play defense for one more drive.
Yep.
They still got to get one more stop because it's a one-possession game. That's the one thing why I asked, maybe do you go for 2 there? If you get the 2-point conversion, it's a 2-point game, and the game's essentially over. That's the one thing why you might go for 2 there. But also, I understand going up by 8 because you've stopped them twice now on 2-point conversions.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they come up with.
Rhett Neese set to tee it away and kick it away for the Wolves. As now we have a stoppage in play, and we do have lightning, and that lightning is obviously very close. So they are going to send guys to the sidelines right now as we have a stoppage in play. Let's go ahead and take a break, Landon. 2:03 to go here in the fourth quarter. Wolves up by 8. 21-13 is the score. Well, actually, hold on just a second. They might send these guys back out here. I'm not sure what they're doing. They're letting everybody huddle up on the on the field still. The officials haven't sent him to the locker room quite yet. You'd hate to have a weather delay here with 2:03 to go in the game. Obviously, with it being a one-possession game, they're not going to call it. If Shawnee was up, by three possessions or something like that, maybe they would, but they're not going to right now, and they're going to let them go back out and play. A little surprise because you can see the lightning bolts come down, but it must still be far enough in the distance that they're going to let them kick it away.
Yeah, and that's one of those, every athletic department probably has some sort of lightning tracker.
Yeah.
And so, you're seeing if it's within 30 miles. If it's not within 30 miles, hey, let's keep this thing going. So, the athletic directors are definitely taking a look at that.
Yeah, they're like, hey, let's play this last 2:03. So Neese does have it teed up. And he does boot this one away, and it's a pooch kick, and it will be caught at the 31-yard line. That was a good pooch kick right there by Rhett Neese. It forced number 5, Jay-Sean Payne, to make a tough catch, and when he did, he just went down to the ground, so he wasn't going to get anywhere past the 32-yard line, but also it was kind of put in that position to where Payne almost didn't get underneath it.
Yeah, you put yourself in a position there to possibly come away with something, and if you can't, hey, at least just get them down and let your defense have a chance to go out there and win you the game.
2 minutes, 3 seconds to go here in this fourth quarter of play. Wolves trying to hold on for their first win since Week 7 of the 2021 season. They still got a lot of work to do, though, Landon. They cannot mark a win down in the win column just yet. They still got a little bit of work to do. They got to come up with one more stop. And, of course, in at fullback for Ardmore, it's Kylan Haskins. And he has had a big game. 22 carries, 162 yards for Haskins. That's a touchdown as well. Now officials are getting together and talking about things. You got to think that this is probably having to do with the lightning that's in the area.
Absolutely. It's visible.
It is.
It's a lot of lightning going on.
But where we are in southern Oklahoma, it's kind of also a little bit open. So,
Yeah.
Especially if it's a relatively clear night, which I think it is right now here in Ardmore, you might be able to see lightning that's 40, 50 miles away. Miller under center as we get back to action here. Miller will turn around, and he's going to look to throw. Miller will roll out to his right. Miller's going to load up and heave this one down the field, and it is batted away. Good defense there. Xavier Scott fighting with the receiver, Jacorian Halstead, who has the height advantage, and did a good job of knocking that one down.
Yeah, and right there, just doing whatever they can. That ball was in the air for about 10 seconds. Get your hands in there, just try to knock it down, and that's what they did, a great job there.
Halstead with about 2-inch height advantage over Scott, but Scott doing a good job just keeping those hands moving, keeping those hands active, and knocking it away. Minute 54 now. Second down. 10 to go. Here is Miller. Miller's going to turn around, hand it off on a reverse. That's number 15. That's Damon Cohey. Cohey going down the sideline. Cohey breaking tackles, and Cohey finally forced out of bounds. But a nice reverse there by Ardmore. A little bit of trickeration, and gets it across the 40-yard line to the 45.
Yeah, and right there, just nobody home for the Wolves. Great gain there for Ardmore.
Gain of 13, and he got out of bounds. Stops the clock. A minute 47. Still time, although Ardmore with only one timeout. They're eventually going to have to put the ball in the air and move it through the air. And here's Miller looking to throw. Miller, that's got to be a hold. I have no idea how that's not a hold, but a huge play right there. Delmone Miller breaking up that play. And Miller's shaken up. That was a nice pass to number 27, Tyson Laster, and Miller just blew that play up, and now he's shaken up. But, Landon, it definitely looked like that Ardmore got away with a hold right there.
Yeah, I thought they threw a flag, but yeah, no, they definitely did. Toby Gray, he was pretty much horse-collared on that play and wrapped up and tackled.
Spun around.
The only thing left to do is put a bow on top of him.
Miller's going to walk off under his own power. Sometimes on those big hits like that, Landon, it can knock the air out of the defender even more so than it does the receiver.
Yeah, and like say you hit him with your shoulder a little bit, like you said, it just kind of knocks you back a little bit. You got to take a chance to get up and kind of regain your composure and then get back up.
And kind of the way that he folded him over too, you kind of wonder if maybe a knee caught him in the ribs or caught him kind of in in the stomach or something too. But second down, 10 upcoming, ball at the 45-yard line. 1:41 remaining. Wolves trying to come up with a stop. They played great defense here through these first 2 weeks, holding Seminole to 14 points in regulation, 28 overall, and then right now holding Ardmore to just 13. Here's Miller looking to throw. Miller is going to wind up. He's going to fire this one down the field. That ball's floating up in the air, and it's incomplete. Xavier Scott had that one knocked away as Jacorian Halstead for Ardmore had to turn into the defender that time. And Landon, you're seeing on this drive why Ardmore does not throw the ball very much, as their quarterback Miller can get the ball kind of where it's supposed to go, but it just kind of floats.
Yeah.
It gives the defender plenty of time to get underneath it. And right now, third down upcoming for the Tigers. They do have two downs to work with. They don't need to get it all back right here, but you got to think that they're going to try to get a lot of it back. Although it wouldn't surprise me here either if they put the ball back on the ground with 1:36 to go. Here's Miller. Nope, Miller's going to look to throw. Miller goes across the middle, and that's intercepted! Ryan High with the interception, and High's going to take it, and High's going to try to score. Ryan High will score! Touchdown! Shawnee! Ryan High seals the victory for the Wolves, and they will get the win for the first time since Week 7 of the 2021 season. And there's a flag, though, as I don't know if that touchdown will count or if that'll be after the play, but either way, Landon, an interception will seal the game for Shawnee.
Yeah, I think a few players ran on the field in celebration. Another great play though. There, you put yourself in a situation where, in a winning situation where you give Ardmore's quarterback the ball, force him to make a pass, and now twice tonight you have a pick six that goes down and puts points on the board. So you're looking at yourself going, hey, if we can keep doing this, put ourselves in winning situations, like again giving Ardmore the quarterback from Ardmore the ball and make him pass it. I mean, you're looking at a team that's feeling pretty good about themselves. But a great play there by Ryan High to get the interception, and again, people telling him to go down, able to run it back and get it in.
And the touchdown does count, as I believe the penalty, I think, will be tacked on the kickoff. But the touchdown does count, and Landon, it feels odd to say, no, they're actually going to back him up here on this extra point attempt. It sounds kind of odd to say, but you got to think that now, up 27-13 with 1:23 to go, Shawnee's going to be able to get the victory.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, unless something catastrophic happens, I mean, one time out, Ardmore's offense isn't designed to get down the field quickly. Yeah, like you said, I'd imagine it's probably going to be W for Shawnee.
Extra point up and good, and so the Wolves will go on top now, 28-13. And the losing streak, is going to come to an end, and the Wolves will now try to start a win streak.
Hey, if you're going to get a win, you're going to get a win now. Next week, you're going to have to take some momentum with you. Going up against a tough Blanchard team. The week after that, going up against a tough Bishop McGinnis team, and then the week after that, you got Carl Albert. So, get your wins where you can get them, and then, see if you can, eke out some upsets along the way, and that's what they're going to have to do in these next couple of weeks.
Extra point, by the way, by Rhett Neese was up and good, so now the Wolves lead 28-13 as the Shawnee coaches who were in the booth next to us, Landon, they have gone down to the sideline, and deservedly so, as they can celebrate with their players here in about 1:23. And Landon, this has to feel good, obviously, for Coach Madonna, Coach Blitch, the Shawnee coaching staff, but it's got to feel great for these Shawnee players, especially guys like Dietrich Beavers, Zyron Campbell, Jameer Owens, guys who, those juniors like Dietrich and Jameer who were on the team back in 2021 but really weren't playing a whole lot. And so really a lot of these guys, like we were talking about in the pregame, they haven't won in their high school career, or at least really truly been a part of a game where they won. And now they're going to be able to say that they have, that they now know what it feels like to win a high school football game, and that is huge.
Yeah.
Neese kicks it away. It's another high pooch kick, and it will bounce, and it will be taken. Oh, it'll still roll around and finally just be downed at the 26-yard line.
Yeah, no, this is going to feel good, and not only that, but, for the guys, in the past decade, Ardmore sort of dominated this series. Going back all the way back to 2015, I think in the playoffs. So you're talking about a few things going your way. So I mean, even for the guys back home that have already left the halls, left the locker room, this feels good for them. You finally get that win over Ardmore that you've been looking for for the past decade. And I mean, this is big. This is big time. This is a huge win. This Ardmore team, they're not as good as they have been in the past, but they're still a good team. They're still an athletic team, still a physical team. And I mean, this is a big time for the Shawnee Wolves.
We are going to get an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty here on the Wolves, though. And so, of course, another pre-snap penalty, and that's going to be one that's just going to drive Coach Madonna crazy. The Wolves get the win. But he's, he wants good sportsmanship. He wants you to, I mean, even though these guys haven't, quote unquote, been there before, he wants them to act like it, of course. And so that will be something that he's going to touch on, I'm sure, as Miller tries to make something happen here toward the end of the game. Miller wrapped up, brought down Warrior Squire with the tackle, number 23, Lance Williams, also with the tackle for the Wolves.
And again, I mean, this Ardmore team, this is a team that I think in a year or so they'll probably be able to put something together. In the future.
They keep working with this
a young team
with this kind of offense. It's going to eventually work for them. I mean, it always does.
So they'll be big time. They'll be back sooner rather than later. But a big win for this Shawnee team, just big time. This is big time. I mean, you're feeling pretty good. You get that first win. Not only that, but the guys that have been here, like you said, they get that first win under their belt in a season and a half.
Miller rolling around here on third down. Miller trying to find something and make something happen, and Miller scrambling. Miller will just fire this one down the field, and that is batted away as Ejon Thomas knocks it away, and that will bring up fourth down with just 19 seconds remaining.
A great play there by Ejon Thomas.
It really was.
Got his head around and really got up there and knocked that ball down.
Fourth down upcoming. This will be possibly the final play of the game. We'll see with 19 seconds left. We'll see what Ardmore decides to do right here. As Miller will turn around, hand the ball off, and that's going to be a turnover on down. As the Wolves get the stop on Haskins. They really haven't stopped him all night, but they did right there. As the Wolves will take over with 12 seconds left, and all they need to do, Landon, is take a knee, and that is the best feeling in football, is being able to get in. They call it victory formation for a reason.
Hey, you practice it every single practice. At the end of every walkthrough, you practice that victory formation. Now you get a chance to finally do it. First time in
a long time.
15 or 16 games, I guess. Technically, this is the 16th game. Finally get a chance to practice it during a game, actually get to use it.
So the Wolves, and you got to give them credit. They were struggling there through three quarters. The offense did a good job in the first quarter. Second and third quarter definitely went into a lull, Landon, but they bounced back in this fourth quarter, led by their defense, and they scored 21 points in this fourth quarter to win the game. And there's a kneel down by Jameer Owens, and that will do it as the Shawnee Wolves get the victory by a score of 28-13, and the Wolves have snapped that losing streak and moved to 1-1 on the year.
This is huge. I mean, this is a good feeling. I mean, I feel good. I know those guys down there feel good. It's been a tough sled for them, really just trying to figure out, where they fit their identity on offense and defense. And tonight, they just did a great job of hanging in there. It wasn't easy. It wasn't always, the perfect game. You find yourself down at one point, but you're able to fight back, play as a team, and you come away with a huge victory tonight here in Ardmore.
Yeah, just an absolutely fantastic game. And again, everything going against the Wolves going into the fourth quarter, and with the way that the past two seasons really have gone for Shawnee, it goes like that, and you kind of think, are they going to kind of fall? Are they going to kind of let this one slip away as well? And because they hadn't learned how to win yet, but they take that big step tonight, and they not only come back and get the victory, but they put up 21 points in the fourth quarter to win by 15, 28-13. I mean, that is taking a huge step, and that is learning how to close out a game.
Yeah, it was huge. They did a great job. They came in. They they went in there. The defense stepped up when they needed to step up. They got the stops when they needed the stops. When the offense needed to go down and put one in the end zone, they were able to do that. And then once they do that, you're talking about this Ardmore team. They're not an offense designed to score quickly. They're an offense that's designed to run time off the clock. And Shawnee put them in a position to where they had the win at 5 minutes. I mean, it was one of those things where you feel good about your chances as long as you can stop the run. You feel good about your chances every time Ardmore has a drop back to pass the ball. And it worked out for them. 2 pick sixes in the fourth quarter, put them up, and the final dagger there by Ryan High right at the end of the game is big time, and this team is feeling pretty good. Now, the one thing that you do have to focus on is the if you're going to focus on something to fix for next game, mental mistakes, the small penalties here and there, some of the celebration penalties. Obviously, at the end, you're feeling pretty good about yourself, but you still got to focus on those things when it comes time for next week, because you're going to go into a place where the team is not going to be they're going to be a lot better than the Ardmore team. But not only that, but
Blanchard's very good.
It's a tough place to play, and so but so far, hey, celebrate tonight, get the win, wake up tomorrow, keep celebrating, and then Sunday get in the film room, get back to work, see what happens.
Let's go ahead and wrap things up and take a look at some of those post-game numbers as the Wolves break their team huddle, and they are excited. They are running over to the cheerleaders and the fans that made the trip down to Ardmore to go celebrate with them. But looking at some of those stats real quick, Landon, Ardmore, they ran the ball 58 times tonight, 290 yards. That's a lot of total yards, but if you think about it, that's only about, I'm trying to do some quick math in my head. I mean, that's not a huge average right there. 290 divided by 58, that's 5 yards a carry. I mean, that's a decent number, but it's not anything great. The Shawnee defense really did a good job against that triple option offense, knowing that Ardmore would eventually break a couple big ones, and they did, but overall, Shawnee did a good job against that triple option. Passing-wise for Ardmore, just 2 of 9 passing, just 4 yards for Ardmore through the air. You weren't expecting them to do much through the air, but the Wolves, when Ardmore did have to pass, did a great job defending the pass as well. 14 penalties for Ardmore, 115 yards as those really started to jump up there in the second half for the Tigers. Individually, Kylan Haskins, leading rusher, 22 carries, 162 yards, a touchdown. Did have that one big fumble at the end of the second quarter as Ardmore was about to score, and that's one that I think he's probably going to that's going to hang with him for at least the next few days before he gets back into the film room. Tyson Laster, 10 carries, 56 yards. Kadrian Miller, 14 carries, 26 yards, and a touchdown for the Tigers. Passing-wise, Miller, just 2 of 9 passing, like I said, 4 yards, and he threw 2 interceptions, and both of which were pick sixes as he was trying to put the ball up in the air in the fourth quarter, and that's just not his strength. And he will get better. He's a freshman. He's going to be a better passer by the time his senior year rolls around, but right now he just could not get anything going through the air. Defensively, Derek Mealy, the leading tackler by my count, with 8 tackles on the night. Looking at the Shawnee numbers now as a team, the Wolves ran the ball 27 times, 137 yards, not quite the rushing effort like they had last week. I thought at times maybe Landon, they got away from the run a little bit, but again, they got the victory, and that's all that matters. Just 6 of 23 passing, as the passing game really was not that effective tonight. 80 yards for the Wolves through the air. And then, like you were talking about, the mental mistakes, 18 penalties for 146 yards. That number has to come down, and I know that the coaching staff is going to work with these guys on that, but that has to come down over the next few weeks as they take on a really tough 3-game stretch. Looking at the individual numbers for the Wolves, Dietrich Beavers, another fantastic night tonight. 12 carries, 87 yards, a touchdown on the ground. He also caught a pass for 28 yards, and then defensively had 6 tackles and a 70-yard pick six to put the Wolves on top for good as he had a really, really good game. Jameer Owens, 14 carries, 39 yards. He had the game-tying touchdown as Rhett Neese then knocked through the extra point to put the Wolves up by 1 for good. Keno Citizen, 1 carry for 11 yards. Passing-wise, Jameer Owens, 6 of 19 passing, 80 yards. Zyron Campbell, when he came in the game, 0 of 4 passing the ball tonight. Delmon Miller, 3 catches, 38 yards. And again, as he has done through the first 2 weeks, coming up with big catches when the Wolves need him, getting a big catch down to the Shawnee 2-yard line to set up that game-winning touchdown. Dietrich Beavers, as I mentioned, a catch for 28 yards. Keno Citizen, a catch for 12. Ejon Thomas, a catch for 2 yards. Rhett Neese, 4-4 on those PATs. He did a good job kicking the ball. And Lance Williams, punting-wise, much better than last week. 5 punts, had a long of 42, averaged 31.8 yards. He's not booming the ball by any stretch of the imagination, but he's getting the job done punting the ball, and that's really what matters there with Lance Williams. And then defensively for the Wolves, a great effort by everybody involved. Ryan High, leading tackler by my count, 18 tackles by my count. It'll be interesting to go back and look at the tape and actually see what those numbers are. But 18 tackles for High by my count, 1 sack, and then a pick 6 at the end of the game as well. And Jason Hare also in double digits with tackles with 10. And as I mentioned, Dietrich Beavers, 6 tackles and a pick 6 for the Wolves. So again, Shawnee getting the victory tonight, Landon, 28-13. And the Wolves, for the first time since Week 7 of 2021, are victorious, and they can have a celebration on the bus ride back.
Yeah, this is going to feel good. You know, the unfortunate thing about long bus rides back, especially this late at night, especially from this far away,
tired?
You're extremely tired. You're like, I'm ready to get home. But it feels so much better with the win than it does a loss.
Yeah.
I you know, especially playing up in 6A, I remember, you know, coming back from Jinx and coming back from Bartlesville, and you wear those losses, but you can't get home and you can't wash it off in the shower real quick. You got to wear it for a few hours while you wait on the bus to get out of the parking lot, and then you got to wear it for a few more hours while you wait to get back home. This long bus ride is going to feel good. These guys are going to be extremely excited, happy to be in the bus, to really, you know, making some things happen. So this is a big win. We're not going to focus on anything negative. We'll focus on next week when we get there. But a tough game next week. But hey, tonight, celebrate the win.
Yeah, exactly. Celebrate the win tonight, celebrate tomorrow, and then start to get ready for that tough opponent next week, because it does get tough. I mean, that's just the way that it is. They take on the Blanchard Lions in Blanchard next week. That game, Blanchard, one of the better teams in 4A right now. They beat Shawnee pretty handily last year. Shawnee looking to get some revenge this year around, though, and of course they have some momentum. They did a lot of good things that they can build on here in this game as they get set to take Blanchard on next week. So that game down in Blanchard, kickoff set right now for 7 o'clock, and you can hear that game right here on KGFF, 100.9 FM, 1450 AM, also online at kgff.com. And then, of course, we have our live stream on the KGFF Facebook page. Kickoff, like I said, at 7 o'clock for that game. Our pregame show will start with the Coach's Corner at 6:05. That's going to do it for us here inside Noble Stadium at Ardmore High School as the victorious Shawnee Wolves leave Ardmore with a 28-13 victory. For our camera guy, Gage Lord, and my broadcast partner, Landon Green, and everybody back in the KGFF studios, I'm Chris Cox. Thanks for listening, and we'll talk to you next week down in Blanchard.
For many years,